Gibson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Good to be back in studio. Big thanks to West Palm Beach, Exclusive Furniture, and Academy Sports and Outdoors for last week. It was amazing. It's great to be back. We got a ton to get to today, so appreciate you tuning in. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth. How are you?
It's interesting that you thank the city of West Palm Beach. I don't feel like they did a damn thing for us.
I thought
but
they
other than
provided
that, Exclusive Furniture and Academy, hell yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not on the same level. I shouldn't have equated, but it was a fun week in West Palm Beach. Next West Palm Beach.
Lake Worth is like a real place.
Yeah.
Real humans living there.
Yeah.
West Palm Beach is it's a fraudulent Ponzi scheme of a sham city.
Yeah.
Other than that.
But
it was the ballpark, cacti. I cannot.
It's just cacti. Let's just call it cacti. Let's just call it cacti and get it over with.
Cacti Sporting Arena of the Palm Beaches area and ensuing zip codes. Yes.
Yeah. How you doing? You back home? You in your sorts or what? You know, like I was.
No, it took me a while.
I was in the urgent care on Saturday morning, so I got right back to it when I got back home.
Did you? Did you get a sinus infection?
I did. It turned out. Well, what happened was when I was battling something all week. When we were in descent coming into Houston on Friday, your ears start to pop and things like that. Whatever was in my skull has been pushed out to my ears, and I can barely hear out of my left ear.
Oh.
So I'm almost deaf in my left ear. I'm partially deaf in my right ear, and I'm on antibiotics. So I meant to text you over the weekend, like, hey man, if I don't hear something you say on Monday at some point during the show, just know it's because I literally can't hear. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So, I got you.
Yeah.
What? Now imagine being a 9-month-old baby and feeling that pain in your head and having no idea why.
Yeah.
Did you feel like screaming?
No, it's not. It really wasn't that pain. The pain was normal. The pain was normal. It's just normally when you get to land, you get down on the ground, your ears pop and you can hear again.
Yeah.
That never happened. And I went to bed on Friday night.
So,
it'll pop during the night sometime. And I woke up on.
So you're calling the 9-month-olds wimps, basically, for just like, okay, this wasn't really that bad. It was a little bit weird, but quit your yapping.
I feel bad for the 9-month-olds because they can't tell anybody, hey, I can't hear anything right now.
Yeah,
that was a big thing.
That's why I didn't speak until I was 3 years old. By the way, I was basically deaf. I had ear infections all the time, but I never really complained about it. It just because my eardrums were so stretched out.
Yeah.
So my parents didn't know that I had ear infections. But so everything that I was hearing, it was like hearing it through, like I was underwater. And I didn't speak. They thought I might have needed. They thought I needed help of a different variety, and it turns out I just needed to get my ears fixed. Yeah,
just couldn't hear.
They thought they were going to have I was going to have a different upbringing, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
I was 3 years old and I wasn't talking.
Yeah, and it's a relief. You imagine it being a relief to find out your kid can't hear. Oh, he just can't hear.
That's
why.
He's just deaf.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
He's our little Helen Keller.
Yep. So trip over. We're back. Hell of a week out there in West Palm Beach. Did you see Jose Altuve finally got to touch the ball in left field yesterday?
It was spectacular. He had an error, but it wasn't as egregious as this is the thing. He had an error, but partly it was an error that could have been salvaged if Victor Caratini had made a catch.
It was a throwing error if you missed it.
He was running in, caught a ball in the short off the side, and then Caratini had an error after that. So it was just a bad play all around by a couple of Astros.
Yeah, so if you missed it, Altuve made his debut in left field. We got a lot of thoughts from the trip that we'll get to during the show here. We'll sprinkle them in throughout. We finally got to see Altuve in left field on Friday. This is the first show we've done since then. And he went 6 innings and didn't even have to move. He could have stood in the same spot for 6 innings and done nothing.
You got as much work as he did in left field because you were out there the entire time he was out there, you're at the left field fence.
Yeah.
And standing there without a baseball cap on. So if anything, it was more physically grueling for you.
I was sweating
in the outfield. Yeah.
And well, and a couple times I'm like, oh, he played 4 innings, he's done. So I started to go back up to the press box, and lo and behold, he starts running back out to left field for the 5th inning and then the 6th inning. Now the 6th inning, it was nice because he exited through the bullpen. I'm like, all right, he's definitely not coming back. Thank you for not teasing me, Jose. But, yeah, he didn't get to touch a ball on Friday, so that made the questions afterwards pretty interesting. Like, I don't know how I did in left field. I'll let you know when I – and then yesterday, throwing error on the first time he touched the ball. Ball goes through Luis Guillorme's legs and rolls out to left field. He scoops it up and throws home to a guy trying to score. And it wasn't the greatest throw. Yeah, maybe Caratini could have saved him if he could have, gotten up the line and blocked it at least, kept it in front of him. But then he made a nice catch in the outfield, Jose did, man, going up against the fence. So, we didn't get a huge taste of him out there, but,
It was at the very beginning of the game, Sean and I were standing out there on the third base foul line fence there. No. And right before the game started, a couple of the umps came out just to be sure Altuve was okay. Yeah. They kind of jokingly said, "You all right, man?" Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know that he was playing left field that day. Oh no, they looked at the lineup.
Before the game started.
Got to be kind of weird for those guys to see Altuve out there for the first time in their career.
What was your favorite thing from the week, baseball wise, not non-baseball wise, like baseball wise?
I think probably it wasn't like a poignant moment or anything, but Paredes and Christian Walker showing their competitive at-bats, all those things about them, that they're both got great judgment at the plate, which is one of the things that Espada is emphasizing this year. I liked seeing them get on base multiple times. Neither of them, when in the games we were at, showed anything magnificent defensively. Christian Walker is a very good fielder, but he looked like he was still getting the kinks out a little bit. And then I guess the other one would just be John Singleton's body transformation. And because of that, he does look more fluid and athletic at first base.
Yeah.
Hopefully Christian Walker plays 162 games and you never have to see John Singleton at first base. But as a pinch hitter and as a guy that can be the backup, I feel better about him on a very small sample size as a backup first baseman this year than I felt about any of the starting or backup first baseman last year. One of which was a fat John Singleton.
I wish for what Singleton is supposed to provide this year, because otherwise it'd be an amazing story. It's a great story already just because of what it's taken to get him here. Like if you're in Houston, like Jonathan Singleton's story is way more about. It's way more than just a guy who wasn't very good last year and now he's in good shape. Like it's been a decade-long saga, but I wish the ceiling for him was more than backup pinch hitter first baseman, because then it would be. Then it would be like if you were going to get on the field more, it'd be an incredible story.
Yeah, I feel like you're being greedy. Yeah, look, listen. This is what you are. You're being greedy. So I think that just him being a competent batter and a competent first baseman, I think that's like winning the Olympics for him, given where he had been and where we've been at first base for the last couple of years. The fact that if he's a competent backup first baseman, I'm going to be stoked about it. And in a reliable pinch hitter that you can bring as a lefty, yes, I feel good about that. And I also feel like an idiot for not mentioning Cam Smith as my favorite part of
That's what I was
the time
expecting.
we were there. That was 100%. It was 100% Cam Smith.
Yeah, 2 bombs. Dana Brown so far, I mean, it's a week and a half into spring training, but I would say we're like doing winners and losers. I'm feeling pretty good about all 3 things that came back in the Kyle Tucker trade. Like you pointed it out, Seth, Paredes, good plate discipline, hit a bomb on Friday when we were there. Yep. So that looks good. So far so good on that one. Wisniewski was a little up and down, but I thought more up than down in his outing that we were there for. Seeing him pitch, I don't recall I wasn't following super closely. Wisniewski.
We saw him. Yeah.
No. Did he pitch this weekend? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say if he pitched this weekend. He didn't pitch yesterday, but the outing that we saw from him on Tuesday was pretty good. And then, as you point out, Cam Smith, 2 bombs. Cam Smith to me was the big story of the week that we were there. That was really cool to see. And I thought the pitching overall has been good. Like there's some good stories in the bullpen. Like Forrest Whitley's had 2 clean innings, and Taylor Scott looks like Looks like he did last year. Spose Van Wy. He had another scoreless inning yesterday. So Spose looking pretty smart. And pitching's always ahead of hitting this time of year, but yeah, like it's things are looking pretty good on the pitching front too. So that was
Blanco's
good.
struggling a little bit.
A little bit.
The biggest thing
Talk
about
me
Blanco,
off the ledge on Blanco right now.
This is where I'm relaxing on Blanco a little bit. For one, just because it's spring training, but two, he's a really hard worker, and one of the things he's talked about in spring training was backing off a little bit on how much he works out in season to make it through an entire season. Because we saw it last year, he played like an all-star in the first half of the season, then he struggled a little bit and then got back on track. But he also did a lot less in the offseason than he typically does. He didn't do winter ball where he's played a lot in the past. So I could see where he says his arm feels fresh right now, but he might not be as sharp as he typically
Rusty,
feels.
yeah.
Yeah, and he is focusing on throwing more strikes and really attractive. He walked more guys than the rest of his stats were superb last year. He was a 190 batting average against them all year long. It was really good. But he had hit a pretty high walk rate. So I think all of that to say that I think this is a classic. Hey, he's changing his methodology up a little bit, and he's getting the kinks out in spring training.
As long as they're still, like, you know me, Seth, as long as they're still striking guys out, I'm like, all right, there's, especially this time of year, they're probably just, he struck out 4 guys in 2 innings yesterday. So, like, in February, or I guess we're in March now, early March, if he's, 2 innings, if he struck out 4 guys, whatever happened the rest of the time, I just write it off to experimentation. Like, he's working on something. Or, as you said, that's a good point. He's probably shaking off rust. I didn't know that he wasn't doing anything this offseason. He was just chilling.
I mean, it's not like he did nothing, but he didn't play winter ball.
Just chilling and being Ronell Blanco, man. He's like, what are you doing this offseason? I'm being Ronell Blanco.
He's pitched way more innings as a starter than he ever has before, so it's a big transition.
Makes sense. All right, we're off and running. We're back. Good to be back in studio. Quick programming note. In studio tomorrow at 8 a.m., Texans new Texans team president, Mike Tolman, will be in studio with us at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So all the things on that business side of the building, stadiums and things like that, we'll get a chance to talk firsthand in studio tomorrow with Mike Tolman, so make a note about that. 8 a.m. tomorrow on Tuesday. All right, big trade in the NFL. Actually, not a big trade in terms of what got exchanged draft pick-wise, but Deebo Samuel is on his way to Washington. I feel like this is as much a Texans topic. This Deebo trade was a big topic among Texan fans this weekend. Do you feel like the Texans missed out? Do Texan fans feel like they missed out? Put up a poll. We'll tell you what the results were coming up next.
Lewis.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we're starting to see a little bit of player movement in the NFL in advance of free agency, which begins in about a week. Next week, free agency week. So we're here, man. We're going to probably start to see some news this week of guys getting cut or restructured. The Texans are not sitting on, currently, as we sit at 6:21 a.m. on Monday, not sitting on enough cap space to do very much, but you can create the cap space. But we're starting to see guys move, and cap space is important in this conversation. Seth, Deebo Samuel traded to the Washington Commanders for a fifth-round pick, and we had seen reports late last week that the Commanders, the Texans, I think I saw the Broncos in a report, were reportedly hot on Deebo Samuel, or at least involved in talks to acquire Deebo Samuel. What was your gut reaction when you saw Deebo to the Commanders for a fifth-round pick?
My gut reaction was that it was an agent-fueled leak because the Texans don't leak stuff like that. So when it came to whatever verbiage people use to describe the Texans' interest in him, I took it with a grain of salt. And the biggest thing is, and I heard Clint make this point as we were driving to the airport on Friday, and I think it's a good one, was that Deebo Samuel has not been the same guy since 2021 when he was all pro. He was outstanding as a runner and a receiver. He hasn't had more than 892 yards receiving in a season since then. As a rusher, he had less than 200 yards rushing last season. He had 670 yards receiving. A lot of people thought he looked overweight and disengaged and just not the right guy. Clint made the good point that, hey, D'Amico knows Deebo Samuel, so at the very least, whatever is going on in San Francisco, because as an offense, they underperformed this year. They were middle of the road in terms that D'Amico might have a better feel for, all right, what's ailing Deebo Samuel, and is it worth bringing him in here? The problem is he's got a hefty price tag with him, and I didn't want to feel like giving up too much. I was skeptical that the Texans were going to trade for him, so it made a lot of sense that Washington would get him. They've got so much cap space that they can take a flyer on him and think that maybe in a better offense with better opportunities and some reinvigoration, that he's still relatively young. He's 29 years. He's going to be 29 years old this season. It makes a lot of sense for Washington.
Yeah, I think so too. Washington's it's a strange thing because Washington's getting a lot of really good grades for this trade, and a lot of it probably has to do with just hey, they gave up a fifth rounder for him. To me, the biggest thing was Washington is inheriting the entirety of his salary for this coming season, $17.5 million. If San Francisco had paid some of that, it probably would have cost more than a fifth-round pick. I think it's a better trade for Washington than it would have been for the Texans. I am totally intrigued by what he looks like in an offense with Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels there. Not that, this is just a different offense than the one they're running in Washington. For me, if we're equating, like, should the Texans do this, because you bring up Clint, and I saw Clint react to the trade on Twitter when it happened over the weekend. He said, man, a fifth rounder and whatever his salary is, 18, 20 million, whatever it is, that's a no-brainer. You should do that. It's a no-brainer for the Commanders because of the point you bring up. They have 80 million in cap space, or they did. They still have 60-plus million in cap space after this trade to take some riskier splurges. They're where the Texans were last year. You know, they are the Texans of 20. They're the 2025 version of the Texans now in terms of how they can operate this offseason in so many ways compared to what the Texans did last year. If the Texans go get Deebo Samuel, forget about the fifth-round pick. You trade a fifth, whatever. You know, for $18 million, that's your splurge. You know, the Texans are operating with anywhere between 5 and 8 or 9 million in cap space, depending on where you go to get your information right now. And again, they can create more cap space, but when you get in the business of creating cap space, you're kicking the can down the road more and more.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with the Texans not doing this. I asked Texan fans, Seth, and I don't know if you've looked at this yet or not.
I have not looked at the results.
Okay, so I put up a poll for Texan fans yesterday. Let me pull it up here. Pender poll for Texan fans. In a trade for a mid-round pick, did you want Deebo Samuel in this current deal? Sounds like the Commanders are on the hook for around $18 million in this trade. What percentage of the Texan fans who voted in this poll said no, we did not want Deebo Samuel in a trade like this?
I think that because of a combination of bad publicity for Deebo Samuel in terms of the way he played last year and the fact that so many Texans fans, myself included, got burned by not because it was his fault, he got injured, but we got burned by the Stephon Diggs trade. And Stephon Diggs was a much better receiver at that point when the Texans traded for him than Deebo Samuel is. I think they're not all that excited about it.
88.4%.
Oh, wow.
Said no to this trade. 88.4%, 11.6% said yes.
It's easy after the fact. I wish you had done a pre-poll to see exactly. Yeah, what's the hypocrisy level in this fan base?
Oh, or they're like, we didn't want you anyways. Yeah, you can't quit. You're fired. Yeah,
you're ugly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange trade because so many Texan fans didn't want Deebo Samuel. At least according to this poll,
they claimed to not want
Deebo Samuel. Yeah, I didn't. Well, my reaction. Well, look, I would have been. I would have. The fifth-round pick doesn't bother me. Like for a fifth-round pick, I would have done it. It's the $18 million salary. Like that's your splurge. I mean, unless Nick is really going to start to use voidable years and get into credit card spending, which it doesn't feel like Nick Caserio doesn't feel like somebody who operates that way. That's your big move is Deebo Samuel this offseason. Other than that, you're bringing guys back. It's probably journeyman. You're leaning heavy on the draft. If they had done that, and then start doing some other things next week in free agency, I would have probably thought all right, well, I feel like they're a bigger candidate to move back from 25 and accumulate some picks so you can get a little more cheap labor on the roster with draft picks, stuff like that.
Now, this is the thing. I think that it's very, very possible that Deebo has a comeback season this year because just of all those things we talked about, the reinvigoration and the new challenge of being in a new spot, being on a better off the Commanders were last year, at least compared to the San Francisco 49ers.
That's wild. Just to say that is wild, right?
Yeah,
like it's a Kyle Shanahan offense,
Potentially playing for a better quarterback if Jaden Daniels keeps this up.
Yeah.
So I think it's very, very possible, but it's a little bit more of a risk for a guy that he's still, I'm not going to say he's starting to get old. He's 29. He's still very much in his prime. And he did have 12 touchdowns in 2023. This is not like a David Johnson type scenario where the Texans were banking on a guy who'd only had, he hadn't had a good season in the previous 4 years. Deebo Samuel just hasn't been as impressive as he was in 2021. And this last year was weird, but it's not like this has been a long, long drought for him.
Yeah, here, if you're looking to get a feel for the Niners side of this thing, I at least one opinion on it. Grant Cohn is a name that we bring up on this show sometimes with the Niners. He covers the Niners out in the Bay Area. I think we brought him up for some reason on Friday. I can't remember what it was, but at the very same time, in sync, you and I were both like, yeah, the Niners hate this guy.
Yeah.
The team hates him. here he was. He did a short video.
It was he had been talking about how they overspent when they redid Nick Bosa and somebody else's.
Okay.
I think Brandon Ayuk's contracts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he spoke on this trade over the weekend. He was in Indianapolis. He did a short video. He said both sides got what they wanted.
Deebo gets what he wants. The Niners get what they want. They take a big, massive salary cap, dead cap hit, but they don't care because what they want to do is stop spending so much cash on players who aren't worth it. So Deebo Samuel, if Dan Quinn were able to get Deebo Samuel to get in shape and stay in shape and play like he did a couple of years ago, because that would be a real condemnation of Kyle Shanahan's ability to motivate and hold players accountable.
So, yeah, it's he
got pneumonia because he was fat. You know, you got a lot of risk factors there for COVID. There, Deebo. You better watch it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It is kind of interesting, like the life cycle of these receivers. Like when they get to the end of their rookie contracts, then all of a sudden the good ones become worth trading 2 first-round picks for, or at least being in discussions about that. Like Deebo, when Deebo was agitating for an extension, he was one of those guys that's in a discussion for, well, maybe some team will want to trade a first and more. And Diggs is part of this too. Like we've seen several receivers either involved in those conversations or actually traded for first-round picks. And then the very same receivers 3 years later, the teams are taking $30 million dead money hits to trade him for a day 3 pick. Like it's almost like a rule at this point.
This is what I'm not in the mood for from Grant Cohn, is that somehow Deebo Samuel, who got paid because he had that massive season in 2021, and now entering his 29-year-old season, that somehow it's up to Kyle Shanahan, or that's a good gauge for whether Kyle Shanahan can motivate guys or not. That guy, once you get that contract, they expect you to be a guy who is a self-starter, who does stay ready all the time. And, certainly the team culture helps in that regard. And everything. On Kyle Shanahan. I would put it on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, perhaps for overpaying him or for thinking he was more motivated than he actually was. But this is why they don't like Grant Cohn in San Francisco. It just feels like he's waiting to pile on Kyle Shanahan for anything and everything, no matter how you want to frame it. Deebo Samuel is fat. That's Kyle Shanahan's fault.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, here's more Grant Cohn.
I really don't expect Deebo Samuel to do much for the Washington Commanders. They didn't get him for much. They kind of took a flyer on a guy who used to be good, and if he turns out to be the same exact player he was this year for the 49ers, then oh well. But this is a great day for the 49ers. It's a great move for the organization, a great day for the city of San Francisco and Santa Clara as well, because Deebo Samuel is off the team. Say goodbye to the days of him getting 9 targets for no freaking reason. I think this is the best move the Niners have made all offseason. No move they make in free agency is going to help the team as much as this move helps the team. This just frees up targets for Ricky Pearsall and George Kittle and freaking anyone.
Yep.
Not a Deebo fan.
No, and honestly, that seemed to be the overwhelming sentiment from people who are 49ers fans. Yeah. And there's times where I try to listen to the fan sentiment more so than some of the talking heads or the analysts or anything like that, just because they see everything that happens between the plays. They watch the whole week, and they're much better body language analysts than we are from a distance. And man, people were out. It seemed to be a sentiment that, all right, this guy got his payday, and he's still agitating for the ball, even though he's not performing or doing anything when he has the ball in his hands. So people were out on Deebo Samuel. That was one of the things that really made me dig into whether or not we wanted him or not, because I knew all the surface level stuff, and I was willing to make the devil's advocate arguments for him. But just the more you look at the sum total of the last year and the last couple of years, it seems like a guy that he doesn't seem swarmy anymore. It felt like he looked swarmy in 2021, but I don't know if he's swarmy anymore.
If he's got any element of it, he should have a big year this year because nobody's believing in him right now, other than the Washington Commanders. It feels like Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, people weighing in. Deebo Samuels is the Commanders' version of Diggs from this past year. Diggs was, Diggs tore an ACL. Diggs didn't come in with any questions about motivation or conditioning or anything like that.
And Diggs, the only question was what happened in the second half of the 2023 season in Buffalo. But Diggs had still been a very, very good receiver and had over 1,000 yards receiving in 2023. They were different levels. Like the deal made sense for Stephon Diggs. The Commanders are taking on Deebo Samuel's contract specifically because they have so much cap space.
Yeah.
They would probably almost acknowledge it. They're not going to do it publicly, but I think they would agree that, yeah, it's a lot for the guy given how he's played the last couple of years, but we've got all this cap space and we want to get a veteran in here.
They'll never answer this, but would you have made this trade, Washington, if you had $5 million in cap? Text message, glad we didn't get Deebo. Doesn't seem like a good investment at his salary when we have more pressing needs, and wide receivers are easier to find than O-line, and Deebo's good, but not going to get us over the edge. I would agree with that. I would have been fine with a Deebo trade of some sort, depending on what the terms looked like. I was glad the decision was made for the Texans, if indeed they were part of those talks. Yeah, I think you bring up a good point that any leaks involving the Texans are going to be, in all likelihood, fueled by agents. I hadn't thought about that. It's a good point. I was glad that if indeed they were involved, I was glad the decision was made for them, and they can move on and do things like, as a texter points out, Devontae Adams is about to get cut by the Jets probably. You look at him, Cooper Kupp. There's other solutions out there.
Right, Cooper Kupp's a guy I wouldn't trade for, but if he gets cut, then it makes sense. You see what he's getting offered and see if you can make a deal that makes sense.
Yep, wait these teams out. All right, let's get to headlines. Astros yesterday, Jose Altuve finally touched a ball in the outfield. Speaking of Stephon Diggs, an update on the lawsuit. The Rockets lose, bad loss, at home on Saturday, and they are banged up right now, man. Deebo trade, more NFL news. We got a lot to get to. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. But first, I mentioned I came home with a sinus.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros. Let's start with the Astros. They lose to the Nationals yesterday, 4-3. Scores of spring training games, not the big deal. The big deal is Jose Altuve is playing left field. He finally got some opportunities out there after a Friday that was very boring with him just standing out there for 6 innings with no action. Yeah. Jose Altuve had a chance to make a few plays in left field. His first touch of the ball, though, a throwing error to home plate from short left field. Joe Espada, though, was happy. He was actually happy with that play.
I also liked when he came in and he made that strong throw to the plate. I thought, with your arm strength, one hop. I wish we would have done, a better job of finishing the play and backing up home plate. But I like the aggressiveness. He came in. He knew where to throw the ball. All those things, he's, again, positioning himself properly, looking in and asking feedback from the coaches every inning.
Back up the catcher on that one. Yeah. So add one more thing to how it wasn't a good outing for Blanco. As far as Altuve goes, Sean, if we're going to do what we pledged to do, which is overreact on every little thing about spring training when we were there. Well, we weren't there for this one. But, look, Altuve, the big concern about him being in left field is his arm and whether it's going to hurt them or not. And so far, in his one opportunity to do something with his arm, it wasn't an egregious error. It wasn't as bad as you might have thought. It wasn't a great throw home. It was okay, great. He got it there on one bounce. I didn't expect him to get it there on 7 bounces. It wasn't from deep in left field or anything.
It was practically from shortstop.
It was a good argument for why he never played shortstop.
Yeah,
really.
He threw it in on one hop. I could have thrown it in from there on one hop.
I was trying to evaluate. I think a lot of guys could have thrown it there with no hop at all. So I remain a little bit concerned about that, and we should probably bring this up because we got a couple questions on the text line already. People who have only loosely been following this wondering why is Altuve playing in left field? Because he's not so hot defensively as a second baseman, and it's probably not going to get any better as he gets older. So originally people thought it was because he was willing to do whatever it took to make way for Alex Bregman if he returned to the team. It turned out that no, he's actually probably, just as it was for Biggio back in the day, might be that point in his career at the age of 35 to transition to a less physically taxed.
So that was the deal. Ronel Blanco, at least in the box score, not great. Again, he did have 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. The runs he gave up were unearned because of the Altuve error and the error that led to Altuve getting the ball. It was and Guillorme letting the ball go through his legs was the only reason Altuve was fielding a ball in left field.
Yes,
it rolled
and then Blanco not backing up. It was the Keystone Cops out there
for
on that
one play at least. Yeah, Josh Hader had 1 inning yesterday that wasn't great. He gave up a home run. Must have been working on things. That's my excuse for anybody.
That's the other side of the extremes. Yeah, we're either going to be we'll excuse everything by saying, hey, he's just working on things, or we're just going to torch them into oblivion.
Yep. Texans news. I guess we'll call it Texans news, even though he's a free agent. Stephon Diggs, a recent Houston Texan. We know that he's suing a couple of ladies for possible extortion, damage to his property. One of them is Mulan Hernandez, a reality TV star. Was on Basketball Wives. She spoke out this weekend, put out a statement giving her side of the story with Stephon Diggs. This could get interesting, I guess. I mean, this is a true he said, she said. She's basically calling Stephon Diggs a liar in her statement. On June 7th, I was assaulted from behind by Stephon Diggs at our residence, an incident that resulted in a concussion. And she actually has, I guess I'll call it a receipt, Seth. She posted a picture, at least provided a picture, from Memorial Heights Emergency Center up there on Washington. So this took place in Houston, and she went in on the night of June 7th. She posted, diagnosed for a concussion. Principal diagnosis, minor closed head injury, concussion, no loss of consciousness.
Yeah, and I don't know if that never seemed like that was in doubt or that was being denied, that she had been treating for a concussion. Diggs claims that she told medical professionals she fell after slipping on a wet kitchen floor.
Okay.
So, yeah, this it'll be interesting, perhaps, I guess, because there's another woman involved in this as well, just what their statements, how they jibe and coincide and all of that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this probably does mean that Stephon Diggs is not going to sign somewhere until later in the offseason, maybe closer to training camp. I already suspected that might be the case, but then this would probably, for a lot of teams, maybe push this down the road a little bit until they see how this is resolved. Unless, because none of us know anything right now other than conflicting statements by the two parties involved. Maybe if teams do their own investigation, they'll feel more conclusive about it one way or the other.
Yeah, but I mean, both sides are pretty dug in. Diggs has his story, Hernandez has her story, and we'll see how it plays out. Rockets, just a horrible loss at home to the Kings on Saturday. Fred VanVleet, horrible. The big reason it was horrible, Fred VanVleet was back for the first time in a month, and in the very first minute, he tweaked his ankle. I guess he tripped over an official or something like that, and he was hobbled all night. He was terrible. He was 1 for 8 in 35 minutes. He muscled through it. But Seth on Saturday, as to how big a difference Fred VanVleet could make when back healthy, seeing as he tweaked an ankle in the first minute of the game. In that game as well, Arvydas Sabonis, the star player for the Kings, he pulled a hamstring in the first minute. It was an eventful first minute for players that are important to each of their teams. But the Kings took a big lead in the first quarter. The Rockets cut the lead to 2 in the third quarter. And then they went back to their old ways from earlier in the game, just started turning the ball over, couldn't make shots. And the Kings did a really good job of holding the Rockets off in the fourth quarter. They never really got it past a double-digit deficit.
The second half sloppiness was just this was chef's kiss by the Rockets on this one. They committed 3 turnovers in the first half, 13 in the second, when they made just 40% of their shots. And then the final 2 minutes and 56 seconds was the best, because they didn't score for the last 2 minutes and 56 seconds. They had 8 offensive possessions during that span. 5 ended in a missed shot and 3 ended in a turnover.
Yeah.
These guys they are just incredible in crunch time, I'll tell you.
God.
I'm growing angry with them, Sean. I'm growing angry because I was talking a big game. I was talking all kinds of smack on their behalf, and now they've turned me into a chump. They're making you look
bad. They're making you look bad.
There's nothing worse you can do in sports than make Seth Payne look bad.
Seth Payne look bad. You better not do that. And they play OKC tonight. This was going to be interesting. The injury report for tonight, they've ruled Fred VanVleet out already with the right ankle strain, so he's right back to where he was possibly, maybe missing a lot of time, but he's going to, Steven Adams, Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, Alperen Şengün, and Amen Thompson are all listed as questionable. So these are with Eason, Şengün, and Amen Thompson, you're talking about, in my opinion, 3 of their top 5 players on the team, plus VanVleet. Dylan Brooks, Steven, there's no patsies on this list. This feels like especially considering they have a Tuesday night game. They have another back-to-back. They play in Indianapolis on Tuesday. This feels like a white flag game tonight where they just, you could play all these guys and still be like an 8-point underdog against OKC tonight.
Yeah.
So if I had to guess, I would guess that a bunch of these guys are going to get rested tonight, and you load up to try to beat Indianapolis or beat Indiana on Tuesday. So we'll see what happens. Yet Jalen Green, the Iron Man, can't stop Jalen Green. They'll never show up on the injury list. All right, other headlines real quick. We mentioned the Deebo Samuel traded to the Washington Commanders over the weekend for a 5th-round pick. Rumors that Devontae Adams, that the Jets are trying to move him, but he's got a $38.9 million cap hit coming up this year. He's got a huge salary coming up the next couple of years. So it's more likely, it seems like, that he's going to get cut.
Yeah, cut him, Aaron Glenn.
Cut him, yep, and he'll be out there for the taking. I'm guessing Devontae, who's attached at the hip, it seems like, with Aaron Rodgers, is going to wait and see where Aaron Rodgers signs.
The Giants are reportedly interested in Aaron Rodgers, so we'll see how that all pans out.
Yep. So we'll see. Matthew Stafford, this came down, I think, on Friday, Seth, after you and I got off the air.
Yeah.
He's staying in L.A. I thought the Rams handled it well, man. Hey, yeah, go out, go see what's out there for yourself, and he did. and the Raiders and the Giants supposedly had deals together in place to trade from. If they were to be able to come to a trade, they had contract revisions in place for Matthew Stafford. So Stafford was able to go back to the Rams and say, hey, here's what they would give me if I were to get traded there. And the Rams said, all right. And they sprinkled a little more on him for this year, and they found an agreement with each other.
Good for you, Matt Stafford. Yeah. Nothing prettier than an aging beauty queen that doesn't realize she's lost her looks. Yeah, nothing more fun than that. Way to try to just extract every little bit of juice out of the orange as you squeeze it to death. Yeah.
He was only going to make $27 million this year in base salary. Doesn't go as far as it used to, I guess. In L.A., the California state income taxes and everything.
That's true. I wonder if you brought that up.
Yeah. All right. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Man, Derek Stingley did an in-house interview on the Texans website. It got me pretty fired up about the Texans and a couple of players in particular we're going to get to. We will do acknowledgments. Acknowledge me at 7:20 today on the show. We got a lot of those to get to on the show. It's a good Monday show we got lined up for you here. Appreciate you joining us here on Sports Radio 610, back in studio from our trip in Florida. Now, the one thing that keeps on moving, whether you're in Florida, whether you're in Texas,
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You can hit us up on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Yes. Forgive me, I've got antibiotics coursing through my veins right now. I had the wrong Sabonis. That's the old Arvidas is the old man. I got it. We got a lot of people asking us, hey, any buzz from the Combine, Texans related? Not really. This is the least buzzy Combine I can remember in a long time.
I would say Gray Zabal's getting a lot of love for the guard out of North Dakota State, who was impressive at the Senior Bowl. I think there's people are super hyped up about him and excited about him. I think as a guard, there's a lot to get excited about. But he had a very impressive workout. So because he's been mocked to the Texans at times, meanwhile, Tyler Booker is the player who's most often mocked to the Texans, the guard out of Alabama. He didn't have a great workout. So there's starting to be ways to perhaps separate some of these guys, I suppose. That's an interesting one because Tyler, okay, you're Nick Caserio. You know he loves guys from big schools. Tyler Booker has played awesome consistently for a long time at the University of Alabama, but didn't work out so hot. Gray Zabal has been a really good player at North Dakota State and had some good moments at the Senior Bowl, but he worked out like a fiend. Who do you think Nick goes for?
Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's even close. Nick has very little respect for the workouts. I don't think he cares about the workouts.
He cares about Nick doesn't really have a lot of respect for any one individual thing. I think that's his whole methodology is that everything, there's no one big thing, but except that at the time, it's a multitude of things, which is just how have you played football.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he likes big school guys. He gets to see them play good football consistently versus good competition for more than just 1 week in Alabama.
Yep. I agree.
In Mobile, Alabama, at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Derek Stingley Jr. did an in-house interview for the Texans website. It's only about 3 or 4 minutes long, but he had some really good thoughts. Stingley's gotten so much better as a quote over the last year or so. Here's Derek Stingley Jr. on being named All-Pro this season.
Being All-Pro, it's cool. It's cool to hear.
Derek Stingley Jr., first-team All-Pro.
Kalen, he been calling me that since training camp, but I'm like, dude, why you keep saying that? But at the same time, just with anything else, you still got to prepare the same. You still got to go out there and show who you are. That's my mentality with anything, good or bad. You just got to continue doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Stingley is he'd be the last guy I would worry about success getting to his head.
Yes.
Because he just has zero appetite for the spotlight. He just likes playing football.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a football monk. I think he'd be happy if he could just wear a long monk's robe and watch film at night, and then he has to go out in public to practice football and play football. But in his ideal world, he would be playing it out back at the monastery against the best competition with no cameras whatsoever.
No cameras, no TV.
Yeah. So I don't worry. He's the classic guy that it feels like whatever success he has will just fuel him to work even harder. So I'm not worried one bit about that.
Yeah, that was really cool. Now this one's great. This is Derek Stingley Jr. talking about the 2 rookies from last year, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock.
Kamari, Kalen, those 2 guys right there, they say that they see what I'm doing and then they try to do it some type of way. But from the stuff that I take from them, they always 100%. They gonna go get the ball. They just play with a whole nother level of intensity that just is crazy. Just watching it, they're doing stuff that is not normal. Kalen Bullock, 5 picks. He could have broke a rookie record. Kamari just being his craziness, every single play, he just doing something. When Kamari got his first pick, it was crazy. Everybody running from the sideline, from the defense running to the end zone, and I'm coming from far away, just trying to get over there. That was a good moment. That was a great moment.
That was just talking about Kalen Bullock's or Kamari Lassiter's first interception this year in the Chicago game.
Yep.
So he's not just giving lip service to his teammates. It's a 3-minute video, and I'd say 2 minutes of it is him talking about his teammates.
Yeah, it's great.
So which is really cool, and the young guys especially.
Yeah.
So I just wish if there's one thing that Kalen, his pro-grow tape this year, the tape that D'Amico gives to those guys to work on in the offseason, he's got to be the jugs machine, man. He's got to figure out a way to come down with more of those interceptions.
Yeah. Somebody I don't know if it was D'Amico or Nick or somebody else talking about Kalen. I think it might have been D'Amico on Texans All Access. I think it was with John and Mark.
Well, D'Amico at the Combine specifically answered a question about Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock.
Oh, okay, so maybe it was there. I just remember him saying, he probably could have had 3 more picks. Kalen Bullock.
He really, he was right there. He's just got to get his hands right. Yeah, and then with Kalen too, he's got to grow into his man body. He's so skinny. Remember the first time we saw Kalen Bullock?
Yeah.
We're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's a skinny dude.
It was at one of the rookie mini camps.
Yeah.
And I remember doing a call in to either the midday show or the afternoon show. You and I were there. And I did a call-in. I forget which show it was, but they're like, what stands out to you? The very first thing, I'm like, Kalen Bullock's skinny little chicken legs. That's what stands out. He is a skinny, skinny dude.
And I don't even he'll perform just fine. It's just that he's also willing to go stick his head into trouble and make tackles. For one, I think it can help him with his tackling ability, but two, just for his own personal safety when he's tackling. I'd like a little bit more ballast there.
We'll get to the last Stingley cut here, but as long as you're bringing this up, Kalen Bullock and his body type, I was thinking about that this week. It was actually John Singleton that had me thinking about this. Like, it feels like there's one guy, more in football than baseball probably, but when you come to camp every year, oftentimes there's a guy like, wow, his body type changed. Now, normally it's not a guy like Singleton who's in his early 30s and has been in ball for 10 years or whatever.
Yeah.
But with the Texans, Anderson, the big one last year. Will Anderson shows up in the white tank top at his first press conference. Like, you look like somebody screwed Will Anderson's head on a much bigger body than the guy from last year. I think Kenyon Green was a guy like that last year, like different body type. Is there any chance, does Kalen Bullock have a frame to where we could look at him this year and come into camp and we're like, oh, look at Kalen Bullock, he put on some weight?
No, I think Kalen Bullock will put on weight, but it's almost going to be it's going to be extremely lean weight.
Like Bregman weight?
And it'll just be you might notice it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily remarkable or anything. Part of it is he's got his joints are small too.
Yeah.
So I don't want him necessarily coming back with noticeable body weight gain because that's not the position he plays.
I put together a short list. Kalen was on it. I figured that's what you would probably say about him. Blake Fisher was my number 1 on the list.
Well, what about C.J. Stroud? Because Nick had talked about him putting on more weight in his legs and getting stronger.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. I always think of the upper body first. But you may be right.
Stroud was a little bit thicker this year in a good way.
Yep.
I thought he looked sturdier.
Yeah. Maybe I had Damian Pierce on my list here. Maybe he goes bulky again. He kind of trimmed down a little bit after his rookie year. Yeah. Maybe he goes bulky.
Nick threw cold water on my take about that. He basically called me stupid. Remember at training camp we were interviewing him, and he said, that's dumb. And then I argued with him for a little bit about I thought that he needed to gain a bit of his weight back.
I remember.
Because he just hadn't been, and he really still hasn't because he hasn't had that many opportunities to do it. But rookie, and we haven't seen him break a ton of tackles since he lost all that weight.
Should Titus Howard change his body type if he gets moved to left guard?
No. Well, yes. He should look. He showed up at camp looking heavy for a guard, but he played tackle.
He looked out of shape.
Yeah, I think he needs to be. Yeah, he just needs to. Whatever his body weight and body type is, he just didn't look like he was in peak offensive line physical condition.
Last one from Stingley here. This is a really good one on what it means to be a Texan.
Like us as a team, we kind of gelled together. Every day we just got closer.
Oh, it's picked off! Stingley got it! Another interception! What an offensive play!
The longer you're around, like your teammates, you know how they talk on the field, you know where they're going to be at. You don't see that with a lot of teams. Of course, people play hard, but you just got to know if you put the Texas uniform on, like you have to play with a certain physicality the swarm. And that's real. That's what it means to be a Texan for real, for real.
For real, for real. And he even tweeted that. Stingley retweeted this video and said, check out the end of the vid. The Texans' philosophy is just different, I swear. And everybody who knows for real would agree.
Yeah,
that's really
good to hear.
That's really cool to hear as a Texan fan.
You know, D'Amico in the coaches show was talking about why it's important to know what a player's why is. So that comes from a Simon Sinek book back in the day about find your why. Thing really that you subsist on. And D'Amico had mentioned, you know, whether you're doing it for your family or whether you're just truly driven to be great. And he didn't do an exhaustive list. I would put one that's way, way up there, and that maybe a lot of guys don't even consciously know it, but this is something you can hear from teammates or coaches especially, is just simply the guys who have a really deep commitment to their teammates and are driven by, in a game and in a moment, not wanting to let your teammates down. Like that you have to play a certain way because you love the guys around you. And that's something that it takes multiple guys that are made of the right kind of stuff to have that kind of a culture on the team. And I think they've got a bunch of guys like that on defense.
Yes.
I think that there are a lot of guys that really don't want to let their buddies down. And I haven't seen a ton of that on the offensive side of the ball.
Hopefully we see more of it, man, on the offensive side. Texter points out on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, great support system for Stingley, too, like when his dad joined the podcast with Ryan Clark saying never be complacent. Yeah, his dad's a big influence on him. Big influence on him.
I know just from what scouts were wondering about in the pre-draft process is that when you have a parent who's really, really involved, sometimes that's a great thing, and sometimes it's an atrocious thing. And I think that nobody could know or tell exactly whether it was going to be a good thing for Derek Stingley or not. It seems like they have a pretty good relationship,
yes.
like a genuinely productive relationship when it comes to that side of things. And his father is a genuine resource, as opposed to they're as overbearing and kind of a D-bag or whatever. Like that does not seem to be the case with Derek Stingley.
Yeah, a lot of times, you're not even sure if the kid likes the sport when the parent is like that, and you can tell Stingley just loves football. I mean, it's very obvious. C.J. Stroud. Okay, you want something from the Combine. People asking, any buzz from the Combine? Well, C.J. Stroud has a lot of former teammates that are at the Combine. There's still guys at Ohio State that played with C.J. Stroud, and they talked about C.J. Stroud, and I think a couple of these guys are in play for the Texans. In particular, we've seen a lot of mock drafts that have the Texans taking his former teammate, C.J.'s former teammate, Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver. Here's Emeka Egbuka when asked about, have you met with the Texans, and what are your thoughts on C.J. Stroud?
I have met with the Texans. We had a great meeting. That was formally, and CJ and I, obviously, I have a lot of love for the guy. Just to see what he's doing with his fate too at the next level, that's something that I'm just so proud to be able to see as a friend of his. And our relationship definitely runs deep. I think that you have a special connection when you're catching passes from him and going for 1,000 yards for a super memorable season. So playing with him was amazing times for me.
And they're obviously said they're going to be asking CJ about, we're going to hear from Travion Henderson in a minute here. They're going to be asking CJ about these guys. That is the one thing the Texans are very clear about in terms of their evaluation is they ask teammates about guys. I know CJ's a former teammate now, but like when CJ was a draft prospect, they would ask a lot of the Ohio State guys at the Combine about.
And a lot of teams do that. I guess it's the best. It's the best really feedback you get isn't from the players themselves in their meetings. It's what are their coaches and teammates and equipment staff, the secretary at the football office. Mm-hmm. Like what do all those people say about somebody? And then you get a really more accurate reflection of how they treated people. There's lots of people that can sit in a meeting for 10 minutes and talk about how much they love their teammates and how committed they are to them. And then when you ask their teammates about it, they're like, he's a good dude. Yeah. Totally.
It's funny you say that. Like that's what I was thinking. Like, okay, do any of these guys that are teammates with each other in college, even if they don't like them, do they say bad things in a meeting? Right. So then you're having to parse out like, okay, everybody says good things about CJ, but is this guy's good thing actually truth,
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's one thing I think good scouts get good at is reading between the lines on stuff like that.
Yeah.
Coaches are going to be really college coaches are going to be really hesitant to just flat out sell a guy out, but you can tell by the degree of effusiveness of the praise.
That's exactly
whether
right.
it's just boilerplate praise or if it's, here's a story about how CJ was awesome as a teammate or how CJ was awesome as a guy to coach and all of that.
Yep.
That's probably it. That might be the simplest thing is like, okay, do they offer up a story about it versus like, well, yeah, he completed all the requirements. Yes.
He checked all the boxes. Here's Travion Henderson, running back from Ohio State, first into the third round. Good player. Unfortunately for him, plays a position that's not extremely valued. But this was Travion Henderson on C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud, man, that's my brother, man. We definitely keep in touch every now and then. I know he has Xavier Johnson down there, and they've been, having a lot of godly conversations, man. And just, hearing how both of them, man, are growing up there, the culture that is at Texas, man. I really love to hear about what they're doing.
Have you met with them?
Yes, I did.
How'd it go?
It went good, man.
All right.
Okay, so both of those guys mentioned his faith and his godliness. So in the power rankings of the power rankings of godliness, he's up there, which is the most important way to judge somebody's piety.
Yes.
Is the power rankings.
Power
of piety.
rankings of godliness.
Yeah.
From Pope
so
Zaza.
he's competing at an elite level in that regard.
Someone texted, this goes back to the movie Draft Day. You need to know if any of their teammates showed up at their birthday party.
Yeah. I've still never watched Draft Day. I've watched like 5 minutes of Draft Day.
Oh, it's a pretty good guilty pleasure, I would say.
I don't know. It feels like so many people hate it that it. I don't believe the people that say that they loved it when they love it. I think they're just trying to be different.
Oh, I liked it. I liked it.
You liked it?
Yeah. Well,
it seems like people can't get past the actual unrealistic nature of the trade.
Well, that's
right?
their problem. Yeah, like if you, but that's the kitschiness
Hollywood,
of the movie.
baby.
Yeah, that's the kitschiness of the movie, man. It's very.
Don't be the cop that's watching a cop movie that's like, well, actually, that's not. Enjoy Hollywood for Hollywood.
So based on what you've heard from people about the movie Draft Day, like the impressions you've got from people,
the Rotten Tomatoes score is 67%.
65%. Give him a ding, Ben. Yeah.
Is that the audience score?
Which one's the one that has the popcorn next to it? Let's see. Tomato meter, popcorn-o-meter. I'm guessing the popcorn-o-meter is the...
That must be the new fan.
Is the fans. Yeah, 65%. And then
okay, wait. Then I'm guessing that the critics rating is 55%.
60%.
Okay.
Yeah, 60%. Give him a ding for that one too, Ben. Yeah, 60%. So yeah, the tomato meter is the critics because there's over 25,000 popcorn-o-meters. So people.
Hey, do you remember that Mike Meltzer and I interviewed the female lead in that?
Jennifer Garner.
Jennifer Garner. We interviewed her at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The New York Super Bowl.
Yeah.
About that because they were promoting that movie, and she was very. We had a couple questions about her spouse at the time, Ben Affleck, and she got kind of put off that we were asking about anything other than her in the movie. Lo and behold, just not too long after that, it turned out that that marriage was wasn't going to make it.
Yeah.
Mike and I like to take credit for driving a wedge between those two. That was when it all went wrong.
That's funny. Well, you know my story. We interviewed Kevin Costner at that very same Super Bowl, and it was me and Rich and I think Travis Johnson. Ted wasn't with us yet on the show. That was like my first month at 610 in 2014. And Costner is sitting next to me at our table. He's sitting like at the head of the table there, and I'm sitting to his right, asking Costner a question. And the question was fairly long-winded, and I had my phone sitting on the table right there in front of Costner. And as Rich is asking this long question, my phone rings. I don't know who it was, but Costner picks it up as if it's his phone. And while Rich is asking the question, I kind of grabbed the phone from Costner and I just kind of mouthed to him like quietly so it doesn't go, it's my phone. It's on my phone. And he looks at me straight in my eyes while Rich is still asking this question, smiles, reaches out, grabs my left nipple and twists it really hard.
That's so hot.
I'm like, what just happened? I took the phone out of Costner's hand and he twisted my left nipple.
You got sexually harassed?
Like
by
really?
Kevin Costner?
Well, here's the funny follow up to that is a year later he came to town with his band You know, Kevin Costner was a traveling musician for a while.
I bet they're awesome.
These are the things you can do. They were not. These are the things you can do when you have $100 million in the bank, is you can play fantasy camp. So he came to town with his band. We got a call from the promoter for that concert, called the hotline and said, hey, Costner is in town tonight. I think it was down in Stafford at that the financial center down there.
Yeah.
And they said, do you want Costner on the show today? And we said, yes, of course we want Kevin Costner on our show today to promote this concert. So we're talking to him, and he can't see us, obviously, so that, it's just over the phone. And while he's answering one of the questions about music, Rich, we all hit mute, and Rich is like, you have to bring up him twisting your left nipple at the Super Bowl and see if he remembered it. And he invited us to the show to go backstage with him at the show.
It's probably a good sign that he remembered it, because otherwise it would have just been one of thousands of nipples that he had twisted.
One of many
randomly.
nipples, yeah.
Yeah, we probably would have heard more about Kevin Costner, some of his off-field shenanigans.
It was pretty fun.
You know what? You know where you messed up on that though, Sean?
How?
There was a chance that he was just going to answer it and be like, "Hey, this is Kevin Costner," to whoever was calling you, and or FaceTime him or something like that, which would have been pretty cool. So you kind of you screwed over whoever was calling.
Well, I did,
but
we're in the middle of the interview, which would have made it still a moment. That would have been great. You're right. I messed up. But it was fun meeting him backstage at his concert.
Was he angry when he twisted your nipple?
No, he was smiling. Yeah, he seemed happy to be twisting my nipple.
Do you think he was on something?
No. I think he just looked at my nipple and said, that's a good-looking nipple right there. I'm going to give it a twist.
That's such a strange thing to do.
I know.
In so many ways.
Thank you. And then he remembered it?
I don't. No, thank God I'm not a Hollywood movie star. I feel like it takes you so far out of touch with what's normal.
How have you never reached across and twisted this nipple
the nipple of somebody that I'd known for 5 minutes in a formal interview setting?
You and I have known each other for 15 years
wow, have I never actually twisted yours?
You and I have been in a studio
because
next
unlike
to each
Kevin Costner, I can control my urges and temptations.
For now.
That's why.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to come in shirtless someday and tempt you. And see
he was in the I've just watched a few clips from the SNL 50-year anniversary.
Yeah.
And he was in the audience. He had a little, they went to him once, and that dude, he's aging pretty damn good.
And he's got a lot of stress in his life. He went through an ugly divorce not all that long ago. Although sometimes a divorce can get you looking young again if it's, if you're getting out of a bad
Smith
enough
would tell
way.
You sometimes, well, yeah, it definitely gets you young again when all of a sudden you're
back out there.
Yeah.
So, because Kevin Costner's going to have trouble getting laid. Yeah.
I'm guessing him being perpetually out there might have been one of the grounds for divorce.
Maybe. Hey, I don't know. I know nothing about that.
That's just a guess.
All right, let's get to acknowledge me. Let's do some acknowledgments from over the weekend. Big performances. We do it every Monday. I will say a name. And then Ben will hit the sounder.
Acknowledge me.
Roman Reigns. We actually have a little bit of wrestling in this acknowledge me. But let's start with football. And this is a name that Seth mentioned. It hasn't been a very buzzy combine compared to previous years, but we will acknowledge Gray Zabal.
Acknowledge me.
Crushed the workouts at the combine after crushing the Senior Bowl. If you're an offensive lineman from North Dakota State, you are doing everything you can possibly do right now to get yourself in the mix to be a first-round pick. Got an A- from CBSSports.com for his workout grades, and sounds like he may have made an impression compared to, you bring up Tyler Booker, who we're going to hear from later on this hour. Didn't have as good a workout. Kelvin Banks a B. This Membu kid from Missouri blew everybody away. A+, but Gray Zabal, man, good for him. A-.
Yeah, Gray Zabal, he's been mocked to the Texans a few times, so he's in that mix of guards that might make it. If I had my choice between Tyler Booker and Gray Zabal at this point, I would take Tyler Booker. They both have a lot of work to do, and I don't feel as comfortable projecting these guys because it's hard for me to watch the guards without thinking like, well, yeah, he's going to get destroyed if he plays like that in the NFL.
Right.
They have to get better. They have to get better their first couple of weeks in the NFL in training camp.
You made mention of Nick Imanwori. We'll acknowledge him. Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
He had the best workout for the safeties, and I saw he caught a lot of Texans fans' eyes because, hey, plays safety, and it's hard not to think about, wow, he's 6'3", 220 pounds. If you got Kalen Bullock back there as a true free safety, and you got this guy up in the box, that could be pretty damn impressive. And there's a good chance he'll be available when the Texans pick at 25. I guess the biggest question I would have is, it's not like I've watched all the games that all these the analysts have watched. There's a lot of reports of him not necessarily being all that consistent and kind of cruising at times, turning down contact and what have you. So, but there's other times where he does embrace the physicality. So I'd be really intrigued by what D'Amico thinks of his swarm rating. It just how much he fits into the culture and everything.
How big a need is safety for this team, do you think?
It's a good. Well, I feel like they've got three potentially, because I think Kalen Bullock's going to develop into a very good safety. I think they've got three potential studs already. That it's not. It would be awesome to have four studs back there, or three potential studs in the defensive backfield.
Yeah,
excuse me.
not at safety. Yeah.
To have a fourth one would be awesome, but I don't put it way up there on the needs board right now.
Yeah,
somebody to compete at least.
Yeah,
you can't just you just can't pencil somebody in there right now.
Well, especially Jimmy Ward, he's hurt all the time. That's
right. Yeah. Jimmy Ward hasn't had to play anywhere near a complete game season in the last 3 years.
Yep. D'Amico Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
He got acknowledged by Sean Payton. He said Sean Payton was asked at the Combine which coach would win the bench press competition among head coaches, in his opinion.
Sean, think of every coach in the National Football League. Who's winning the bench press?
Who's winning the bench press? All right, so I got to go with D'Amico still, right? I mean, I think I just saw him earlier today. Let me think of the new guys hired.
I love that you think of the new. Why? You have to be young?
No. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to work backwards. I'm going to go with D'Amico Ryans. Absolutely.
All right.
I think he's got the right arm length, which is important. If you're one of the things that's difficult when we test the bench here, and if you said, hey, give me the top 20 bench press results, I don't know that you're going to find a really good football player benching that weight 46 times because there's an arm length issue. And so I think D'Amico probably has the perfect strength and length.
Yeah, so what he's referencing there is the guys that have awesome bench press numbers tend to have short arms, which tends to be a bad thing for football players, especially offensive linemen. So the offensive linemen especially, it drives me insane when I see the scouting reports. Weakness, short arms.
Yeah.
That's why those guys don't pan out. So the problem is here that we have historical evidence, and my first thought was, okay, Dan Campbell might be in contention.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell's got longer arms than D'Amico, but Dan Campbell did 25 reps at the Combine, whereas D'Amico did 23.
Okay.
And I think Campbell still looks like he does meathead workouts, where D'Amico's, I think D'Amico's tried to scale back a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'd have to give it to Dan Campbell.
I would too. I'd go Campbell on that one as well. All right, next one, Nick Caserio.
Acknowledge me.
WWE disruptor. Nick Caserio went on the Pat McAfee show last week. And McAfee, who is, in addition to his radio show, he is the color analyst voice for, I forget if it's Raw or SmackDown, one of the WWE shows. But he was on their pay-per-view this weekend, which we'll get to in a second. He brought up the road to WrestleMania with Nick Caserio.
Have you been able to pay attention? We're on the road to WrestleMania. He brought it up earlier. Have you been able to pay attention?
Not as much as I probably should have. Do I need to know anything?
Did you hear The Rock's proposition to
So LA Knight and The Miz, aren't they like the same person? Like they're like, I mean, ish. I saw that. I saw
talk to you.
The Miz is watching right now.
One is a little more jacked.
Cleveland guy, so he's probably going to be like that jackass. What's he talking about?
Yeah, The Miz is watching this. He's texting me already like 30 minutes ago, so he definitely just heard that. So Miz is gonna be so. Yeah, maybe if he does it for 20 years.
So The Miz and LA Knight, two WWE superstars, I guess are in the midst of a feud that may lead to WrestleMania here, them fighting at WrestleMania. Basically just the same guy, because they are very similar. The Miz takes to Twitter after this, right after the interview. Hey, Nick. The Miz, by the way, who has millions of followers. Hey, Nick, the difference between me and LA Knight, 2 world titles, 8 intercontinental titles, 9 tag team titles, U.S. title, 2 Money in the Bank titles, first ever 2-time Grand Slam champ, and a hell of an actor and a hell of a golfer. Hashtag I'm awesome.
I wonder if The Miz was watching or listening specifically because Nick Caserio is coming on, and Nick Caserio will talk about WWE stuff.
Well, they're both Cleveland guys, too, The Miz and Nick Caserio. Yeah, maybe. McAfee. I think a lot of those WWE guys really like the McAfee show because McAfee's in the building with them on WWE stuff.
Yeah. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have been watching or couldn't have been watching just regularly or whatever, but especially I wonder if Nick's appointment listening for people who are fans of the show, but also super hardcore into wrestling.
He's good on that show when Nick goes on there. He's pretty loose on McAfee. So we acknowledge Nick. John Cena.
Acknowledge me.
And so we're about to get a little WWE here, but this was big. This was the number one trending topic all weekend and still is. John Cena, WWE superstar, long the face of WWE for good guys, set the record for Make-A-Wish wishes granted across everybody in the world. Like he is the ultimate baby face.
Okay.
Yeah, like
now for Make-A-Wish, is that a WWE thing, or are you talking about the actual foundation?
The actual foundation, yeah.
Okay, so kids have requested.
To kids everywhere. He's heading in the home stretch. This is his last year in WWE. This would be the equivalent of like Derek Jeter announcing his last year, and he's, so Cena's going to be on all these shows through the rest of the year. They had their big show on Saturday, Seth, the Elimination Chamber, which is 6 guys in a cage.
Yeah.
The winner faces Cody Rhodes for the championship at WrestleMania.
Okay. Is Cody Rhodes the current champion?
He's the current champion, yeah.
Okay.
Cody Rhodes is the current champion. And Cena wins. So Cody Rhodes is a good guy. He's like a really good guy. So is Cena. So you got these two good guys ready to fight each other. Cody comes out to congratulate Cena. Meanwhile, Cody's got this angle going on with The Rock, where The Rock, who everybody knows, he's playing a character on there called the Final Boss. He's on the actual board for WWE now. So they've kind of morphed it into a character where he's sort of this evil boss.
He's like a Jim McMahon type.
A Vince McMahon type, yes. Yeah.
Him too.
Yeah, Vince McMahon type. And so the angle has been like he's trying to get Cody to be on his side. I want you to be my champion, an evil champion. I want your soul, Cody. So The Rock wants an answer from Cody. Do I get your soul? Are you going to be my champion?
I will open my arms. You will come to me. You will embrace me as your brother. And I will embrace you as my champion. I want it all, Cody. I want your mind. I want your soul. I need your soul. If the answer is yes, then the American nightmare will live forever.
Yeah.
So he's like, so The Rock is kind of like an Emperor Palpatine here, huh?
A little bit, yes. That's a great analogy.
He's bringing you to the dark side? Okay.
Yes, yeah, he's trying to bring Cody, Anakin Rhodes over to the dark side, yes.
So both Cody Rhodes and John Cena are very popular as good guys.
Very popular as good guys. Cena might be the most popular good guy in the history of the company. Okay. And so Cena's in the ring while this is going on, okay? So he's just sort of standing and watching as Cody gives The Rock this answer.
I want it all, Rock. My soul no longer belongs to me. And you know why? Because I gave my soul to this ring and these people a long time ago. Hey, Rock, go yourself.
We don't see F-bombs.
You say purple nurple?
Yeah, no purple nurple. So we don't see. So Cena's going crazy, pumping his fists. Yeah,
like saying. Okay.
And so Cena comes over to him and daps him up and hugs him, and Cody's back is to The Rock. So Cena's looking over Cody's shoulder, hugging him, looking at The Rock, has a big smile on his face, and then all of a sudden turns to like a sourpuss. And they turn to The Rock, and The Rock gives the throat-cutting signal to Cena.
Yeah.
Cena backs up and kicks Cody right in the guillons.
Oh, no way.
Right in the nuts.
So so he's flipping sides, and he's doing it in a dirty way.
Flipping sides, and flipping sides. And while the announcers are going crazy, he took The Rock's Rolex, which was a gift that Cody gave to him. It was Cody's dad's Rolex, and starts using it as brass knuckles, busting Cody's head open with it.
Wow.
Ripping his suit off of him and stuff. And here's what it sounded like.
What the? Oh my God, John, what the hell are you doing? The final boss, John, what the hell? Always has a plan. Cena with brass knuckles. It's a Rolex, Cole. And Cody could have had every Rolex he could have ever dreamed of, but instead he's getting his ass beat by John Cena because the final boss said so.
I mean, McAfee's into it, man. Yeah, McAfee's into it.
Did the Rolex did it survive it?
I don't know if the Rolex survived.
Advertisement for
you need it as a weapon, yeah. But Cody bled.
Punches. Yeah.
Cody bled. Dude, Travis Scott was there. Travis Scott walked out with The Rock. Travis Scott laid a real punch into Cody. Cody had a shiner afterwards. Travis Scott leaned down and just wound up and blasted Cody in the face.
Jeez.
So this got. Why are we acknowledging this? It was the number one trending topic this weekend. Seth, this got in the first 12 hours 104 million views across WWE's social media platforms.
Oh wow! It's bigger than the final episode of MASH.
Yes, 104 million views. And if I were to contextualize this, for those of you who are mad that I'm wasting time on wrestling here, this would be like J.J. Watt all of a sudden beating the crap out of C.J. Stroud at the behest of D'Amico Ryans. Like, that's what this would be. Like,
would it be at the behest of D'Amico Ryans, or would it be at the behest of, like, Bill O'Brien or Jack Easterby?
Or, yeah, maybe Jack Easterby.
Because The Rock's not a popular guy, right?
Right. Yeah.
But
maybe
he's a villain
Easterby.
now, right?
Yeah, maybe Easterby. Yeah, something like that. But definitely, the J.J. Watt, John Cena analogy is one that's been made for many, many years.
Yeah. Do people like is there a big swath of WWE fans that don't like John Cena because he's such a baby face?
Yeah. In fact, for many, many years, the chants in the crowd were very polarizing, like, because he was so white meat baby face that some fans would chant, "Let's go Cena," and then the rest would go, "Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks." So yes, there are a lot of people that are very, very excited about it. Walked into the press conference afterwards, and whereas most people stay there and take questions for 10 minutes, Cena walks into the press conference, takes the microphone off the stand, drops it, and walks out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty good, man.
So now he's going off to the dark side to learn the evil ways of the dark side.
The funniest part of this, which I think you'll appreciate, the Make-A-Wish part of this, the memes, were people posting videos of people, like, throwing people downstairs in wheelchairs and saying, "John Cena with his next Make-A-Wish kid."
Oh, jeez.
Very funny. Not throwing people downstairs in wheelchairs. The fact that people think that Cena would do that is very, very funny. So, yeah. So that was, man, I felt that needed to be acknowledged. 104 million viewers in the first 12 hours. It's a good piece of business, man, by John Cena and the WWE. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Mock draft injection time. And this particular mock draft injection, like a lot of them, a repeat candidate, but we're going to hear from that repeat draftee from the Combine, and we'll do that coming up next.
Hey,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Are you going to recap the Oscars too? Somebody asked. No, I won't. I'm not an Oscars guy. So, no, we won't recap we won't acknowledge any actors or actresses or directors or producers on the show today. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do it. Mock draft, we do one each and every day at 7:45. This one today, Vinny Iyer, who I think used to work for Pro Football Focus back in the day. I think he used to do some stuff covering the Texans, actually. He's with Sporting News now, and he does a two-rounder here. The big one is the first round, though, and I know a lot of these are, we're getting a lot of the same guys coming through with the Texans. The angles will change as we get to the free agency and as there's more and more visits and things like that. This particular one, yes, it's the most drafted player to the Texans with the 25th pick in Vinny Iyer's SportingNews.com draft. The Texans take Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama. Here is Tyler Booker from the Combine on Will Anderson.
It would mean a lot to be on the team with Will Anderson. And, as I mentioned my leadership earlier, I've learned a lot of my leadership skills from Will. Being around a guy like that who loves the game of football, that's something hard to pass up on. Like in the game of football, not everybody loves it. I'm a guy who eats, sleeps, and breathes football, and not everybody does it. Some people play for the money. Some people play just because they're good at it. But I love the game of football, and Will is another person who truly loves the game of football just as much as I do.
You know what? The first thing that struck me when you sent that interview was that just like Will Anderson, he's a excitable, fast talker. And maybe I'm a little too swayed by that because Will Anderson has been so good for the team. But I like it. I like it. Instead of a big, lethargic, dim-witted, fat guy, I like a guy that actually sounds like he's got the energy to actually be all about football and be passionate about it. Because he's not as good an athlete as some of the other guys, but he's got good athleticism, and he's a bigger guy that he has it in him to be a fundamentally sound player. He's got stuff he has to clean up, and there's certain things he got away with because he's just a big, strong guy. But if he can clean up the technical stuff, I'm not worried about his athleticism. He's just got to become a more refined player, and he's been doing it against really good competition for a long time. There's similar. The thing that makes me a little bit nervous is I said similar things about Kenyon Green. Is that, man, Kenyon Green is a big, strong guy, but, used his hands a little too aggressively and got called for it in college. You got to clean that up in the NFL. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But there's a lot to like about Tyler Booker.
Well, from everything I've heard and seen, I love the personality. I think the offensive line room needs an injection of what it appears Tyler Booker has in terms of just how much he loves football, the toughness, the swarminess of Tyler Booker. One more from Booker. This is Booker talking about picking up stunts.
If you're in the pass game at the NFL level and at a high level, if you look at my tape, you can see me passing off games, calling out games beforehand, and that's due to my preparation throughout the week. I really take pride in how well I prepare for the games and how well I prepare for stunts, because that's something that the stunts really trickle down. So everybody does the stunts on Sunday, and those are going into the game plan for Saturdays in college. So really just preparing for those, and I'm looking forward to really stepping up as a pass protector as well.
Again, I'll tell you what, one thing I liked about Kenyon Green when he was in college, I thought he did a good job picking up stunts. And over the last couple of years, there's been this weird regression on the Texans' offensive line and their ability to pick up stunts. I'm really, really hoping that a lot of that had to do just with them having confusing rules and just a bad scheme by Bobby Slowick in what they were asking them to do, because smart guys played like they were dumb, and that's always an indication to me that that's bad coaching. So yes, it's good that Tyler Booker is very cognizant of all that stuff. You got to do it at the next level, and hopefully it goes along with a new offensive line coach who was last year's assistant offensive line coach, but also a new offensive coordinator.
That video was up this weekend on Twitter, and I was like, you pick up stunts? You're hired. You're in. Yeah. We want you in the building. There was, when Booker got picked in this draft, a ton of the offensive linemen were still out there. Kelvin Banks, Ray Zabal, Donovan Jackson, all on the board. Matthew Golden on the board, too, at the time in this one.
I think they're in a really good position to where Nick always talks about finding bands of players, guys that, he doesn't really try to get too persnickety about whether one prospect is totally better than this other one when they're, for all intents and purposes, equal. And that if they really want an offensive lineman, I think there might be multiple guys to choose from at 25. And that maybe that means they trade back a little bit in the draft or they just go for it. I would prefer that he not get two band of players. If you like a guard there at 25 and he's there, just by all means, just take him, Nick.
Yeah. In the second round in this 2-round draft with the 59th overall pick, I don't know much about this player. I just think it's interesting. Ariante Ursary, who's an offensive tackle from Minnesota. It sounds like he's truly a tackle, where this would be competition for Blake Fisher, possibly a replacement for Tunsil down the road if they choose not to bring Tunsil back at some point. So I think it's interesting that this particular mock, it's O-line with the first 2 picks. No wide receiver, no defensive lineman, overloading on offensive line. Scary thing about this particular mock draft, Seth, is the very next pick. The Ravens are drafting Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Who, if he hadn't hurt his knee this year, would probably be a top 10 or 15 pick. He's one of the best cornerbacks in the country. And the Ravens are getting him at 59 or 60 right here, whatever it is.
There's a classic Ravens
yes.
move, yep, and he'll be all-pro in his rookie season.
He will. That knee's going to get better at some point, So, yeah.
I think we haven't seen it reflected in the mock drafts. Yesterday I spent about 15 minutes trying to find a mock draft that took, for the Texans, anybody other than an offensive lineman, a defensive tackle, or a wide receiver. And I couldn't find any in that.
Did you find a leprechaun while you were at it?
Yeah. Like I'd like to start seeing some, and maybe after free agency it'll start happening. If the Texans go out and pick up a wide receiver in free agency or an offensive lineman in free agency, then maybe some of these mock drafts will change. But that Emenwari, the safety out of there was at least a buzz on the social media I was seeing amongst Texans fans that were really intrigued by his impressive workout.
The Texans met with a handful of tight ends. In Indianapolis, and one of them is Colston Loveland, who is viewed as the consensus number 2 tight end in this draft. Behind Tyler Warren of Penn State is the far and away number 1. It seems like Colston Loveland out of Michigan is a guy who's going right, like most mock drafts I've seen, Seth, like just before the Texans pick. He's going like Denver at 20, like he's going to, the Chargers at 22 I've seen.
Yeah.
But he's somebody that the Texans met with, and I think tight end is a position of need on this team.
You know where I feel like he fits the culture perfectly was for the Texans on offense. He got injured at the Combine. How did he get injured? False start on his 40. So there you go. He fits right in.
Oh, yeah?
He can do the false starts. He can get injured. Here we go.
You might be thinking, okay, it may have happened to him,
was
too.
Is that not Colston Loveland?
It was Haim from Texas.
It was?
You talking about the kid who he tweeted out the pictures of the ankle.
Oh, that was, yep, you're right. That wasn't Loveland. I got that mixed up. Thank you.
That was Haim from Texas, who to your point, still did all the drills. I thought that was pretty badass. It was a nasty-looking ankle twist, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That's our mock draft injection. More Tyler Booker love from the mockers. All right, a little trip recap from our trip to West Palm Beach. Things that baseball and non-baseball that we saw down in West Palm Beach. One thing we didn't get to see because it had a huge development for the Houston Astros. We'll recap that as well as we head into the 8 o'clock hour coming up next. The first West Point Lincoln, the spring sale going on at West
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, one big development for the Astros over the weekend is that Lance McCullers super happy with his bullpen session on Saturday. And I liked it. The Matt Kawahara of the Chronicle had a really good. He had by far the best synopsis of the whole thing. He had quotes from each of the guys that faced McCullers. For those who don't know, Lance faced live hitters for the first time in about 2 years, maybe over 2 years, probably since he pitched in the World Series back in 2022. On Saturday, in a live BP, faced Jonathan Singleton, Christian Walker, and Jake Myers. And what I liked about it, Seth, according to Kawahara, it sounds like, the way I'm reading it, like Lance went through the whole pregame ritual. So he warmed up in the bullpen, came in, warmed up in the outfield bullpen the way you would before a game, came in from the outfield and then pitched BP. He threw 19 pitches. He got up to nearly 95 miles an hour on the gun with his fastball, which is very good. Threw all of his pitches, curveball, slider, changeup. Not surprisingly, the reviews from all of his teammates were good. I don't think any of them would go on the record saying that, Lance looked like trash or anything like that.
Yeah.
But he got of the three hitters, because people are probably wondering, well, how did they do against him? Okay, so you tell me if these results overall strike optimism for you. Jonathan Singleton, 7 pitch strike and said would have challenged and tapped his helmet on
a full count.
On a full count. Yeah. So
Victor Caratini was catching. He called it a strike.
He called it a strike. Yeah, and Singleton jokingly said he would have tapped his helmet to challenge it.
He actually did tap his helmet.
Oh, did he really? Yeah. Christian Walker, a 6-pitch strikeout, and then Jake Myers, a 6-pitch at bat where he drove the final pitch to right field, as all Kawahara said. Doesn't say it in the article. I heard it was a home run. Okay. I don't know if they're not putting that out there or not. But
Sean, you can't just step off the injured list and step onto the mound and strike out the likes of Jake Myers that easily. Okay,
so do the two
That's baseball.
Do the two strikeouts of Singleton and Walker cancel out Jake Myers hitting a home run against you?
They don't cancel it out. It doesn't. You'd feel awesome if he pitched all three of these guys out in 9 pitches.
Yeah.
But you don't read too much into it. The fact that he threw almost 95 miles per hour.
That's the big thing.
Against live batters, I felt good about that. Really, I mean, the Lance there's nobody really who questions whether or not he can be good if he's fully healthy. It's just, is he going to be fully healthy and for how long?
He's literally, maybe not literally, but practically literally always been good when he's been healthy.
Right.
He's never been a bad pitcher when he's been out there.
He's had bad performances like every single pitcher on earth.
Yeah.
But no, as long as he's healthy, I would expect him to be a really good pitcher this year.
Yes.
If anything, because other than the affected injury, it's just okay. Does he come back? And if he comes back, is he going to be able to stay healthy the entire season? This is one that I think people will have their breath held on this all the way through the end of the postseason, I think. If Lance is back and playing, you're never going to feel 100% confident that he's going to make it through the whole year. You can't really be with any pitcher that they're going to make it through the whole year, but with Lance, it's going to be to an extreme degree.
How do you feel will be the first question he gets at every media session after a start for maybe the whole year, Seth? You may be right. Like, how's the arm? For at least the first month or two, right? And
or any little grimace on the mound or something.
Yeah.
It's just going to be dicier. If he does have to leave early just because of discomfort, if we hear the dreaded discomfort, we're going to assume the worst. So it's fun. It's a fun little subplot.
Well, that's
to follow throughout the season. That good little bit of sports stress where you worry about guys.
He's the one guy where the discomfort has been the worst. Like it's in 2021, discomfort, which drove him out of the postseason and out of the first half of 2022. After the 2022 season, during spring training in 2023, when we were there 2 years ago, discomfort is gone for 2 years. 2 years. So, like if there's discomfort with Lance McCullers, I'm going to freak out. I say I'm going to freak out, or this is just the next in the long litany of injuries for Lance McCullers. You know? Like
I don't think you'll freak out about it.
Yeah.
It'll be it's here we go again. You know, see on social media is out. Here we go again.
I may freak out because I feel like I'm out on a little bit of a limb with my optimism about Lance. Compared
You're
to other people.
advocating that people just full bore believe in Lance, which I feel like is that accurate? What I'd say?
Well, no, yeah. I'm not telling anybody what to do. Like I am full bore believing in Lance. People can believe however they want. Like I'm not going.
You've instructed them to, Sean.
No,
I told them they're cowards if they don't.
That would be fun. I probably should. That would pop better than me saying just do what you want. But no, like I'm the skepticism is completely understandable. I'm just choosing to be optimistic this time. Like it, I don't know why.
The fact that he's back, I mean, Lance himself doubted whether he, would ever be able to get back to this point where he was throwing live bullpens.
Yeah.
Or at least he was, he expressed, I can't remember how he phrased it, but it was a low moment when he got that last setback. So this has been a long, long road back for the last 2 years. I guess him being a reliever that's just put to bed. I mean, he just slams that door shut every time. Dana Brown had mentioned it earlier this offseason, but Lance slammed the door on that again.
And I'm fine with that. Like they, look, a 6-man rotation. They got 5 guys right now. Lance McCullers comes back and you got a 6-man rotation. I think that's good for everybody. I think it's great for everybody, including Lance, to be part of a 6-man rotation maybe instead of a 5-man rotation. So we'll see. But he pitched and pitch well in a live BP on Saturday. That's good news. That's thumbs up. All right, so we're back from West Palm Beach, and I would say this will be the last time Seth and I have been in studio since we left our Airbnb on Friday, and stuff has gone down since Friday. Back on Friday, Jose Altuve took left field for the first time. He ran out there for the first time to play left field. He didn't do anything. Any of us could have done what he did and just stand out there the whole time.
It was the pitcher's fault.
Yes, they were too good.
Hunter Brown was good. Forrest Whitley had a 6-pitch inning. Forrest Whitley had a great inning in that game.
Yeah.
I had 3 outs on 6 pitches. It was nice.
Yeah, here was Espada on Friday saying he was disappointed Altuve didn't get any chances in left field.
We were all looking forward to it, and then once he comes out of the game, they start hitting. It's like everything went in that direction. But I thought, he just getting out there, his positioning was good. He was moving with hitters in certain counts, and he looked like he kind of belonged out there. But he'll get more opportunities out there.
He looked like he belonged. He was in a baseball uniform, wearing a glove, and he knew how to stand. He knew to check the sun every now and then. I like how the moving around to shift for certain hitters, that had to be the thing that Espada talked about. There's nothing else to talk about.
Right.
Yeah, he moved around out there.
He looked comfortable. He didn't look like he was confused or anything at any point.
Nope.
There you go.
Now, he got to make a couple plays on Sunday. That was on Friday. He didn't get any action. On Sunday, first time he touched the ball in left field was after an error on Guillorme. The ball rolls into left field, runner rounding third, coming home. Altuve scoops it up, throws it wide of home plate up the third baseline. I guess. Caratini could have helped him if he could have got in front of it. Ronel Blanco could have helped him keep it from being an error if he had been backing up on the play.
Yeah.
But it was scored an error on Altuve. So his first touch as a major league left fielder, there was an error involved.
It was exactly the things that we were worried about, which is, all right, how's he going to do with his arm?
Yeah.
And this wasn't it wasn't a throw from deep in left field or anything. It was from just out of the dirt.
It was barely shallow left field. Yeah.
He was basically an infielder.
Yes.
So we already know that he's not great at making throws from the infield. No. So, hey, no concerns here on my part. Yeah. I already knew that part of it. Let's see him do it from the outfield next time.
Made a good play on a fly ball up against the fence in left field on Sunday. So that got a lot of run. Pointed at his teammates apparently guys in the bullpen. It was right up against the Astros bullpen. So apparently they were helping him out with the
telling me he had space, he had room and everything.
Yeah, he tipped his hat.
He won't have that luxury in most ballparks now.
No.
So he's gonna have to learn to navigate these outfields on his own.
That's it, man. So Altuve in left field. I would say, did you have something else on that you want to add, Seth? You look like
I
you
just
did.
want to real quick because you called it a popcorn fart debut. I've never quite understood that phrase, the popcorn fart. I know it's it's not a big deal or whatever, but why is it? Paint a picture for me. Why is it called a popcorn fart?
I don't know. I've heard things that are a disappointment, called a popcorn fart, so I've embraced it. And I didn't say it on the air. I have it in the rundown.
Like a fart could just expel like one little single puff of popcorn or something?
I don't know. Yeah.
Because I'll tell you one thing of minimal.
Some rippers, huh?
Things get explosive when I eat corn, including popcorn.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody on the text line, help me out on this. Yeah. The etiology of popcorn fart.
713-572-4610. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
You know, I'll have to ask Gemini at the end of the break.
I'm sure Gemini will have a good answer.
Yeah.
Dana Brown, early winner on the Tucker trade, I think. I feel good just based on a week and a half of spring training about all three of these pieces so far from the Tucker trade. I don't know if Kyle Tucker might win an MVP for the Cubs this year. Who the hell knows? But if the goal of the trade was to get a solid everyday third baseman with some plate discipline and a little bit of pop, get a fifth starter who's got some upside, and get a prospect who has some major upside, I didn't see anything in West Palm Beach that makes me feel the opposite on any of these guys.
I think that, and in trying to come up with a way to move beyond Kyle Tucker and whichever other departures we might see in the next couple of years. The fact that Cam Smith has looked as good as he has, and that wasn't a huge topic of discussion initially with that trade, other than we all knew that the Cubs felt really good about Cam Smith. There were reports that they didn't want to relinquish Cam Smith, but you never know until you see it. And then in the flesh, we saw Cam Smith look awesome. Twice, his first in his debut, he had 2 home runs. But then Paredes and Wisniewski also, I think, did everything that they're advertised to do offensively. They had really competitive at-bats. They got on base. I thought that Walker didn't I don't think that all of a sudden he lost his ability to play first base.
Singleton was more impressive defensively than Walker was.
Singleton made some nice plays defensively at first base. I think we've been spoiled by Hughley too, because Hughley was such a great first baseman defensively that's the standard we hold people to, and I don't think that's quite fair all the time.
I feel like the pitching overall was pretty good. Blanco's working through some things, I'm guessing, but Framber, Hunter Brown, most of the bullpen guys who matter were pitched well. Hader wasn't great yesterday, I think it was, but we weren't there for that. I'm just talking about the ones we were there for. Overall, I feel pretty good about the pitching right now.
Yeah, and Arrighetti, too, is going to be another big storyline.
He was good this weekend.
Yeah. So Arrighetti and his development as a pro, which I thought he showed a lot of growth during last season. You hope he can take that Hunter Brown step next and really develop into a true and complete pro this year. Blanco has not been all that impressive through his first couple of outings. But I'm willing to cut him a break right now, for one, because it's spring training, but two, because he's talked about how he's scaled back his workouts, both how he plans to work out in season, because he was a guy, until he got himself out of that lull last year, he'd always been a guy that worked out really hard on his off days, and he realized he had to scale that back a little bit when he was getting as heavy a workload as he was getting. But then in the off season this year, he didn't play winter ball, which he had typically done in the past. So I think maybe in terms of just he's trying to attack the strike zone more so he doesn't walk as many guys. And then he is in his process this year as he is typically at this time in the year.
I would expect, this is a text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Seth, on popcorn fart.
Yeah.
I would expect it's because, so this is somebody surmising, I would expect it's because when you fart, you're expecting an explosion, not the quick anticlimactic pop of a popcorn.
It's as Gemini says, the short staccato and sometimes rapid fire nature of the sounds.
Okay.
So just a little boop.
Yeah.
And then also, because it's associated with dryness too, that it could relate to the feeling or perceived quality of the gas. I like that they're using quality in a different sense, but I like to say like you're taking in the aroma. And you're like, no, the quality on this one isn't quite, baby diapers after Indian food.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a boring topic. Yes. Is Kikuchi still with the Astros? Someone asked. No, he's with the Angels.
No, long gone.
He is long gone. He got a lot of money to pitch for the Angels. Non-baseball thoughts on our trip there? It was a good time. The animal kingdom that was taking place in our backyard may have been the most simultaneously enthralling and disturbing thing of the trip, I would say.
Mostly just because of the iguanas. And I was prepared to see an iguana or two. I didn't expect to see a herd of iguanas swimming in the water.
Yeah.
I probably knew at some point that they could swim, but I had forgotten it. Came up out of the water like some horror movie creature onto the deck and then just stare at me. They post up and they just stare at you. And I wasn't quite prepared for how big some of them were.
Apparently, it's in Florida. They view the iguana, the proliferation of the iguana as a big problem. Like there's too many
It's a
iguana.
pest.
Yeah, because
They're
I
Florida's
saw.
feral hogs.
Yeah, the exactly. The algorithm has started pushing me videos of hicks in Florida with their BB guns and their actual guns shooting iguanas. Like,
okay.
And there's like 20 of them, like crowding an area, like pew 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 pew.
I don't know, of all species that have become pests or whatever, that's got to be the scariest one in America, right? You see some of those videos about some of the species that are taken over in Australia, and there's like 20 that'll give you nightmares.
Yeah.
I think the U.S. it's just I think the iguana's got to be the worst. It doesn't look right, man.
No,
that thing don't look right, Sean.
Nope. Greatest Airbnb we ever had, but there was no toaster in it, and we had 2 waffle irons. That was a very strange thing. That was weird.
I feel like the last guest must have stolen a toaster.
Stolen the
Because
toaster?
everything was prepped. I've never seen so much toilet paper stacked up in each bathroom as I did in this Airbnb.
Yeah.
They had us ready. They were ready for us.
Oh, yeah, body wash. They had the little floss thingies, the little toothpick.
The little,
floss,
those
the green
ones that-
hooks.
Yeah.
They had those. They had
Those ain't
Q-tips.
cheap.
No, they had Q-tips. They had
You're
everything.
right. They had 2 full waffle makers. You could get the Waffle House version, or you could get the Belgian waffle.
I may have gotten you addicted to 2 things on this
Yeah.
trip: baked Ritz crackers and the Game Show Network.
Yeah,
I think you
the
had
baked
a
Ritz crackers-
delightful time with each of those things.
Baked Ritz crackers are. I was skeptical. Oh my God!
Yeah,
it was like a Ritz cracker on steroids.
Can't spell crackers without crack. Yep.
Yeah. And the Game Show Network, you got me hooked on The Wall.
Yeah.
But is that show an hour long?
Yes.
It's an hour long with one family.
Yes.
And it's intense.
It's intense.
It is stressful.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
you've seen it, you know. If you know, you know. And I would move to Lake Worth. That's my last take on the whole thing. The town right next to West Palm Beach is just a quaint little anytown USA. In all seriousness, and we did this multiple times last week, if you're an Astro fan, go for a few days.
Mhm.
Just go. Just
Yeah,
go.
totally worth it.
You'll have a blast. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle over to the combine because we're starting to dip our toe in the water with lying season here. What we're hearing about one of the major prospects in this draft lying season or actuality? We'll have that coming up next.
What does D'Amico see?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders, son of Deion Sanders, widely viewed as, I would say, the second best quarterback in this draft. It seems like there's been a little bit of distance. We'll get into whether this is true or not, but it seems like the rumor mill is saying that Cam Ward has kind of separated himself as the number one quarterback in this draft. We'll see if the Titans at number one take either of these guys. Here was Shedeur Sanders, who did meet with the media at the Combine. Didn't do any of the workouts, but did meet with the media and said he's not worried about his critics.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like the adversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
I'll tell you what, it was in a different context than it's usually used, but bit of advice for the youngsters. Do you know who my dad is? Almost never, ever gets people impresses anybody. Do you know who my dad is?
Especially when the media has kind of an adversarial relationship with his dad right now.
Well, but as far as the thing with Deion is, as a player, it's not like people ever doubted his playing ability.
No.
They might question his willingness to tackle people, but as far as a cover corner, there was never any doubt about how great he was.
He's widely viewed as one of, if not the greatest cover corners of all time.
Yeah,
without question. Like, it's not even arguable.
The other thing, too, I would say to Shedeur Sanders, in terms of, look, it's good that he's got confidence in himself. But as far as whatever argument he's making there, all right, great. You did it at Jackson State, and you did it at Colorado. You turned two programs around. Guess who else has been a part of really great college efforts or turning college programs around? Thousands of dudes who never made it in the NFL. So, if anything, I don't like that he's like, is he single-handedly taking credit for turning around Colorado, I suppose? Okay, listen, man.
A little bit right there.
There's something about, maybe this is where it's just too old school. There's something about where you don't want your quarterback sounding like a defensive back. Yes, Deion and everything he did as a defensive back and the cockiness and everything, great. Who's the quarterback that talks like a cocky, hey, I'm the guy that's going to turn the program around? I remember Johnny Manziel was that way.
Yeah.
I remember Johnny Manziel told the offensive coordinator, let's league
he texted him,
by storm or whatever.
Dal Loggins,
Johnny Manziel had a whole lot of confidence as a quarterback. Wasn't afraid to talk about it.
I can't text in. I can't think of one that talks.
I can't think of a great NFL quarterback that talks quite like that. Like Lamar Jackson, like the current ones, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes coming out. They weren't. None of them were talking like braggadocious like that.
Nope, none of them were. Not like that. I mean, they were all confident. They've Deshaun Watson, very confident in all his interviews and everything, but not like, here, you better take me. Whatever he was saying at the beginning there. If you're
and him telling the teams, you better be ready to turn your culture around.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All
right, we're on blast now. We were going to draft you, but then try to, not really do much. But now that you've said so, now that you've said it, I think we might want to try to change things around.
I hate to diminish what Deion Sanders and Shedeur and Travis Hunter and everybody else accomplished at Colorado. Like, they turned one of the worst programs in all of college football, 1-11 when they got there, into a team that was in contention to make the college football playoff by virtue of winning their conference down to the stretch at the end of the year. So what they did there was commendable, and it exceeded my expectations. I had to come around on Deion this year as a head coach. I was one of his bigger critics, and so I did. And yet I listened to what Shedeur is saying there. I'm like, let's not act like you took your team to the national championship. You won 9 games in the Big 12. What you did is really, really cool. What you're going to be asked to do if you get drafted by one of these teams in the top 5 or 6 is going to be 100 times harder than what you guys did at Colorado, to turn the Cleveland Browns around if you get drafted by them.
What'll be interesting is that it will be the first year that he's playing without his father around all the time, which could be really good for him, or maybe it'll be a disaster because of it. But I think Because I would imagine, obviously Deion's going to be paying attention and everything, but he's not going to be living with his son or anywhere close to him. Maybe Shedeur can kind of go out and be his own guy for the first time.
It'll be an adjustment for sure. And I think, it remains to be seen if it's good or bad for him. We'll see. So I just Googled, Seth, Shedeur draft stock, okay?
Yeah.
And these are the headlines that come up. These are the 5 headlines that come up. MSN, Shedeur Sanders NFL draft stock tanking for a number of reasons. Yahoo Sports, is Shedeur's NFL draft stock falling? Another one from Yahoo Sports, is Shedeur Sanders NFL draft stock drop more combine smoke than fire? Shedeur Sanders draft stock continues to tumble. Literally all the headlines are about his stock tanking, and yet all he's done is do an interview at the Combine and not work out at the Combine.
Yeah.
So are we in the midst of lying season here, probably?
The stock is always interesting because let's go back to Will Levis, where he was predicted, and it never made any sense at all. And I don't think that NFL teams probably were looking at Will Levis and then all of a sudden sometime in mid-March thought, oh, you know what? We totally thought he was a number 3 overall pick, but actually now I wouldn't even take him in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't anything that really changed with Will Levis. It was when draft stock falls, I think it's more a matter of various people who cover the draft starting to get better information from their sources in the NFL. So I think that with Shedeur Sanders, likewise, he hasn't really done much that looks like a guy that should be a slam dunk top 5 pick.
Yeah.
But he's had a lot of star appeal, and it's certainly possible. It's just he doesn't look like a classic top 5 pick type of guy. So I think that maybe the NFL media is just starting to dial in on that a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. You know my wishes for Shedeur Sanders. I either want him in the division on the Titans because I think there's a good chance he fails, plus it'll be fun. 2 to the Browns because I think Shedeur Sanders might go insane playing for the Browns, or not drafted at all in the first round. Those are my 3 wishes.
Is he invited to the draft? Do we know yet?
I would guess yes. I would guess
they're trying to be selective about it this year to where it's only guys who are slam dunks that are going to get drafted. They don't want to. They don't want to have the whole green room ordeal where guys sit around sweating and looking miserable.
He could definitely slip. I can't imagine he slips into the second round. As you've pointed out, the trend is for some teams to more overvalue quarterbacks than undervalue.
They overvalue the quarterback. They know how important it is, so they're willing to take a greater risk in taking a flyer on a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because you got to just keep trying to find a guy. And even if you don't feel awesome about a guy, you want another guy in the building that has a chance to develop. So
yeah. Text message, Ryan Leaf talked a lot of junk coming out of college.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good call.
Worked out. Yeah.
Ryan Leaf, Johnny Manziel, those are the guys so far. I don't think – and now Cam was – and Cam himself would say later on that, he had to mature in some ways, but it wasn't – I don't remember him being particularly braggadocious or anything. He said he wanted to be a icon.
Yeah, Cam Newton, yeah.
And obviously it worked out for him in his career, but it was kind of rough at first. But Cam Newton might be the closest to a guy that was more of a – almost sounded like a diva before he had done anything in the NFL.
Remember when Cam Newton got that one scouting report from that Nolan Naraki guy?
Yeah.
And just it was just scathing scouting report.
It's almost all just personality stuff.
It was all like his smile is fake.
Yeah. That ended Nolan Naraki's career. He ended up people got so PO'd at all the stuff that he would report that he was hearing about guys' personalities from scouts, and it was usually him giving direct quotes from scouts, but because he was the messenger, he got destroyed for it.
Got killed. He got absolutely killed. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Good to be back in studio. So Matthew Stafford remains a member of the LA Rams. As long as the lack of quarterbacks in this draft, it's Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, and then who knows who's, I guess Jackson Dart impressed some people at the Combine.
Yeah.
But it's widely viewed as a 2.5 quarterback draft right now. So you got 7 or 8 teams that are scrambling for quarterbacks. And I think the Giants and the Raiders are both really hoping Matthew Stafford was actually available to them. Right. He's staying in L.A. The Rams, I've not seen anywhere, Seth, where they mention exactly what accommodations they made for Stafford.
It was a bunch of saber rattling by Stafford, and the Rams were okay with him going out and finding out if there was go ahead, go explore the territory,
go to Montana,
and then we'll talk. Yeah.
Hang out with Brady. Yeah.
I think it's probably a good move by the Rams in that, you don't want the guy, if he's genuinely disgruntled, then you don't want him to feel like he's getting screwed over or anything. So just go out and see what's out there. And look, sometimes just because you were in the streets as a youngster doesn't mean that you can be in the streets as an adult, and it'll be the same way.
Yeah.
Things get rough out here, man.
I'm not shocked that, I thought ultimately, I was surprised that this was a thing in the first place. Like, it seems like a perfect marriage. You won a Super Bowl with them. You're a highly functioning playoff team right now. You're in L.A., if I had to listen to Pete,
he just watched Aaron Rodgers go to a team that desperately needed an aging quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers realized that, this is with my declining skills and the Jets being the Jets, it's not so hot.
No.
So, but I could see where maybe if it were the opposite of that was Tom Brady. Gert was a perfect situation that you had a lot of talent on the team already. You had really good wide receivers he was thrown to. You'd had Antonio Brown later on, but it wasn't the decrepit mess that is the Raiders or teams like that.
Yeah, that's what would have made it interesting if there was an actual good team that just needed a quarterback to get over the hump. I'm guessing the closest thing to that we heard rumored to be involved was Pittsburgh, who, unlike the Giants and the Raiders, were an actual 10-win playoff team last year. Now, Stafford, not a big outdoor guy. Played indoors in Detroit and played in L.A. his whole career. So how would that have gone? I think you pointed that out last week, Seth. Like, how would that weather element have gone? But that would have been interesting if an actual good team were involved and Stafford was like, okay, well, because going to the Raiders or the Giants, yuck. Like, the Raiders are the Raiders are the clear number 4 in that division, and I would argue that the Giants are the clear number 4. Well, it's not even an argument, I don't think. They are definitely the number 4 team in their division as well, with the Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders, for sure.
Oh, one more entry into the braggadocious QB prospect pool of guys who went in the first round. Baker Mayfield, Garrett Heinrich, our old coworker.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, Baker. Baker, very much a chip on the shoulder guy, too,
Well, and he got into it with Colin Cowherd, remember?
Yep.
So Johnny Manziel, Baker Mayfield, Cam Newton, and Ryan Leaf.
Yeah.
I might add to that is Josh Rosen. I remember Josh Rosen talked about all the teams that had made a mistake.
Yeah.
So, you know what, though? By first round, right? Yeah. Every single team that insulted him would later bring him in on a cut rate contract.
That's right.
You know what? The hit rate on quarterbacks in the first round in the last decade has not been that good. I would say 2 out of those 6 guys hit. So maybe it's a good sign.
Baker?
I would say Baker Mayfield, if he hadn't been done in by his really bad shoulder injury early on, who knows? And he's a very viable NFL quarterback.
It's where we are now. Baker's a good quarterback.
He's a very viable, and obviously it worked out for Cam Newton.
Yes.
Didn't work out for Ryan Leaf or Johnny Manziel or Josh Rosen.
Do you remember Caleb Williams being braggadocious coming in? I do not. Someone suggested that on the text page.
You know what? The big one about that was, what's his name? Dan Patrick had that interview with him, and it didn't go well. It was kind of a weird interview where, like, Caleb was looking. No.
That's Kyler. You're thinking of
Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was that guy.
Yeah.
So, but he wasn't braggadocious at all.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Caleb Williams, I think it was more about some people didn't like him because they felt like he was too LA, paints his fingernails, all that stuff. But it was the relationship with the father and the fact that there were those reports that they wanted to maybe get a percentage ownership, but he didn't come off like a guy that was standing up in the podium telling everybody how awesome he is.
Yeah, well, you know where it was the visual of him crying on his mom's bosom was the big thing for me.
Yeah,
during the end of his last year at USC. All right, the Rockets play tonight. They are ravaged with injuries. My question: why do the sports gods hate Houston so much in the last 12 months? We will discuss that coming up next. The weather gods.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Rockets tonight, coming off a loss on Saturday to the Kings. It was unfortunate because now they're back on the road again. It feels like the Rockets have had an overabundance of A, road games, and B, back-to-backs lately. They have another one coming up tonight and tomorrow. It's crazy.
Yeah, they have like 5 back-to-backs in a row.
Yeah. They had 4 in a row over the last few weeks, and now they got another one tonight. It's crazy, man. Or starting tonight in OKC, and then they're in Indiana tomorrow. The injury report looks as such for tonight. The Rockets, this is Adam Spolane, the Rockets have ruled Fred VanVleet out of the OKC game Monday night with a right ankle strain. So Fred VanVleet, who was gone for a month with an ankle sprain, and it was noticeable offensively for the Rockets. They've won some games, but they've not looked in sorts offensively. They really missed their floor general out there. Came back for the game on Saturday against the Kings and tweaked his ankle again a minute into the game. Muscled through it, played 35 minutes, wasn't good. They lose. Names for tonight: Steven Adams, ankle; Dylan Brooks, knee; Tari Eason, leg injury management, so he'll probably play. When they do back-to-backs, he plays one of the 2 games. Alperen Şengün, lower back. That's something he's been dealing with for a little bit. And then Amen Thompson's shoulder injury. All are listed as questionable. The Rockets can't catch a break, man, lately, at least in terms of getting their full complement of guys out there at the same time.
They can't get their full complement of guys out there, and yet at the same time, too, there's just all these still just swaths of sloppiness and disengagement, and frankly, just a team that doesn't look anything like they did in the first part of the season. Every team's banged up at this point in the year. Lots of teams are banged up, and they aren't so consistently inconsistent as the Rockets. And not scoring in the last 2.5 minutes of this game was, I feel like somewhere in the course of 10 possessions, you can score a point.
That would be nice.
I don't care who's in or who's banged up or anything else. Like, just score a damn point in the last 2.5 minutes.
I was just thinking, man, like the Rockets, I would say their injury situation, losing VanVleet for a month is big. It turned out, like at the time, it felt like, okay, you're losing your point guard. Then you see how they played offensively for that month, and it just didn't look good. Missing Jabari Smith for as much as they missed him during the season, as it turns out, if you look at their splits with and without Jabari Smith, defensively and on the glass, it's pretty stark. Go ahead.
Seconds left in the fourth quarter, and they had 8 offensive possessions, 5 with a missed shot, and 3 that ended with a turnover.
Not good.
So it was I underestimated how long of a stretch of time there was.
Yeah,
with
man,
no scoring.
almost 3 minutes. So is this me wallowing in the squalor of injuries here, Seth? Like these Rocket injuries got me thinking, like, okay, is this as bad as what we've experienced with the Astros and the Texans over the last 12 months? And is this normal for a city to have this much injury ravagement? Because the Astros, they got hit pretty hard last year with all those pitching injuries in the rotation.
Yeah.
Like, that was unprecedented. Even around baseball, people are like, holy crap, 2 more guys going and getting Tommy John surgery with Javier and Urquidy, joining McCullers and Garcia. Verlander had all kinds of issues during the year. He only pitched in 18 games. Kyle Tucker breaking a shin with a foul ball. And then we know the Texans wasn't as bad as the year before injury-wise in the sheer quantity, but the specificity of the wide receiver room, which was supposed to be the catalyst for this explosive offense, and you lose Diggs and Tank, and you may lose Tank for 2 years, for the rest of last season and all of next season, and the safety room too.
No, the Texans get 0 excuses for injuries this year because they weren't the offense they were supposed to be when they had all 3 wide receivers available. They were definitely worse after Diggs left, but there was just too much wrong. And going into, with 2 weeks left in the season, the Texans had point missed per game on IR, whatever the hell that means. They'd actually done pretty well. They were like in the most favorable third of that regard. In terms of total injuries and games lost, I think they were middle of the road.
Yeah.
So it was a normal NFL season for them.
Yeah.
In their offensive line, that kept driving me crazy. throughout the season, for whatever reason, broadcasters would say, or analysts on TV would say, that the Texans' offensive line had really been ravaged by injuries this year. And I did not understand what the hell they were talking about, other than that they had to rifle guys through at left guard. But Kenyon Green was going to get benched if he didn't get injured. There was injuries were not an excuse for the Texans' offensive line.
No. I mean, Laramie played, best I can remember, every game this season. Titus, I think, played in practically every game this season. Different positions, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it was Titus missed. It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. I mean, you lose Shaq Mason, you lost at the end of the year, but he stunk. He wasn't good. You were upgrading there with his injuries. So yeah, viable excuse for the Astros last year with all the pitching injuries and the Tucker.
Viable excuse by the time that it came to the playoffs. Do you give them excuse in the playoffs because of injuries?
No,
yeah.
no. They had everybody at that point.
So I would say not a viable excuse because the old Astros, if they'd had all those injuries and they had a horrific stretch of the pitching. Remember, wasn't all the pitching at the beginning of the season wasn't all injury based. It was just really atrocious pitching.
Yeah.
So no, I give no excuse. I give them no quarter for injuries.
Get a lot of people weighing in on quarterback stuff on the text page. Can we have a countdown for Aaron Rodgers going to the Vikings? The Vikings are an interesting one. I think people forget they just used the top 10 pick on J.J. McCarthy last year.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy is their guy.
Yeah.
They're planning on J.J. McCarthy being the guy eventually. And J.J. McCarthy didn't even have an opportunity to show that they shouldn't have drafted him in the first round.
Right.
So I think that's the big question that people have with Aaron Rodgers is, A, there's the actual performance side, but then B, and the big question is, all right, is this a guy that is going to be comfortable and happy being a bridge quarterback for some younger guy and be a mentor to him? I do feel like Rodgers would be really cool on the personality side of things. I don't think that he would be – I think he would understand that it is what it is, but I just don't know if that's the guy that you bring in. He's almost got too much name brand appeal to be an actual bridge quarterback who really at this point in his career might be like a Gardner Minshew plus, like as a bridge. No, is he okay? Is he a better or worse bridge quarterback than Ryan Fitzpatrick in the last few years of his career?
I would say, better. He's more talented, obviously. You look at his numbers last year. His numbers weren't bad last year,
right?
He actually set records for the Jets. It's probably more a commentary over the last few decades. But statistically, he wasn't bad last year, but situationally, he was bad last year in games. Obviously, they won 5 games with him starting the whole season, so it was not good at quarterback. So is he better? Is he a better bridge?
And he's 2 years off of his ACL or his Achilles tendon tear now. In that first year back, even though people have come back from Achilles tendon surgeries a lot faster these days, he's 40 years old. And I think that you got to accommodate a little bit for the fact that, all right, maybe his throwing motion and his mobility will be improved, even though he is also a year older. So I would put him at better than...
He's better than Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
It's not like Fitzpatrick is Fitzpatrick never made the playoffs. It's not like Fitzpatrick as a bridge quarterback came in and, was Kurt Warner or something. It just came out of nowhere.
Right, but I guess I'm asking, it's not just the playing ability. I guess it's do you want him as a bridge quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Fitzpatrick was the perfect bridge quarterback because he was just going to mold into whatever circumstance
he was cool with the role. I think there's a reason why it seems like there's the most smoke around the Giants with Aaron Rodgers, because I think there's a chance the Giants don't use the third pick on a quarterback. I think there's a good chance the Giants sign Aaron Rodgers in free agency and then use the third pick on something else, and they just kick the can down the road at quarterback.
And they might you're going to take a gamble with whichever quarterback you pick up off the scrap heap. I think there's still an upside there with Rodgers. It just all depends on just how genuinely
we're going to start somewhere next year. There's a shortage on quarterbacks right now compared to how many teams have openings at quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to start. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, let's circle back. Deebo Samuel trade. What was the appetite for Deebo Samuel with Texan fans? This trade to the Commanders is as much to me a Texans topic as it is a Commanders topic. Did you want the Texans to be in on Deebo Samuel? And if indeed they go shopping for veteran wide receiver help, what's the best net? What's the plan B, if you will, for the Texans at that position? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider X 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans, we know, should be in the market for a wide receiver. I think they need to draft one. I think they need to sign one. You have a room right now where it's Nico Collins, and then I guess the next guy is John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, as it currently stands. Deebo Samuel was a name out there that reportedly the Texans had been interested in, according to some sources out there. He is no longer available. He's been traded to the Washington Commanders for a fifth-round pick. The Commanders are taking on the entirety of his salary, which is around $18 million this year. I think he's in a contract year, so they make it a motivated version of Deebo Samuel at age 29. He's still at an age where, theoretically, in shape, he has gas left in the tank, Seth, I would say, right?
Right. The last time he was it wasn't even in a contract year, but in 2021 when he exploded, he demanded a trade. Demanded one. And instead the 49ers gave him a big, hefty contract, and he has not lived up to that contract at all in the ensuing years. So that's the big question is, all right, this guy who looked to be maybe about 10, 15, 20 pounds too heavy last year and disengaged and or just demanding the ball more despite not doing anything with it. I didn't really... The only reason I would have wanted the Texans to trade for Deebo Samuel is if DeMeco, as Clint pointed out on the show on Friday, if DeMeco just felt like, hey, I know to get the best out of him, even though he didn't work with him directly, but that just a change of scenery could be really good for Deebo Samuel. So I wasn't overly hot on Deebo Samuel.
Neither were Texan fans. If you want to weigh in, what was your gut reaction to seeing Deebo Samuel go for a fifth-round pick to the Washington Commanders? Again, $18 million in salary. And that's the big thing for me is it wasn't the pick. Like, if they gave a fourth or fifth for Deebo Samuel, that's fine. I mean, you pick other – between now and the draft, you can recoup that somehow, whether it's trading somebody else or, trading back and picking up day 3 picks. Like a day 3 pick for a guy like this, that doesn't – I would have done that. It's the money. The Texans don't have nearly the cap space that Washington does. Washington had enough cap space to where – they can take risky swings. And I think this is a risky swing. We're talking about a guy who has not played to that level of that type of money in a few years, as you said, Seth. The poll I put up yesterday is now closed. A few more people weighed in and voted this morning. In a trade for a mid-round pick, did you want Deebo Samuel on the Texans on his current deal, around $18 million for the upcoming season? 87.1% of Texan fans said no. It really is incredible, like the disconnect with San Francisco fans who are willing to just kick Deebo to the curb, Texan fans who, at least in this poll and in other reaction to the trade that I've seen, are like, hell no, we didn't want the guy. And then the report card for the Commanders on this trade, they're largely getting praised for it. And I'm guessing it's because, as you pointed out, $60 million to go do with what they want even after this deal.
We brought up the Commanders as the team that it made the most sense for because they have so much cap space. So if you're taking a flyer a little bit on a guy who is still young, he'll be 29 years old this year, that just a change of scenery might be just the trick. And that, Washington's done, I think, a really good job with their culture. Dan Quinn's done a really good job at just kind of trying to build that thing into something that feels like, I think, how DeMeco wants his team to feel, that maybe it'll be as simple as that, and that also maybe with Cliff Kingsbury as his offensive coordinator, he can use him differently than they were using him in San Francisco. So it makes sense. I think that if you're going to take a bit of a risk or a gamble or a flyer, the team with a young quarterback who's got a boatload of cap space, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it was. What, this trade actually brought something out of the woodwork that we rarely see.
What's that?
Micah Parsons with an actual good take.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
really?
yeah. R.J. Ochoa.
That's a bad sign. That's like a sign of the apocalypse.
I know. The Iguanas are winning the war. Manager and editor-in-chief of Blogging the Boys, covering the Dallas Cowboys, R.J. Ochoa, tweeted this on March 1st, Saturday. The Dallas Cowboys gave up a fourth-round pick for Jonathan Mingo, trade deadline.
Yeah.
The Commanders gave up a fifth-round pick for Deebo Samuel, which is Okay, I see where you're going with that. Like you're throwing shade at the Cowboys is what you're doing. It's a false equivalency.
This is a good day.
No. That was R.J. Ochoa. I'm getting to Micah.
Okay.
Micah reacts to this.
Okay.
R.J. Ochoa.
Just real quick for those. So the big difference there is that Jonathan Mingo made $1.5 million, whereas Deebo Samuel is going to be making $18 million.
You're stealing Micah's thunder, Seth. This is Micah's take. Yeah, Micah retweets R.J. Ochoa and says Washington picked up almost $22 million on Deebo's contract this year. This legit doesn't correlate at all.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I apologize. I wasn't following properly. Yeah, good call. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Mike.
Good for you.
Micah's sticking up for the Cowboys, man.
Good job, man.
Good take. You're coming around, Micah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, do you think somebody ghost wrote that tweet for him?
No,
Do you think CJ made that tweet for him?
No.
I think CJ, no. I think there's a 78% chance that Micah got that in a conversation with CJ.
You think?
They were sitting around playing video games or something, and that trade came down, and Micah was like, damn, we gave up the same for Jonathan Mingo. And CJ was like, no, dog. No, listen, you got to look at the salary.
Let me explain the cap to you. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought Clint had an interesting question about this. I thought it was a bit flawed about this trade. And we know that the Texans traded a 2 for Diggs around this time last year, early April. And obviously the Commanders made this trade for Deebo over the weekend. Clint said, did the Texans overpay for Diggs or did the Commanders get a steal for Deebo? The only choices here, because without the benefit of hindsight on Diggs, I'm assuming we're meaning like the day of the trade. Because if we're penalizing the Diggs trade by knowing he got an ACL tear, then it's a silly question. So I'm assuming we mean like on the day the trade was made.
Yeah, because Diggs had been a really good receiver for the 3 preceding years.
He was a Pro Bowl. He was in 4 straight Pro Bowls with the Bills.
Right.
Yeah.
Where Deebo Samuel has not been a really good receiver for 3 straight years.
Right. And so my answer to Clint was, without the benefit of hindsight on Diggs, like if we're just saying on the day the trade was made, because that's all we can compare.
Yeah.
Is neither a good answer, because I don't think it was an overpay for Diggs, and I don't know that the Commanders got necessarily a steal for Deebo based on the salary. You know, maybe the draft compensation is whatever, it's a 5th, but you've got to factor in that you're paying virtually the same, in that same neighborhood for both guys. Diggs was 22, Deebo's 18, so I call that the same neighborhood. And Deebo's not been nearly the player over the last few years that would justify that salary level.
Yeah. But the 5th round pick for the Commanders, it makes a lot of sense. They had a boatload of cap room, and they need to help support their younger quarterback. I guess where it might blow up in their face is if Deebo Samuel shows up 20 pounds overweight and it does not seem to be. Remember, because Deebo, as Ayuk, they both agitated at various times.
Yep.
Last year it was Ayuk whose girlfriend was basically saying that we're out of here at the end of the season. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Easy to conflate. Diva San Francisco wide receiver. I can't remember.
Well, that's the other thing. If you look at it from San Francisco's standpoint, they knew they were taking a risk when they doled out as many big contracts as they did, but they felt like, all right, we've got a core that we've got to keep together here because we're in a Super Bowl window. And last year it just collapsed completely. They thought last year would be the year that, hey, we're going to stretch and all right, we'll bring Brandon Ayuk back, and it probably doesn't make great financial sense, partly because Ayuk just refused to get traded. Mm-hmm. But they redid Trent Williams' contract, and it just collapsed. It was even worse than when you go out and spend big in free agency and it doesn't work out. They spent big on their own guys and it didn't work out.
Yeah. Do you buy that the Texans were as hardcore into a possible Deebo deal as some of the reports were out there?
Well, Jordan Schultz's report was that the Commanders and the Texans were most interested. Yeah. That feels to me like that 100% came from an agent, because the Texans don't leak stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think that the Texans probably had discussions that would have involved San Francisco paying some of Deebo Samuel's salary, and that's probably where everything fell off. The Texans said, yeah, look, we'll give up such and such draft pick, but you got to pick up $7 or $8 million of his salary. And when they said no, then that was it. That's my guess.
That's the thing about being a GM that will pick up the for a minute, which I think Nick will. I don't think Nick Caserio closes the door on anything without having a discussion about it with whoever his peer is on the other end of the phone. And that's maybe the penalty that you get from doing that is it gets construed as interest, and it's really just engagement is all it is.
Yeah.
It's not maybe not.
I was just looking, baby.
Yeah.
What do you? No.
Just kicking tires.
I saw a sale on peaches, and that happened to be in the direct line of sight of that lady.
Yeah.
That's all. But I wasn't into her.
Just window shopping.
Yeah.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I would have passed on Deebo Samuel. Instead, the Texans should draft a receiver in the first round, sign 2 veteran free agent receivers, get rid of Mechie and Woods. That's from Robert in Richmond. Go Texans. They're not getting rid of Mechie. I mean, Mechie did some good things last year. Now, Mechie, wildly enough, he's heading into the last year of his rookie deal. We're here. Here we are.
No, the whole thing about I think both Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie is I think they've got value as a complementary piece. And maybe there's an upside with the new offensive coordinator. Both those guys, kind of independent of who the coordinator is, they weren't getting great separation. There wasn't a lot of things that you could get really excited about with them. So, but I do think that they can have a role on a good offense as complementary pieces. So I don't think you need it. And they're cheap right now. That's the other big thing. So the recommendation that listener had, it sounds great, except that it's a whole lot of moving parts with a whole lot of money attached to it. So going out and getting veteran wide receivers and going out and get a wide receiver, it's hard to find. It's hard to get all that done in one offseason.
Yeah, and with the veteran free agent wide receivers, it depends on what bin you're shopping at. There'll be plenty of guys out there in that $4 or $5 million range.
Did he say to sign a veteran and draft a guy?
He said, I'll read it again. Instead, the Texans should draft a receiver in the first round and sign 2 veteran free agent wide receivers.
The guys that are like younger Robert Woods types.
Maybe I think of guys like Mac Hollins, DeMarcus Robinson, who Nick Haley has familiarity with. And he was a really nice downfield threat for them this past season, who probably he's probably in that $5, $6, $7 million range, something like that. That makes sense.
Okay, I like his plan. The sticker shock hit me at first with the total numbers. But I do think I think either John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson for sure. They're going to be in camp, and at least one of them sticks around.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you just hope for the best that you see the best version of them with a different offensive coordinator and perhaps just a better plan.
No doubt about that. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's see. No on Deebo. He seems like an oxygen-sucking diva. Horrible decision for the Commanders to pair him with a developing QB. I don't think it's a horrible decision for the Commanders. I think it would have been a very risky decision for the Texans based on the cap space. That's all.
I wonder, though, with all that cap space that they do have, though, if it's – now maybe they go out and sign T. Higgins, too. I guess that's where you could look at it from that and made a trade for a guy that they're going to have to pay a bunch of money. And all of a sudden, they have a boatload of salary cap space. But if there's one thing I've learned about in this life, Sean, you never have as much money as you think you have. All right? It goes really fast, okay? Pay attention to boxing every now and then. Ask what happened to Mike Tyson's fortune. It goes real fast. So
it does.
So if you're doing that, but then you also maybe they still go out and go after a T. Higgins, and maybe that actually happens. But if that's their only move when they could have made something more aggressive, then that's where I could see in hindsight looking more down on this trade.
Seth, if there's money problems, you can always Google unclaimed property in each state, because looky here.
How much did you get?
$297 baby.
No, you're a lightweight. Did you see what one of our listeners got?
Did, and his wife too. I said, well, I don't know if we're looking at the same one, but we had a listener that I think tweeted us. So I think we were like, he got like $300 and she got like $700, right?
Yeah. They cleared $1,000 because they listened to Payne and Pendergast.
That's it, man.
He didn't even have to call in the hotline and wait or anything like that.
Nope.
He got $1,000 specifically because he was listening to Payne and Pendergast.
That's it, man. It wasn't even a contest. It was just us giving good advice out. That's all.
You cannot turn it off.
Yeah.
You have to stay tuned. But now you and I have to find out different ways to make our listeners
money other than this. Yeah.
But if you haven't heard Sean and I talk about it, just go to Texas Unclaimed Property, and it's not it's be sure you go to the one it's stuff that's sitting out there. Sometimes it's refunded insurance premiums. It's dividends from old mutual funds that you forgot you had, whatever it might be. It's just sitting there waiting for you.
I had $28 in a FanDuel account that had been sitting there forever that I'd forgotten about.
Oh, wow.
Sitting there. Yeah.
Think about it. You would have turned that into like probably $4,000 by now
on
if you
FanDuel.
didn't gamble with it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, man, but I'm holding my check right here. Proof. Now, you can't snap a picture of it on YouTube. I've already cashed it. All right?
I found some more Florida unclaimed property that
For you?
Yeah, but it's just, and it's the same. I got to turn it over to Brandy because they just want 2 pieces of documentation. And I went and I found them. They're sitting on PDFs in my computer, but it's a whole extra step now.
Amy did mine.
I got to go submit it again. I got to go find the email. This could take years for me to figure it out.
No, ironically, the 2 guys giving out the best advice are the 2 worst at wanting to do the actual legwork to get it done, which is why we're married to 2 great people that can do it
honestly,
for us.
What's wrong with us, though? Because I know it's 15 minutes that I would have to spend on this to earn $200.
Right.
That's a wage of $800 an hour.
It's a good wage,
I feel like
man.
that's a pretty good wage for the likes of
You're
me.
You're practically an attorney at that wage.
And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know. Hulu's sitting there waiting for me. All right.
Oh, you mean I got to upload?
All right, that's it. All right, that's it. I'm going to take 15 minutes to earn $200 of my own money.
Right now.
At the end. No, at the end of the show.
Okay,
at the end of the show.
Good.
I'm going to do it, man.
You're welcome to everybody out there. I got $200 from unclaimed money 2 months ago. $1,200. Wow, good for you. Yeah, text in if you took the advice from me and Seth. Maybe we'll organize a big meetup and go spend it on booze. We'll go spend it on hookers and blow. Yeah.
You know what I can't put. This has always intrigued me because this company exists, but I won't put it in our Google Doc of business ideas. Is that there's companies that will send you emails or letters saying like, "Hey, we found some unclaimed property that's yours. All you have to do is pay us a commission, and we'll go do it." And I don't know. It just feels. It's something that you could just as easily do yourself, and you're going to have to provide the same documentation.
Yeah.
But they're giving themselves like a finder's fee for bringing it to your attention.
The legwork.
Maybe you and I need to start charging our listeners finder's fees.
We should.
Do we have a QR code?
Look, we can get one.
Okay.
Ben,
do I have if you have Venmo, do you have a QR code? You can probably just generate it on Venmo.
I think you do
right?
you do. I think you do have a QR code on Venmo. Yes.
I'm going to be so rich by the end of this week.
Oh my God! By the end of the show. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. KHOU did a 1-hour documentary on the fall of Deshaun Watson. I watched it yesterday in the spirit of the Academy Awards, the Oscars this weekend. I'm going to give my review on the fall of Deshaun Watson on KHOU. That is coming up next. But first, Academy Sports and Outdoors. We were just in.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you have a desire to relive the downfall of Deshaun Watson, we've not seen a documentary. And I think there will be someday, probably a 30 for 30 done on Deshaun Watson, if I had to guess, Seth. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I don't know. That is an interesting one. They'd have to. It's some of these things that are more. It's very big regionally here, but just as we found with 30 for 30, remember they did that, or Bill Simmons whenever he does anything on the Celtics, like where you can tell, like, okay, nobody else cares about this as much as you do.
Yeah.
So
the Mike and the Mad Dog one that was very regional up in New York.
Yeah.
Which I liked because I grew up listening to them, but I could see where, given the fact that this has turned into the worst trade in the history of the NFL, that it would have some sort of spin on that. Now. So I think someday there will be something on it, especially if the Texans go on to win a Super Bowl. Who knows? You know, there's obviously a lot of tentacles to the story. But KHOU did a 1-hour documentary on their app. It's on the KHOU Plus app is where you can find it. And I watched it yesterday morning, the fall of Deshaun Watson. And some of you have probably seen, they put out a lot of publicity for it last week that it was dropping. It dropped last Thursday. So I went ahead and watched it. And my review is as such. I thought if you're looking for a strictly like legal review of the whole thing, like just the law part, like the lawsuits when they came out, a lot of Busby, a lot of Rusty Harden, a lot of the victims, the legal analyst on KHOU. It's basically the majority of the 54 the KHOU stories on the whole saga tied together with Ron Trevino kind of as the narrator of the whole thing. So he tosses to each of these stories. So if you're looking for just the strictly legal part of it, it's very, very detailed, and that part is very, very good.
I think I'd like it just to kind of check my notes on what my memory is of things.
Yeah.
Because it does. It gets disorienting when there's so much drama on both the legal and the football side of things. And it was... The legal part of it gets kind of complicated into the way what they could and could not press charges for or why. That part of it, I think, is probably – I think a lot of us have bigger gaps than we should in understanding just how intricate it was legally.
Yeah.
That it was there were a lot of idiosyncrasies of the way Texas handles it that it was just too much to get into.
Yeah. And the criminal part of it, remember that was the big trigger mechanism for the trade, was that the 9 criminal complaints, as opposed to the civil lawsuits, the 9 criminal complaints got thrown out, and that's when the bidding war began. That's when the land rush to acquire Deshaun Watson happened in March of 2022. So it's basically almost like a 54-minute montage of KHOU's coverage of all of it. It's 54 minutes worth watching, especially if you're into the legal part of it. This is where I thought, like, and if the goal was to do that, then they accomplished their goal. The parts that I was hoping there would be more of in there was very little in the way of the football angles on it. Like maybe a total of talking about the football part of it. There was very little detail or opinion from, say, talk radio on how weird it was having Deshaun in camp in 2021. Very little.
It was weird that he was in camp, and then remember, too, a lot of people were skeptical that he would even show up at camp.
Yeah.
They just assumed that he wouldn't, it made total sense in terms of him being able to collect his money that he was going to have to show up at camp. And then Casario's next move was going to be, okay, well, do we excuse him for participation? Nope. Casario said, nope, you're going to be out there. You're going to be wearing a penny on the defensive scout team during walkthrough.
Yeah.
You're going to be out here participating.
The helmet shower cap on out there.
And it was weird, yeah.
It was weird. So there was no mention of that. Zero detail on the trade itself and how it all went down. It was just like he got traded to Cleveland, and that was it. And I thought, like, to me, like what they got for him in retrospect was one of the more remarkable parts of this story, you know?
Well, you know what, though, Sean? Because there were so many moving parts to that, if you're somebody that's really well acquainted with the topic and it's a 1 hour, it's a 54-minute video, they're going to have to leave a lot of stuff out.
Yeah.
It's like I told you I was watching that World War II documentary last week, and I was the annoying guy as I was sitting next to Brandy saying, like, well, they kind of glossed over the entire blah, 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 blah. It's, yeah, because it's really, really big.
Yeah.
They're going to have to gloss over a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, like clearly done for a Houston-only audience, because the other thing I would like to have seen, in the time as you referenced them there was no prelude as to just how big a foundational piece Watson was viewed as by the Texans. There was no 3 minutes leading up to it that detailed it would have been a perfect time to show the highlights from that Buffalo playoff game. Highlights of him signing his huge contract extension from 4 months before all this stuff started, or 6 months before all this stuff started coming out. There was no mention of the contract extension that I remember hearing that he signed in 2020. And I think the other thing, too, that I would have liked to have seen more of, and again, I thought it was really well done if they're trying to capture the legal side, the only semblance of emotion or opinions at all in the whole piece was a montage of angry Texan fans at Watson's debut for the Browns at NRG Stadium.
Oh, really?
There was it was very newsy. You know what I mean? It just sort of laid out all the reports of everything. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that. Quick sidebar. Big plethora of COVID face shields and face masks in the courtroom scenes throughout all this.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a time capsule.
Yeah, I hate anything from the COVID era stuff of when you see it just brings me back. It triggers me emotionally.
Yeah.
Not like in a political way, but just in a that whole scenario is not fun at all.
It sucked, especially the clear face shields. That look like those funny things
the
you buy.
Andy Reid's face
shields?
shields?
With the way they look like they should have a windshield wiper on the front
Who
of it.
had the clear face shields?
A bunch of the people in the courtroom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a bunch of people in the courtroom. One of the courtrooms, yeah. So,
I think we should have gone with more clear face shields because people could see your emotion and everything.
That would have been nicer, yeah.
I would have gone with a full hazmat suit if I didn't get so sweaty all the time.
The urgent care that I went to on Saturday for my what turned out to be like an inner ear infection that made me essentially deaf in one ear from the trip to Florida. The urgent care I went to, they mask up at this urgent care that I go to.
Yeah.
So when I go there, I got to put on a mask. But the lady at the front desk has a mask on, and she's talking, and I can barely hear what she's saying, but I can't read her lips.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, finally after like the third thing, I'm like, I told you I have an ear infection. I can't hear anything. You're either going to have to pull that mask down or you're going to have to yell at me right now. I'm okay with you yelling at me. I can't hear. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shock how hard it was to understand what people are saying without being able to see their mouths.
Yeah. And I don't even know if it's reading the lips. It's reading the emotion on people's faces.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. Getting a lot. So anyways, I say all this to say it was 54 minutes well spent. The Deshaun Watson trade will always, to me, be one of the most intriguing stories that we've had the chance to cover as sports radio, but at least for me, that I've had the chance to cover as a sports radio person in the 17 or 18 years I've been doing this. It's a fascinating story. A lot of texts here from people getting money from the unclaimed property. It continues. Thanks, guys. Just found about $1,000 for me. Someone went to the site and basically found $2,200.
Wow.
Well, if you know your brother's social security number, you might be able to get that $1,200.
You know what? We're doing good work for the state controller's office too, or comptroller or whatever it is.
Clearing their plate.
Clearing the blank. Yeah. Somebody's gonna get a pat on the back, an old attaboy. Like, hey, Jenkins, I don't know how you're moving all this unclaimed property, but you're getting it out of here. We've got room for a sofa now.
Yes. Yeah, man, that ear infection. Hey, I used the tactic on the plane on Friday. We flew on Southwest, and Southwest, of course, is not reserved seating yet, but it's going to be soon, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. But our boss and I had the row where he gets to stretch his legs out along the window there. It's that he's behind
the
that
emergency exit row that has an empty seat in front of it.
Yeah. So he's very tall. So he got that. I was on the aisle. When people were walking down the aisle to potentially take the middle seat, it wasn't a full flight, but it was an almost full flight.
Yeah.
I started, especially with bigger people, and the bigger the person, the more I just started coughing. And I had a bad cough all week.
Yeah,
It almost drove you crazy at one point during the week. I would just cough and cough, and there were a few people that looked like they were eyeing the seat, and as soon as I coughed, they went right by us.
Good tactic there.
Not bad, right?
Did you give him a surly look, too?
No.
Surly look helps.
No, because if you get the wrong person with the surly look, they'll be like, screw it, I'm sitting next to this guy just out of spite. It only takes one. It only takes one. You have a good tactic. You don't fly Southwest a ton. Do you have a good tactic?
I do. I mean, I usually get the early check-in at least.
Yeah.
And, sometimes, depending on how busy the flight's going to be, if I have a feel for how busy it is, I'll just get that advanced, the A through 15. It's like the first class of Southwest.
First of the first.
But for just like $35, it's not bad. It was $50 this last time.
Yeah.
And then you can always get an emergency exit row. Early bird check-in, you can usually get an emergency exit row as long as you're one of the in the 30 through 40s.
Yeah.
30 through 40s.
Yeah, we were like the A mid-30s.
Yeah.
And we got it on both legs of our trip. Do you have a tactic to keep someone from sitting in the middle next to you, though? Like
I look big. I try to look big.
Well,
I used to try to look surly when I was bigger and I felt like I needed more of that space.
Yeah.
Now I just look big.
Yeah.
But I try to be polite about it. Because you're right. You don't want to get off on the wrong foot. If you got to hedge a little bit, you don't want to get on the wrong foot if somebody does take that spot. The other one is, too, if you go back, if you can't get the emergency exit row, go back to about 3/4 of the way through, because there's still people at 3/4. People are still holding out hope that they're not going to have a middle seat.
Yeah.
But by the time they get back there, they're like, screw it, I'm not going to wade back through the masses. So they just take the middle seat.
Yeah.
You've actually got a better, 3/4 of the way through seems to be the sweet spot for having an empty middle seat.
Yes.
The other thing, too, this is, okay, when you first get on and you have just the window or just the aisle, you want to look at trailers, because the single track, what you really want is you need to fill up that other spot on the window. If you're on the aisle, you need that window spot filled up, because the couples are the bastards that screw every best laid plan. If it starts to get towards the end and you still got 2 empty seats, you're in trouble there, especially if you're going to Disney World or a tropical location, because those damn couples love to sit next to each other. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, the worst was, on our way to Florida, I had the emergency exit row on the window, and a couple sat next to me, which is fine, no big deal. But the biggest insult was, we got about 10 minutes into the flight, and she said, we have a lot of leg room. What's going on? Oh, is it because it's an emergency exit row? Oh, you ignorant bitch. Lila, you didn't even play. You just lucked into this. This is like when somebody wins your fantasy league by choosing jersey colors.
Yes.
Or they like the mascots or whatever. Respect the game a little bit.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I told her husband, I was like, your wife's a whore. That's what I said.
Good. Somebody needed to say it. Good for you.
So he's been thinking it a long time.
Oh, yeah. He's like, finally, somebody said it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. It's good to be back. All right, Seth and I do a mock draft injection every day. So we're starting to see a lot of the same names over and over again. First-round prospects that intrigue me for the Texans, but not at these hyper-need positions that the experts have been saying. Would you be interested? Can I interest you in any of these names?
In a
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You look inquisitive, Seth. Do you have a question for me right now?
Am I supposed to get a shingles vaccine now that I'm 50?
Well, I'm greater than 50, and I haven't gotten one yet. I don't know if that's, I'm still dealing with this head cold that I had in Florida. I can't even think about a vaccine right now.
I don't know. Somebody, I think when you're in your 50s, they recommend you get a shingles vaccine because shingles just blows, apparently.
Yes.
So, yeah. I don't know. I've yet to get a prostate exam. So
Are you excited?
I feel like I'm living in a golden era where they kept pushing the age of the prostate exam back and back, like 2 years before I reached that
it's
threshold.
like you're chasing the prostate exam.
Well, now I get the PSA tests and everything, and I don't know. I feel lucky. I feel blessed in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm counting my blessings and not my curses. And there's been so many fewer fingers up my butt than I thought there were going to be by this point in my life.
Yeah. You've lived a good life. You've lived a good life.
I'm going to read that in my obituary.
Yeah.
It's like, if there's one thing Seth was grateful for, is that he lived to just before the age when he was going to have to get a prostate
Most
exam.
of the fingers that went up his butt were sanctioned fingers, yes.
Yeah.
Boy, we're getting a lot of people that got money from our unclaimed property recommendation. It was last week. I was able to find or claim $8,000, someone says on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. How about this? Dude found money for his dad and his deceased brother. I found money for my dad and his deceased brother and father.
wow.
So this is his grandfather. There was money in there. So now he gets all 3 payouts totaling $1,900.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Is he sure that he's the heir to that unclaimed property by his relatives?
Let's be clear.
I feel like that might have to go to the executor, will it not?
Yeah,
I don't want to dole out legal advice.
Right, or we put PSA or the disclaimer, this is not legal advice.
Yeah,
it's just a website where you can go find money that's yours, supposedly.
I'm going to go searching all my dead relatives.
Oh, my God.
Just to piss off my siblings and cousins and claim it.
True.
Claim it for myself.
Yes. So you and I do the mock draft injection every day, and we have yet to come across one. We've been doing it probably for 2 or 3 weeks now this draft season. I like doing it. I think we're definitely needing to add probably other teams in the division or other strange swerve picks that we see in addition to the Texans to keep it fresh for sure. But I like doing it. It's a fun way to frame the draft talk. But as you pointed out, you spent probably more time than you needed to this weekend trying to find a mock draft that doesn't have the Texans taking either O-line, wide receiver, or Kenneth Grant. I'll just say it's hard to find. And it's because those needs, I think it is sort of an indicator of how acute those needs are. In some ways, we should be thankful that the Texans are no longer one of those teams where they go, needs, everything. They have very specific needs. If you were to draft at another position, and maybe we can apply some specific names to this, like what position or even a specific name at a position would you be cool with the Texans taking at 25?
Tight end for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Safety is intriguing to me. If they end up feeling like the kid from South Carolina or something, I would not think about it as, okay, what would I be upset with? I would not be happy about an offensive tackle, a guy that's an offensive tackle and purely an offensive tackle that can't get moved to guard. I would understand it, and I would get the philosophy behind it, but I would have a hard time getting excited about it. So I don't want them to take a tackle. I don't want them to take a linebacker. I don't want them to take a defensive end. I do not want them to take a running back with number 25. I don't want them to take a quarterback. So everything else is on the board. I would be cool. I'd be cool with a tight end. I'd be cool with a safety or a cornerback actually, just because there's always room for guys that can play coverage. Cornerback a little less so because. But, there's times where I don't want Jalen Petrie or Jimmy Ward playing the slot corner, and they don't have a bunch of guys that are great in man, and you're also going to at some point need a backup. But let's table that until the second round.
The names that pop for me, tight end I agree with you with, and safety I agree with you with. I agree with you on. Colson Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, is a guy that doesn't ever seem to fall to 25 in these mock drafts, but he seems to fall to 20 in all of them. He's in that range. And if they like him enough, is that a guy that you would, trade an extra pick to move up 5 spots and go get? Nick's not afraid to do that. The safety name that I really like is Malachi Starks from Georgia, who's in that range. We know they like Georgia guys. Pretty swarmy guy. And I'm with you. Like, you get, your 4 or 5 best guys on the field in some way,
Yeah.
So I like that a lot.
So the 25th pick is interesting because it's the guys, especially that we're bombarding everybody with the names from all these different mock drafts. I feel like a lot of the fan base, or at least sports radio listeners and whatnot, are going to be. There's a really good chance they're going to be acquainted with whoever the Texans select.
Yeah.
To the point where if they take somebody who's not one of those positions, there might be some crestfallen dreams. Just based more so on the position need than the actual player themselves.
What would the reaction be if Ashton Jeanty, I believe Heisman runner-up this past year from Boise State, who was, I think, inarguably in the conversation for best player in college football, and I think arguably the best player in college football last year, who's going anywhere from like 10 to 20 in most mock drafts. What if he was the best player on the Texans board at 25 and they went with him?
He just fell because he was a running back?
Yeah. What would the reaction be if them taking Ashton Jeanty there?
All the buzz, by the way, is with the Bears right now with Ashton Genty because he sounded pretty bubbly and bouncy after his meeting with them this weekend.
Be a great pick for the Bears.
Yeah. I think people would be stoked about Genty.
Do you?
I think so. I think now the first question that people are going to say is like, what about this offensive line? What about this offensive line? And understandably so, Caley has talked probably more about being passionately committed to the run game than Bobby Slowick did in his entire time here in Houston. That Bobby would claim that they spent a lot of time on the run game, but he never felt like a run game type of OC. I think that then people are going to be concerned about the offensive line, but remember, we still have free agency too. So we'll see exactly. And I do think just about every guy on that offensive line has better play in him with a better offensive coordinator. But people are going to be skeptical of that until they actually see Nick Caley do what he can do. Oh, okay. If you do a Pender poll immediately after the Texans select Genty at 25, for one, people are going to give the Texans a lot of credit, I think, for pivoting and taking a guy that they thought wasn't going to be available at 25. So they would say, all right, well, look, people are bullish on Genty. They're going to say, what are you going to do? You're just going to pass him up? No, you got to take him. That's a great place to take a running back, is at the back half of the first round. Classic move of teams that are contenders or really close, and they just got to get put over the top.
Yes.
Joe Mixon ain't getting any younger. Yes, I think 68% of Texans fans, by the next morning, you'd have to give them 12 hours to think about it, would be all in on it.
I think free agency factors into all of it. How much of your needs have you filled? That people view that 25th pick being your mechanism to do that? How many of those, what have you done with the offensive line? I think maybe even more importantly, what have you done at running back in free agency? Because again, I think you and I are like mind here. Dameon Pierce can't get they say they love him, and he gets, before the Tennessee game, he had like 21 carries all season long. For a long period of time, until the very end of the year, Cam Akers had more carries than Dameon Pierce did, and he was traded in like week 6. So if you're still rolling with the same group of running backs and he's sitting there, Genty, at 25, I think that factors in too,
I think it's kind of obviously it's Nick Casario's move, but I think he would be doing it with input from Nick Caley. And maybe it's a little bit of a big cojones move by the Texans on the offensive side of the ball and thinking, no, we're just flat out, we're going to be better this year, and it's worth adding a running back to the mix. I don't think it happens.
No, I don't either.
Well, for one, I don't think Genty falls all that way, but also I don't think it's the smartest thing to do. It's just something that I could get myself excited about.
It's a sexy toy, man. It's a sexy toy for sure.
What did I just walk in on?
We were just talking, Seth and I do the mock draft injection every day at 7:45.
I'm glad you got the joke.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I could have named some sexy toys. We do the mock draft injection, and the names are repetitive. At this point, Tyler Booker is 2 out of every 5 we do every week. He's the guard for Alabama. It's a lot of the same. At the very least, it's the same position group.
Right.
Most of the time, it's offensive lineman, the occasional wide receiver, and if we were talking about if there were other positions that got selected, or maybe even specific names at 25 that didn't fall in those acute areas of need, which ones would get fans excited? And I brought up
y'all are speaking my language.
The Loveland kid from Michigan, the tight end. Yep. I brought up Malachi Starks, the safety. I think safety would get people excited. And then I threw Genty out there as sort of a wild card in the whole thing.
For sure. No,
if they drafted Genty at 25, how would In the Loop feel about that?
I would be thrilled.
You would?
I'd be thrilled.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be a little less thrilled, but I just love the player so much.
You do love the player. You brought him up a lot during the year.
I love Ashton Genty. Yeah. I mean, it's easy. I'm not saying anything. It doesn't make me any level of incredible scout. It's just fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, he would be a fun player. I think I have also gotten on board. I heard you guys talking about him earlier, Nick, and I'm worried. First and foremost, if there's a Nigerian player, I'm going to root for him. That's just how I am. But also, him testing off the charts. These are the things that are built for. This is why the Combine is built for us, the viewer, so that we can have moments like this, so that we can attach ourselves to a player that we otherwise wouldn't care that much about. And yeah, so,
40 times.
Yes, 40
Shuttle
times.
times.
Vert.
Oh, yeah.
Like he gets up.
Bench press.
And I mean, the tape's not bad on him.
Vert,
yes.
yes.
The tape is pretty good on him, too. Like, I don't think he had a touchdown scored on him at South Carolina this year.
Oh, the safety. Yeah. That's, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the knock on him is consistency.
Sure.
He's not consistently swarmy. There's times where he's just not. It doesn't look like he's all that lustful for violence. You know, I like guys who are basically because they had the right guidance along the way.
Yeah.
They learned to temper it and just leave it out on the football field.
Guys that you might need to hire a staffer just to follow him around, make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
No. Technically, no. You can't be the one that's gonna turn them around. They have to have been. They've got those tendencies, but they were tamped down by a good upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like the Texans have a lot of guys on defense who have violent tendencies, but they learned how to manage them from their home. You know, I don't want to be the football team that's gonna all of a sudden give the kids an upbringing that they never had. I think the Texans have identified those guys.
Will Anderson knows exactly when to get super duper violent.
That's a great example.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the question of the day, boys?
Oh, I got a good one. We got a good one for you.
Yeah.
You can take credit.
What did you used to do really well that you just can't do anymore? It has
sex.
Well, that too. There's our first answer. It has to do with the rodeo cook-off.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it anymore.
You can't, huh?
Can't do it. I went to the rodeo cook-off.
You did?
But I got there
Did
at
you
8.
party your ass off?
Big time.
Yeah.
I got there at 8:30 a.m.
Before 1 p.m.
And I was gone by 1:30.
Oh, you're one of those breakfast parties.
Dude, it was awesome. It was the greatest
day party
rodeo cook-off ever for me.
So you didn't go to our Odyssey tent then? Because that was
no, I gave the tickets to Reggie.
You did? Okay.
Because we had our anniversary party that night.
You did? Oh, that's right. It was your anniversary this weekend. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like for me, it's drinking.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that's true for a lot of people, but I feel like I'm still recovering from I didn't even drink heavily when we were and I feel like I'm still hungover from it.
Yeah.
Whereas Sean's like a 19-year-old, and so I feel a little bit of shame about how strong Sean is. Sean's not waning in his strengths at all.
Yeah, no, I lean into it for sure. Mine is my capacity to talk to people on the phone.
Oh,
really?
that's a good
I have very little capacity and patience to talk to even people that I like.
Yeah.
Nay, love on the phone.
I'm glad you use nay.
Yes. I just don't enjoy it. Whereas
it's an inconvenience.
Whereas before the phone was with us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, back in the day, Reggie, gather around here, and back in my day,
I'm trying to sit cross-legged right now.
It was a, and Seth and John would both attest. It was a privilege to get a telephone in your room when you were a teenager.
Yes, sir.
That was a big step.
Or a devoted line, I'm assuming.
Yes,
as well.
your own phone. It started as a line adjunct to your main line at home.
Yeah.
And then you realize.
Or even 10, 12 years ago, like Sunday mornings, I would call my mom and have a nice 20, 30-minute conversation.
Yeah, see, that doesn't sound as delightful.
Tuesday, Wednesday night, whatever, I'd call my sister. Hey, what's up?
Man.
What's going on? How you doing?
I feel like an old soul right now.
I've got like 5 people I
don't talk to anyone, and I don't want to talk to anyone.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, my capacity.
I used to call my grandparents a lot, but they're all dead. So
condolences.
I would still call them.
Did you just to hear their voicemail greeting?
Yeah.
That's actually very sweet.
That's my capacity for talking on the phone. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, boys. Well, we're out of here. The floor is yours.
Good to see y'all smiling faces.
It's good to be back, man. It is really nice to be back. We had a great trip. Really nice to be back.
I'm very happy that neither of you were consumed by iguanas. For a moment there, I was concerned.
It's close.
Yeah.
Seth was the hero we all needed. He was out there scaring them all away. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a prostate exam to you.
Thank you. I need the antibodies.
I got one Friday.
You did?
I thought of you.
Good to hear.
That's never the one that you want to hear.
Yeah, that's
never
awful.
what you want to hear.
That's terrible.
That's how we're starting this month.
Was you thinking of Sean as it happened?
Oh yeah,
that's not my fault.
As she's whoop.
That's.
I was like, hey,
ooh, Sean.
Ooh, Sean. Yeah. John calls me the finger because I point at people in my pictures that I'm with, and for no other reason other than that.
Yeah,
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Hey, quick reminder: Mike Toman Texans' new team president, joining us in studio, 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Very nice.
8 o'clock in studio tomorrow. So if you fellas want to get up here a little early and meet the new team president, he'll be up here.
God, I hate waking up early.
Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Yeah, well, that'll show him how much you really want to meet him.
That's right. And I can apologize for mispronouncing his name.
There you go. All right, we're done. We're out of time. KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. That's what you're listening to. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday to you. We are indeed in the loop, and you're in the loop as well. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig. Hope that you're ready to rock with this. You ready?
Oh yeah, I had a great weekend. I'm supercharged.
All right, very good. Yeah. I don't know the way that you said it. For some reason, I don't believe you, but we'll do it anyway.
I am supercharged.
Supercharged.
I am.
See, I feel like
he's being funny.
He's trying. He's trying hard.
No.
Yeah.
Had a great weekend.
It
was good. It was a solid weekend.
I had to watch the grandkids all weekend, but I had a great weekend.
I nailed the anniversary. Absolutely.
No, I don't believe that. I refuse to believe such things. You have given me no reason to believe you on that front.
I don't think she liked the barbecue cook-off that you had to go to.
I was back in time. By the way, that's part of the great weekend. I had the greatest barbecue cook-off I can remember in recent years, but I crushed it. So here's what I did real quick.
Okay.
I went back into the attic, got our old pictures down, got pictures of our old wedding pictures from the honeymoon, the wedding, the rehearsal dinner and everything, got them enlarged into 8x10s, 25 8x10s, and put them all around the house. And then I got a cake that was an exact replica of the groom's cake from our wedding.
Nice.
And instead of celebrating marriage, I put celebrating 40 years.
Very nice.
And I nailed it. I crushed it.
Was that it?
Then I did a seafood boil for her.
Okay.
I did a spicy seafood boil for her, which she's a big fan of. A little king crab leg was thrown in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
he shelled out a little bit.
Money.
Shrimp, king crab leg, the whole 9 yards. Crushed it. And then it was just a great weekend.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. All
Did you say to her, we got married at a time where we could have never even dreamt that we would be able to
I should have.
Yeah.
No, but I probably should have.
Yeah, man.
And then we...
Yeah, because I know what the ladies love in those moments is you pointing out how much spent.
She cried. We got tears.
Okay.
We got tears.
Good for you.
That's a good omen.
Good tears, I hope, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, my God, this is terrible.
What is marking?
What are we doing?
All right, so it sounds like you had a good weekend. Hope everybody else had a good weekend on the YouTube, which, again, much appreciated to start that again. Much appreciation to Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
That's right, for giving us the live stream. And on the YouTube there, Sports Radio 610, Juan says, sounds like John's little lighter between the legs.
Oh, God.
Sounds like you got something done this weekend.
Hey, that's every day, boy.
All right. Okay. See, this is what I get for involved in. No, I'm just kidding. Always get involved in. Of course, there's also the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Thank you, Jim. All right, let's turn this into the sports. This is ostensibly a sports talk show. But I think the big thing on the weekend, there's a lot of sports actually, like if you think about it, but the big thing on the weekend was still the combine getting hot and heavy. And look, there's a lot of different ways that we can do this, and I figured one of the best ways we could do this is getting it from a very comfortable lens. I figure I did not prepare you for this, but I think we're going to do some OGs passing thoughts. So if you could hit the music for me, sir.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez.
I used to go into the clubhouse, and I just...
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
How about some post-combine irrational knee-jerk passing?
Oh, knee-jerk and irrational? What did we do to become so lucky?
Yeah, that's another great part of the weekend. You put the TV on, you're just watching it as you're cooking, as you're doing stuff. And
this is another time where I will evangelize for the 3 TV setup. Just over there in the corner.
Yep.
Just turn over and see someone just footing, just some big boy.
Yeah.
Especially.
Well, we'll get to that, too.
Membu?
Yeah.
Membu out here footing, and I had the audio on, so I heard him out here yelling. Big boys moving.
Yeah, we'll get to that, too. First passing thought, just a takeaway from the weekend. I think the Titans are definitely trading the number 1 overall pick.
What makes you say that?
A few things. First of all, there's been some buzz coming out of Indianapolis that they're listening. In fact, there's a quote, I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but something along the lines of, we're getting a lot of attention to that. Not just that, but they need more than just a quarterback. They need a quarterback, but they need more than just a quarterback. And they could still get, if they trade the number 1 overall pick for a team, which you got to figure would need a quarterback and draft a quarterback, they could still get either at, let's say they go back to number 3, make that trade with, is it the Giants? Yeah, Giants, who need a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they were reportedly very, very in.
And they are out.
On Matt Stafford.
Well,
they're not out on Matt Stafford. Basically,
everybody's out on Matt Stafford.
Yeah, that basically played out like restricted free agency.
Yeah.
Where the Rams... I mean, this last week, my memory is already failing me in that regard. But the Rams allowed him to seek a trade, but they're not in any position to go and get any other quarterback. And, Sean McVay does not seem like a dude who really wants to rebuild this, even though he is at a young age, and you would think that you would, be in that place. But he's already talked about retirement at points. He wants to play at a high level. And so Matt Stafford is the best situation for them, especially when you look at this quarterback landscape. And so they basically let him go out there, find some teams, find some comps, come back, bring those numbers back, and they found some. Although we don't have actual numbers, I didn't see any actual numbers on what they actually got done. But it was 2 for 45, 2 for 50 in those various places. And now the Giants out here, and they
have to have a quarterback.
They are really in that place. And that desperation always feels like I imagine that ends up in a bad place when you're in that desperation, because trading up for the quarterbacks in this one, I still don't feel great about.
But they're in a place where they need to. So let's say they make that trade with the Giants. They drop to number 3. They get more picks, and they can still draft Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, possibly.
Sounds like a win to me.
No, probably they would be able to draft one of those two guys.
Yes. No, that is an unabashed win if you can make that happen. I feel like you are stealing from the Giants in that case.
Yeah. All right. Another passing thought here. Isaiah Bond, this is so weird to say, hurt himself in the weirdest way.
Oh, from talking that talk?
Yeah. He said, I'm going to run a 4.2, maybe a 4.1. He ran a 4.39, which is pretty dang close to 4.4 and really, really good.
And one thing I will admit, or I will make note of, it is not a 4.20.
No.
I just want to make that clear in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah.
4.39 is not 4.20.
That's 0.2 of a second. So
it's pretty solid, fast wide receiver time.
But he kind of hurt himself. And you know what happened? Matthew Golden is out here throwing a 4.30 up there with better production as a player, and probably a better prospect, maybe the number 1 receiving prospect in the entire draft. So Isaiah Bond kind of hurt himself in a weird way.
What's interesting, though, is I feel like Isaiah Bond was already in that place, I think, for evaluators where they probably looked at him as, all right, probably a third-round guy, and the possibility of that speed was always intriguing, but I don't think that anybody looked at him, or maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I don't know how many people then looked at him as, he's going to be some level of high-level receiver, whereas Matthew Golden absolutely is much higher, held in much higher regard. And I imagine that speed, which, again, fastest 40 of this particular scouting combine, I imagine that also helps in some regard. But again,
but he didn't help himself.
No, but I also, he didn't help himself from our perspective.
Right.
Again, this is where we have to remind ourselves that the people that are actually involved in making the decisions, they don't weigh some of these things nearly as highly as we do on the outside.
Yeah. Here's another passing thought, and it ties directly to your Houston Texans.
Houston Texans?
All of our Houston Texans.
Oh, okay.
If they really have gotten into the headspace of preferring a defensive tackle with their first pick, which is a possibility, they're going to have to take a defensive tackle in the first round because DT's killed it at the Combine. We're walking away looking at some of these recaps and stuff with defensive tackles in the first round. So if the Texans want a defensive tackle and really, really want them, they're probably going to have to get him with a first-round pick.
That's interesting because the tough part about that is there are a lot of defensive tackles out there. But
if 8 or 10 go?
There are a lot of them. But if you do find a way to get that many, I don't know that you're getting that many defensive tackles because I've heard, various kind of thought processes. And you know what? We'll ask Charles McDonald where he falls on this.
Perfect.
We talked to him a few weeks ago at the Combine. He's of Yahoo Sports. He was at the Combine in Indy. So we'll talk to him at noon. And I want to get his impact. In fact, I'll write that down. Or Figgy, can you remind me so that I don't forget? Because I know myself, and I do be forgetting. But I've heard the ideas of a lot of defensive ends going in the first round.
And they could both go. It could be the run.
Maybe that. Yeah, maybe it's just like there's a ton of all those. But eventually, I think, especially seeing as the places that you are interested in, you should find a really good pick at 25. But then, yeah, that puts a little bit of a question on who you are going to have. Like, what's the gamesmanship that's necessary to get what you want out of the first two rounds? But yeah, you might have to go. I mean, definitely your first 2 picks. Yeah, you're having to go in those 2 places. But I tend to view this as a positive, seeing how many defensive tackles, tested well and are well regarded, meaning that, hey, you probably have a large pool to sample from in order to find you an impact interior defensive lineman, which I think is the idea. I'd much rather be in this situation where there's a lot of impact defensive linemen out there that are really coveted, as opposed to the idea of there is not very many impact defensive linemen, and then you're in a place where you just get another rotation.
One they really covet.
Sure.
And he's gone. It could be weird. I've adopted your term. I'm going to be using that henceforth. I have a couple of pet cats.
It's not my term, I will say. Brian Broaddus, who is a Super Bowl winning scout, he is much older than me. I say that with respect. He's heard that, and he's carried that for a while. So I stole it from him, but I appreciate that you're still in the front.
Also known as draft crushes. I like pet cats better. I got a couple. I left the weekend with a couple.
Okay, I want to hear who you got.
Safety Nick Emanwari.
Yeah. Woo!
This dude.
South Carolina.
This dude. He might have had the best combine performance altogether ever. I mean, if you're looking at the numbers alone, 6'3", 220, okay? Safety.
Solid.
4'3", 40.
Speed.
43-inch vertical.
Got 99th percentile, by the way. And the 40, 96th percentile, just to give you an idea of where he stands amongst that.
11.6 broad jump. That's explosion.
That is literally the top of the broad jump.
Yeah. And you're thinking, okay, is he another Shamar Stewart that just had a great combine? No. That guy's got production. That guy has had elite production at South Carolina, as you mentioned. 4 interceptions, 3 pass breakups, 0 TDs allowed in 2024.
And decent amount of strength, although bench is not necessarily going to tell
19?
you everything. 20. 78th percentile, which is, pretty solid there as well.
No, so I think he's one, and of course, I'm a big fan of advocate of them getting a safety. My other one is
the thing about it is, especially with this kind of testing and in this regard, consistency is one of the questions. One, if you talk about a defense, like context always matters. You drop him into a defensive structure like what you have here, you're winning. But the other thing is, it feels very evident that, he's kind of been a top 40 guy.
Yeah.
It feels like, he might be trending towards a first-round pick, and if you don't use him there, well, then don't worry about him. Yeah. He's not in your situation.
The other one, my other pet cat surprised me a little bit, but the production has been there. The performance, even though he didn't run the 40, was there over the weekend, and that's that TCU wide receiver, Jack Beck. Big time production. Great story as well. That shouldn't necessarily matter too much in the draft, but his brother was killed in the New Orleans incident, or whatever you want to call it. That guy looks like he's got every element there is to fit in with any team, and the Texans could certainly use a wide receiver in a later round.
Yeah, and another solid place where you could kind of add some depth is like that wide receiver place. That one of my favorites when it comes to pet cats is Xavier Restrepo. But yeah, man, I've seen him as kind of like a third round type guy, and that feels right in the place where if you address some needs in those first 2 picks. Especially if you're not like super heavy on wide receiver, if maybe you go interior O-line, interior D-line, or what have you. He could be available in that kind of third round area. And there's a lot of interesting guys in that area. Bond is probably in that area. Yeah. If you have any interest in like a bigger body who I haven't go Collins. But Elikai Manor, who is the dude out of Stanford, who notably I think is the one that people point to when they go, hey, man, somebody got over on Travis Hunter because of that game a couple years ago where he put up 200 plus on Colorado. Like there's some interesting players that go relatively. Anna Royals is another one from Utah State that people are interested in. So yeah, no, but Beck, is that how it's pronounced? I don't recall. But yeah, he's an interesting one, and obviously he's had a good offseason just in general because of him at the Senior Bowl also. He was the MVP of the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. And then the other passing thought I have, I'm as confident as ever that Jackson Dart is going to be a big-time quarterback.
He tested really well. He's the
guy I've liked early. He threw the ball. It wasn't even really close. Although obviously Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders didn't throw, but it wasn't even close. How much better he was than all the other quarterbacks on the field. So I think Jackson Dart, not necessarily something that affects the Texans, Well, I think he's going to be a big-time quarterback in the NFL.
All right, we get this text, and sometimes one of the things I love about the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line is just trying to decipher what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so this text comes in from the 832, and it just says Taj Brooks. Taj Brooks is a running back from Tech, and I'm assuming that's their pet cat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that might be what's happening there because that's what you mentioned. However, there's a possibility that they're just like, Taj Brooks, wanted to let you know he's out there. Some from the 972, they said they still want Tyler Booker, who is a dude who he had a great weekend. He'll show up this later on in the show, winners and losers at 1. But yes, he's another one. And then someone from the 832 mentions it seems like the University of Texas has the fastest. I have to say that underneath the University of Texas for quality NFL players, I put UH, Baylor, TCU. But yeah, man, Texas is really, having a reputation for having some strong wide receivers. I know for a period of time, and maybe it still reigns true, LSU kind of felt like wide receiver especially look at the top end of guys that come through. Jamar Chase, obviously Justin Jefferson. There's a lot of other ones that you can go back further. Odell, Juice Landry, those guys. But Texas has been putting out a nice grip of wide receivers, which probably speaks well to Sark's ability to not just recruit, but then also develop those spots. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they're doing a good job trying to stake their claim as wide receiver. That's fair.
No, it was. Do you have any pet cats?
Restrepo is the one that I have dealt with, obviously, and it's not novel. Amon Worry is one of the ones that is very much.
I like that guy.
He very much drew my attention this weekend, and I'm like I mentioned, Tyler Booker caught a lot more of my attention, just as a big boy moving, right? Like a big boy saying the right things and doing the right things this weekend. There's a lot of good things. I'm interested in some other folks that have pet cats, just like the. What was it, the 832? Go ahead and text those in on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line. Your pet cats. I'll try and get through those as well. All right, we're just getting off and running on a Monday here in the Loop. Were you done? I didn't want to make
no. That's
sure
it.
We got
that's it. Perfect timing.
Those were your passing thoughts on the combine. We'll still circle back into some of that, especially as we'll have on Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports. He was there in Indy for. I'm going to ask him some questions. But coming up next, hey. Jose Altuve not only played in left field, but actually got work. How'd he fare? Let's talk about that next.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on trading draft picks for veteran players.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, happy Monday to you. Hope that you're having a good one out there. 24610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
If you want to get involved in the program. Jose Altuve.
He caught it.
Man, on Friday, we were so hopeful. We were so excited for the opportunity to see him in left field, or at least to hear about him in left field, because we didn't have an opportunity.
Yeah, it was not even on TV.
Watch it. Which, I'm gonna be honest. That's been annoying me. I don't know that I've ever been so annoyed by not being able to watch spring training baseball. I think I feel like a sicko. Right, like just preseason. If you were watching preseason sports, super intently. Well, actually, the real thing is if you're betting on preseason sports, stop
that would
it.
be a problem.
Stop it. Get some help. In the words of Michael Jordan. However, this feels like an instance where, man, I would love to get my eyes on it. I'd love to see what some of these pitchers are working with, what they're working on, the crispness and those types of things. But obviously, because of Jose Altuve and his opportunity, or the move that he has, where he's playing in left field for the first time in his career. In fact, I think I was looking at it before this season. He had all of 6 innings of defensive work outside of playing second base. This is just it's not something that he has done at all. It's something, obviously we know that. So him in left field was going to be super, super interesting to see. And we kind of saw that on Friday, what I deemed Jose Altuve Day, and then all of a sudden we got nothing. He got 0 innings of he got 6 innings of work. Zero instances to actually field a baseball. In fact, he was talking after the game about Cliff Floyd, yes, MLB Network, about this, and this was his reaction to getting no baseballs in his spring training debut.
You was out there 6 innings, your first time out there. 0 balls. Nothing.
Not a ground ball, not a foul ball. It's like I wasn't there.
It's like I wasn't there. It was. It really was. You could have just been standing out there picking the grass.
But he's been excited to try and get an opportunity to get the baseball to him. And now you look up and you go, hey, actually, he got an opportunity this weekend. And you alluded to it. He caught it.
He caught it. It was a shot to the left field. Had to run a little bit, into the wall a little bit. Snagged it, and some people will not remember this, but I showed you the video. It reminded me like Jose Altuve making a catch in left field. There's an old movie called Parenthood with Steve Martin, and his kid is awful, and they stick him in right field, as you often do at that level, and a ball, potential game-winning catch gets hit toward him. Everybody tries to catch it for him, but he ends up catching the ball after it bounces off his glove. He catches it, and Steve Martin goes ballistic, jumping, running,
air guitar,
screaming, air guitar, hopping around. And I thought of that scene when Jose Altuve made that catch, because it's like, hey, he caught it. Yeah, you see, problem solved. People, are we going to be doing this all year long? Anytime something goes to Altuve and he makes a catch like that?
Yes, we're watching all of this with bated breath.
It's going to be an adventure.
We're watching all this with bated breath. Like, this is going where our eyes go. Is he going to handle these things well? Now, obviously, out at the wall, like he handles it well. It looked fairly natural with him catching that. And then there was another instance where he did not have that. So, actually, let's start here. Can you give me Altuve 2? This was him talking about the read that he got on the ball that he actually caught.
Kind of like saw the ball going high, and I'm like, okay, that's going back. And then I saw the wall, I saw the ball, and like, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see. So I got it, and then I hit the wall. But I think it was a great play, great read, and excited about it. Want to get more.
Let's go. And he said he was getting help from the bullpen. The bullpen guys were acting like Steve Martin.
Yes, including Ronel Blanco.
Yes,
who was the starter who had worked the first 2 innings. He was in the bullpen. He, in fact, stopped in the bullpen on his way back to the clubhouse, and he said that he was one of the guys that was cheering for. Like, the whole team is rallied around him in this. But in one way, maybe one person did not quite rally around him, because that was one of the instances. He also had, apparently in the first inning, his first defensive chance, a situation where shortstop Luis Guillorme was playing at shortstop on the day. He's one of the guys that's probably in the running for second base. I think that if memory serves me, Spo has ranked him, as I've asked him to power rank him, probably third. Yeah. Most of the times when he was talking about, or second, actually.
Maybe second or third, because Brendan Rodgers is in there too. I think. Yeah.
So he's kind of been power ranked in there, either second or third, up the mantle at second base defensively this year. But he's playing shortstop in the game, and it's a soft ground ball to the left side, and Guillorme rounds it and misses it. So the ball bounces into shallow left field. And this is part of now your responsibility as left fielders, being the backup there, being able to come in. And Nathaniel Lowe's on the base path. He is going to test him, right? This is one of the things we talked about. Dudes are going to test Jose Altuve in left field. And so he charges it apparently about 10 feet from the infield dirt. He has to throw home, as Lowe is rounding third to go home. And he has the distance, but he's offline. Caratini has to go and try and make a play and isn't able to make one there. So that happens there, and this is Jose Altuve. This is Altuve 4 here, Figgy. This is Jose Altuve now then giving his reaction to the throwing error and how that came about.
That first throw was kind of tricky because it wasn't like a normal base hit, long throw. It was like mid distance, so you don't really know if you throw in the air or you throw to the ground. But I think I'm going to learn and like I said, get better.
This was exactly what I was talking about on Friday. And the way I put it is, what about the errors that aren't actually errors? The only reason this was an error is because the runner on second base advanced. The error wasn't on his throw to the plate. It's because the throw to the plate went to the backstop, and the runner on second base advanced to third. Let's say that didn't happen. The throw was offline and the runner scored. That's what I was talking about. Like, it's just a little offline. It's not scored an error, but it's maybe something that another left fielder makes. So we'll have to see. He's going to have to learn and get it done. And not every outfielder, even veteran 10-year outfielders, are going to make that throw just perfect every time. Sometimes it's going to go up the line.
For sure. Especially, and this is one of those circumstances where it was soft, relatively soft contact as well. And then your shortstop does not cover himself with glory. So now you have to come up and try and make an extraordinary play in some ways. And he probably could have been better with it, understandably so. But with that being the case, now he's gotten a little bit of work. Now we have an opportunity to do a little reaction, overreaction, what have you. Where are you at? Understanding that we did not get an opportunity to actually watch these things happen. But with the descriptions, what we were kind of hearing that, where are you at? Early on in the Jose Altuve in left field experience.
I think where I am is it's going to be like this all year long. I just said it. There are veteran outfielders who make that, quote, mistake, even though it's not an error.
Right.
And so I think in his first year at age 35, when he makes a play, we're going to all go Steve Martin in Parenthood. and when he misses a play, even if it's not an error, as I mentioned, the only reason that was an error is because the runner on second advanced. We're going to be going, could he, should he have made that play?
Yeah.
I think it's all year long. All year.
It's possible. And look, when you say all year, probably will be all year. It looks like Joe Espada has basically said that he is expecting Jose Altuve to play, quote, a majority of the games in left field. So, majority on the very basic technicality is what, 81 games?
83 games. 81 games.
Well, I guess that would be half. So the number that we had settled on early on was the possibility of him playing 100 out there. But it seems like they don't want to play Jordan in left field anymore. And, you have a few options of guys that maybe could fill in at some times. But it feels like he's going to play a lot of games in left field. So we'll have a lot of opportunities to see whether he's latching on. But early returns, I guess technically are mixed.
Yeah.
But I'm encouraged. And maybe I'm looking forward to being encouraged. But just the idea that he came in, got to the baseball, and fired it in, I think dialing in where you're throwing the baseball is something that you can get a little better at. But the arm strength was one of the things that we were worried about. And again, not the toughest throw, coming in towards the infield, but it seems like he was able to handle that.
He also had said something there that I thought was interesting, and it's something that we're going to have to watch. Like, he admitted, I didn't know whether I should fire it, all the way because it was a mid-range throw, all the way, or bounce it in front, And
those are the experience things.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah.
So he's good. He just needs to get some of those underneath his belt. All right, we mentioned that he was talking to Cliff Floyd on MLB Network this weekend, and this is a little bit more. This was him talking about the biggest challenge that he's had playing in the outfield.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is going to be not talking to anyone. At second and talking to Jeremy and talking to the first baseman, whoever is playing first that day, and even talking to the umpires. Someone gets on base and talking to them versus left field, you're lonely there. So
right.
Not talking. I'm pretty sure they're going to get some interaction with the fans.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Oh, yeah, we will.
Are you?
Yeah, we will, especially on the road.
Going to handle that portion of it because there's been speculation that he's been injured at these various all-star breaks in order to avoid like the boos and those types of things. That's like the level of kind of concern around the league, I guess, that people talk about.
Yeah.
Do you have any concern about him in the left field, especially as he's gotten very used to over a relatively long career at this point, the comfort of having those conversations and maybe that helping you stay locked in on the game?
I'm not really. I think he's going to just good old-fashioned, just ignore it, act like this not even happened. But it's going to be brutal. It'll be brutal. They're going to pepper him everywhere.
Yeah. I'm sure. He is one of two that remains from that 2017 World Series. Who's the other?
Who's the other?
On the team.
From 2017? Who is it?
Lance McCullers.
Oh, no wonder.
He do count.
He absolutely counts.
Yeah.
He absolutely counts.
No wonder I couldn't
I'm talking
remember.
about the people on that magazine. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah,
Fair enough. All right, real quick before we go, I did want to get this in because apparently Altuve, we mentioned how, when he was still working at then Minute Maid, now Dyken Park, before he even went out to West Palm, he had been borrowing a glove. This is not the name on the glove that he had been borrowing. Like, he had previously been borrowing Jordan's outfield glove. Now in West Palm, he still doesn't have a glove of his own. This is him talking about the glove he's using.
No, actually, this is my good friend Marwin Gonzalez's glove.
Okay. Oh, Marwin.
Yeah, mine's not ready yet.
Right.
So I called him and said, you got to drive here. And he wanted me to go there and pick it up. I said, no, you're coming here.
Coming here, big dog.
So he came and brought me the glove. And
That's what friends are for, right?
Absolutely.
What are friends for that my mom frequently gives, but how long does it take to get ready this glove?
Yeah.
It's been a month, over a month.
You would have thought it would be ready.
It's been over a month.
Yeah.
Why does he not have a glove yet?
And then you got to break it in.
I'm amazed.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Marwin, loaning the glove. Maybe there's some good juju in the Marwin glove. Maybe that's how that works. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Inspire by Cook-Off. What happened this weekend? What are the things that you used to do? You used to just be able to do easy that you just can't do no more. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll talk about that next.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight.
Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get to the question of the day here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. A couple things. We mentioned the throwing error that Jose Altuve had. A fair point comes in on the YouTube, which is Ronel Blanco didn't back up Caratini on that as well. So the runner advancing from second also probably would have been helped if you have the full range of things. But it's spring. However, I'm like, hey, man, where's the PFP, man?
Yeah, no, look.
Where's the pitcher fielding practice,
where is
baby?
that field? No, that's a very fair point. But my whole point was that throw up the line.
No, I hear you. You're not right in it. I just wanted to also say, hey, man, that's not something.
No.
Detail-oriented is the phrase that I'm using a lot at this given juncture in looking at sports. And that's one of those details, man. It's fair right now, in saying that it's spring training. However, let's get that all corrected, fellas, and I imagine that they will. All right, let's get into the question of the day. Inspired by cook-off, and I'll let you tell us what inspired that in a second. But what is it that you used to just be able to do easy that now not so easy, or that you just can't do it all anymore?
Yeah,
713-572-4610.
Figure I had a blast at cook-off, man. It was one of the best times I've had a cook-off in a long time.
You did cook-off, like real cook-off.
Cook-off.
You went cook-off.
Really? Okay.
I was there at 8:30 a.m.
Damn.
Saturday. I was gone by 1:30. It was so good.
Listen, I'm here for food and not people.
I went and bet with some buddies who, by the way, did quite well at the cook-off competition. I did some stuff for the barbecue podcast I do, Bite Meat, and then hung out with in some tents early on. I think the gates didn't open till 10. So, people were just trickling in, had a couple beers, had some barbecue, talked with people, gone. And by the way, I don't think I'm putting anybody out here because I don't even know who this person was, but I got there at 8:30. I said, hey, I'm just going to be here. I'll be gone by about, I think I told her noon, but I ended up staying a little longer. So I'll be gone by noon. I'm just going to go talk to some buddies that are in the cook-off, etc. She said, come on in. I want green sweet lot, Figgy. Free the bridge.
He said he paid $3.99.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then I got into the cook-off. I told the guy, the nice sheriff's deputy, said, hey, same thing. I'm just going to go in, talk to some friends, blah, blah. He goes, go on in. Didn't pay for the cook-off either.
I should have went with you.
But here's my point.
That's what I was saying. I really should have went with him and just hung out.
But here's my point. That Saturday night cook-off, that ain't in me anymore, man.
Oh, it was a mass of humanity.
The game ain't in you no more.
It ain't in me. I used to love it. Used to, drink, eat, party, didn't mind the crowds, parking, all that. It was a hassle. No, that's gone. I had the best time being out of there by 1:30.
That's a shame. I mean, it's probably good for you, but it's a shame, man. Seeing the mass of humanity, getting out there to cook off for the very first time, I had a blast, and I don't even think I did it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I was very much an A to B type of visitor.
Mm-hmm.
I did not go and walk around.
Okay.
I didn't even do that much people watching. Even then, the people watching that I was able to do just going A to B, solid.
Figure you still went pretty hard, huh?
Yeah, but I'm kind of with you, man. Like, I was gone. I went Thursday night and Friday night. I was gone. I was at the car by like 9:30.
Yeah.
I didn't even stay that late, man. Even Friday, I'm thinking like maybe I stay a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm like I got all the content I need.
Yeah.
And I didn't really drink as much. I had a couple drinks,
Mm-hmm.
but I ain't go hard in the paint, man.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's it, man. Once I eat, like, all right, man, I'm ready to go.
There were some folks. I showed Reggie and Sean a video.
Was it the Houston Man on social media?
Yeah, at the Houston Man. There were some folks that kept trying to walk left, but his body kept taking him right.
Yeah.
A bunch of weekend burnings.
Oh my gosh, it was that. Those days are gone. So what are some things like I used to do that way? I used to love going. I mean, go hard, dance, drink, walk around, people watch. What are some things that you were pretty good at? Just ain't gonna do it anymore.
From the 346, they say they used to be good at driving 8 to 13 hours without any restroom breaks or stiffness. Not so much now.
Yeah, those are gone too for a lot, and you don't have to be in your 40s or 50s or beyond to do that. sometimes it leaves you early. Another guy said, I'm not even 40, and I don't remember the last time I jumped.
Hey, you need to find a way to do a little. I'm not saying go and jump all the time, but that jumping, make sure you still got it in you a little bit. Just do one jump. Just jump every week, one time a week. Just give yourself one good jump.
Just jump,
just to feel like you still got something in there, that the hinges still work.
How about you?
For me, man, I'm still in this good spot, man. I'm not gonna lie. And I was trying to think of it because there's various things that you guys have brought up. That I'm like, yo, I'm interested in. I will say, actually doing a lot of like working out. I think I'm out of that game. But it's not that I can't do it anymore. I just don't have the inclination.
You know, one thing I was thinking about with you, and maybe you're not there yet because you're still younger. I think I was like 36, 37. I used to, play a lot. 36, 67. I never wanted to keep the court. After about 2 games,
you were like, I'm done?
I'd be like, anybody want to play for me?
Nah, I'm keeping the court.
Anybody?
Now, I found like little caveats within the things that I do that I won't do anymore. Like one of the things, and it's tough being in Houston because Houston is very much a city for this. I am a strictly indoor cat when it comes to basketball.
Okay.
Like I don't play outdoor basketball anymore. I'm not playing on concrete. I'm not playing with a rubber basketball. I don't do it. I refuse. So, like, it's got to be wood floors. I got to have a nice leather basketball.
Indoors.
Yeah, it's got to be indoors. It's got to be some air conditioning. I'm very much in that place.
But
like,
you think you think you're a badass. You keep the court 2, maybe 3 games. I got into that 3rd game. I was like, anybody want to play for me?
Nah, that's when the second win hits, baby. We're going real strong at that point. Yeah. From the 3-4-6, they said getting out of bed in the morning. You could do that. In fact, I feel like typically if we're going with the
maybe they're just not as good as they used to be.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're going with the stereotype, that getting out of bed in the morning gets better because you waking up earlier and earlier, right? Like, hey, man, it's 5 o'clock, time to get up. Which that's the thing is getting up early. I am getting better at, but that's still not one that is very good in my bag. I tell you that for sure. Figure you got one of those things that you just that you used to be really good at and you just can't do no more.
Yeah, this one not even that physical like that, but I used to be a late movie guy, so let's catch the late movie tonight and all this other stuff. Dinner,
that's a good one,
at 9, and then hit the movie around 10:30. Now I'm just the movie started at 10:30. I'm out.
Yeah,
like now
that's a good one.
I gotta catch it early. At 7 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock is max.
You're pushing it.
Yeah, if I want to live on the wild side, and I'm like, let's get that 8:30 movie and be done by like 10:30. Now I'm just like, man, I'm not staying up late. I will be asleep in that movie theater.
Sean had a good one, talking on the phone. He just doesn't like to talk on the phone anymore.
I find that incredible.
Yeah, everything text. I don't want to talk to you people.
So it almost makes me think that it's almost like a bell curve of sorts because it feels like a lot of the young folks as well are not really like phone folks anymore.
Yeah, that's more of a cultural thing. Than anything.
Maybe so. But it feels like you get to that middle space and getting on the phone ain't that much of a problem. How about this? Somebody said from the 225. They said basically date night, dinner, movie, dancing, and then fun time. They said now it's dinner or movie and no dancing.
Oh, yeah.
No, for real.
He said
pick one.
We're not doing all of them.
Pick one.
I knew I was washed up once we finished dinner. And after dinner, I felt like I was drunk. I'm like, I ain't even had nothing to drink. And then the next morning, woke up with a headache. I'm like, man, I feel like I'm hungover just because I stayed up to 11 o'clock.
I just figured out what one of them was. I did figure it out. I can't put down multiple plates at Thanksgiving no more.
Oh, okay.
I used to pride myself. 2 is the minimum. We getting 3-4 plates down this Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
easy. Now I'm like that 1 plate, or if I go to dinner, be a guarantee. We getting the big entree.
Yep.
We getting some sides, and then we getting dessert. Now I'm like, ooh, do I have space for that?
Yeah. Unbuckling your pants, which we always used to do, but you can handle it better.
Yeah,
when you're
now buffets, I can't do buffets.
It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, the only benefit of it is you could get multiple things.
Right, you can kind of.
But you ain't getting 2 or 3 plates. You getting that 1 plate and you finish.
This is it.
Yeah.
From the 832, fly balls used to look like beach balls. Now they look like golf balls. Oh, yeah. Seeing that from the stands. Yeah, that's always one that's interesting to me is like, can you follow the action from where you are in a way that is comfortable. Because also, if you're getting to that place where it's hard to see, we just gonna watch this at home on the TV.
I think, and I could kind of relate to this a little bit. This past weekend at Cook-Off, I can't do too much loud music now, man. Especially and it wasn't that bad where we were at, but
in the VIP.
But just honestly, just going to a club. Like one of them restaurants that play music that have a live DJ.
Yeah.
Sometimes the music be so damn loud, I'm like, I can't even hear myself think. I'm like, why y'all got all this bass in the music? I'm over here trying to eat my food.
What about just going to an actual club?
That's out.
Oh,
like an actual club. Like most of the places we go might have music, but it's a restaurant, or it's sort of a combo bar, sports bar, and they're playing good music. But like to go to a club.
Nah, you gotta have seats, man. If you ain't got no seats or menu, count me out.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't about to be trying to stand food, nowhere to sit.
Yeah.
You know what the thing that gets me about those situations more than anything? Having to yell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hate it. We really I gotta yell to talk to you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would eat my food so fast and be like, you ready to go?
Let's go.
Let's dip. Don't waiters be mad at me because I ain't buying no bottles. I ain't sitting here buying nothing extra. I'm here to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick before we go, I think this is a really good answer from the 929. Splitting the tab. We're too old to do math. I'll get the next one.
Yeah.
Or you get the next one.
That's a good one.
Or you just kind of eyeball it and say, here.
Yeah, man. What is that? It's about $50. I got you.
Exactly.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where Deebo Samuel, he finds a new home that is not the Texans. And then also the Bengals release a guard. Are you interested? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and getting that vehicle you've been dreaming about.
play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And I know that we talked just at the end of last week about if you'd be interested in Deebo Samuel, especially as Friday, Jordan Schultz got out here saying that there were two teams that were, the most interested in the acquiring Deebo Samuel services. It was your Houston Texans and it was the Washington Commanders. Well, he'd get it done. I kind of love the way that on Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio said it. He said, Deebo is going commando. So, yeah, Deebo Samuel is being traded to the Commanders. The deal would net the San Francisco 49ers a fifth-round draft pick. And that's it. Remember, we were talking about it last week, and the price that we were speculating was significantly higher than that. Now, of course, there's a pretty big salary that the Commanders are taking on here. But this is the deal that was ultimately done, and it feels like it makes sense for them and that team in particular.
Yeah.
Now that you know that he's not coming here, how did you feel about the possibility of that happening for the Texans, and do you feel like this is a good deal?
Yeah, look, it's a great deal for the Commanders because they can afford it. And so, when you first look at it, you might think, wow, that's all? Hell, the Texans should have been in on that. Well, there's a lot more to it than that, and that includes the money. So I was, as we talked about, I was never really crazy about it to begin with. And to me, I was just more like tip of the cap, good for them. It's going to be good for Jaden Daniels to have him. There's no question about that. But this is not a deal where the Texans could have got him for a fifth-round pick because the salary would have been too much considering some of the other things they have to do.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he's used in that offense with Cliff there. And, it's going to be good to get a young wide receiver, young talented wide receiver, quarterback rather, in Jaden Daniels. And another weapon to be utilized. I'll be interested just how they use that kind of, just kind of weird, odd usage that he was used in San Francisco. If it's going to look similar,
I got to believe they will, especially with Cliff Kingsbury.
You would hope so, because that's kind of what he's demonstrated that he's done really well. But maybe they do kind of try and put him in more of a traditional role. It feels like that would be defeating the purpose of what you get him for. But no, they had a lot of salary cap space. He can fit nicely into that. And hopefully he still has a solid level of production for them, because that's one of the things that I had. And one of the big questions I had is it felt like he was declining in production. And I know that he is relatively young at 29, but I feel like you have to view him as a running back in some ways. Not necessarily that I'm trying to knock down his money or anything, but when you talk about the wear that he's incurred and the way that they used him, that's the way that I was looking at him. So I think that this was good pass by the Texans, who apparently they did some cursory looks into this. Well,
they were mentioned for a reason.
They were mentioned, however, it did not seem like they were deeply involved.
Right.
Supposedly, once they figured out the cost that it would take, they were largely out of it, according to reporting. But there you go. He ends up in Washington, and we'll see what they ultimately make of it. As we talk about other guys who possibly could be traded, one of the things that we saw over the weekend, Devontae Adams. The Jets are taking calls on. Supposedly, if they can't get a deal, they release him. I'm interested to see what happens there. He has a $38.2 million salary cap hit, so it makes sense as to why they would let him go. Do you think that he just tells Aaron Rodgers?
Of course. Tell me where Aaron Rodgers is going to play, and I'll tell you where Devontae Adams is going to play. Pretty much as easy as
simple?
That. Yeah, it is. It is going to be that simple. Yes.
I find it interesting that he has been that willing to just kind of handcuff his career to Aaron at this point. But I mean, he's still pretty good wide receiver. Just Jets probably
not at that money.
No, you can't do it at that number. I imagine. All right, some other things around the NFL. This was wild that happened there at the Combine. So it seems like Jalen Milroe, Houston kid by the way, and it seems like Jalen Milroe might have grown. And this is a weird growth spurt, I guess, to kind of talk about, because Jalen Milroe, his hands were, obviously you do all of the measurements or whatever, and his hands ended up being half an inch bigger Or sorry, an eighth of an inch.
No, half an inch.
No, half an inch. There you go. Yeah. Half an inch bigger than what he was measured just mere months ago.
How does this happen? Clearly, it was a mistake. I mean, if we're being just honest about it, somebody made a mistake somewhere at the Senior Bowl. They measured 8 3/4 inches, and then at the combine they were 9 3/8 inches.
Like how?
How does that happen?
Because that's not like a rounding error.
No, it's not a rounding. I mean, the 8 3/4 had to have been a mistake, right? If it wasn't, what was he doing?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I think that one of the things that has been put up is that maybe he didn't like fully stretch his hands when they were trying to measure them. But I'm not going to lie. This immediately made me go, now, to be fair, like at the Senior Bowl, I don't know that the measurements matter nearly as much to folks. So maybe they did not like go through the idea, the whole process of, hey, we need you to do this in order to get the most accurate reading. However, if we can miss by a half an inch, like I got real concerns about what we're doing with a decent amount of these numbers. Like, what is the margin of error on some of these other things?
Well, I mean, I trust the combine. I mean, it's so precise and meticulous about it. So I guess, we would have to trust that number. It's just weird that it happened like that. And then the other thing, I mean, we kind of laugh about it, but that's one number that from the combine, even maybe more so at that position than any other
for quarterbacks.
Yeah, that matters. Like teams look at that. Remember, Johnny Manziel has big hands, and Kenny Pickett has small hands, and all this other stuff.
It sounds like that hand size didn't matter that much because both of those guys end up in a similar place.
Exactly. But for NFL teams, the size of the hands matters a lot. So weird that we're talking about it, but it does matter.
Yeah, no, it was just a weird oddity that came out. Although when you talk about Jalen Milroe, that's a dude who decided not to run. Which, do you view that as a positive or a negative for him? I think that one of the things was teams were looking at him and maybe trying to ask him to change positions, to which he said, you don't ask a zebra to be a dog?
Yeah.
Which I was like, that's a very colorful way of saying no.
Yeah.
But Jalen Milroe, I think he wanted to accentuate himself as a passer. I guess, all right, but it feels like you still want to lean into the things that you do really well and show that, especially in a time period, are a lot more likely to accept the advent of you being a mobile and athletic quarterback, especially as that's become more of a prerequisite to do play the position well.
I think it's going to come down to what is he going to do at his pro day. Is he going to, it comes down to that. If he's got to run at the pro day. If he doesn't, then there's going to be some more questions.
I imagine so, in some degree. I don't know that he's like super highly regarded quarterback-wise anyways. The production has been so-so at the college level, and at least the way that he particularly throws the football, like his game was predicated so much on that athleticism that it's going to be interesting. I think that there's been people that have tried to compare him to Jalen Hurts, and especially coming off of a Super Bowl, there's like, hey, can you then see that type of development and lean on his physicality to help you? But I mean, I think that he probably could have gone the route of Anthony Richardson, where you can wow some people and really
could have
get yourself.
But let's see what he does.
Some more money, just increasing your draft slot. I want to go backwards a little bit. Is there a place that you think Devontae Adams fits nicely, if not following Aaron Rodgers? Because we don't know where Aaron Rodgers will play, and we could probably triangulate it that way.
Yeah, if it doesn't happen, is what you're saying,
right? No, just generally, like where do you think he'd sit nicely? Because the text line seems to think Devontae to New Orleans, and I'm like, can New Orleans stomach more salary cap situations here?
That's
he tried that with Derek Carr too.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Oh, he sure did.
Oh, he just pinged back and forth between his homeboys, his quarterback homeboys.
Yeah. Where's the money? Sort of team that thinks it's a contender, could fit him into their salary cap. That's the biggest question.
I mean, when you talk about a contender and having space, I don't know that there's a lot of places that I look. I know that the Bengals technically have space. However, they have some people to address monetarily. Yeah. I mean, we talked about the Commanders having space, but they just added a wide receiver. Like, does the Chargers move you at all?
That's actually not a bad one, is it? That's not a bad one for Devontae Adams. Nice system, nice quarterback, nice coach. And I think they have enough salary cap, don't they?
They seem to be one of the teams that has a little bit of salary cap. Maybe Bears, if that's if any interest.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a team with a young quarterback that, on a rookie deal.
Yeah,
that can that's maybe on the up and coming.
Buffalo, Baltimore, KC come in. Are any of those interesting to you? I think just in theory of putting a place. Yeah. I don't know that any of these places. Baltimore is the one place where you go maybe, but I don't know that they particularly need that guy specifically.
He's effective,
but they do need. It does feel like they still need a wide receiver threat. It seems like Zay Flowers does a lot. Rashad Bateman did seem to come on a little bit this last season, so maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable with the wide receiving core that you have. Plus Isaiah Likely kind of playing almost like a wide receiver.
Yeah,
that's going there. Somebody said. Wilson or Higgins to the Texans, meaning Garrett Wilson. I don't know. I wonder if this makes Garrett Wilson. Well, I mean, we don't know that Garrett Wilson probably wants out of there. I wonder if this at all makes go or stay. I know that he was not. He wanted to see a new place, but I do wonder if the Jets are going to find a way to try and keep him. Plus, this is not the NBA where dudes can easily force their way out of places. And speaking of Myles Garrett, one of those guys who's trying to force his way out of it. I mean, he's basically stepped out of contract negotiations. He wants to be out. However, the Browns don't seem like they're very eager to find him a new place to be.
Well, look, how ugly. I mean, I think Myles Garrett is gone because his agent, quote, slammed the door on any contract negotiations.
And he's with Clutch Sports, by the way.
And he's with Clutch. And they can't afford any more of this, because it could get very ugly come the preseason and training camp. I think they got to make a move here.
I'm not certain
but they don't have to though.
They
don't quote unquote have to,
because here Nick Caserio, I thought they had to make a move with Deshaun. They didn't until the time was right.
Well, I think that could happen. Cleveland has just been bombarded with embarrassing situations with players, just one after another. Myles Garrett is he's an icon there, and he outside of hitting somebody with a helmet, has been a perfect citizen.
Which again continues to paint the hitting of people with the helmet. I'm like, this is an anomaly. I feel like
it's total anomaly.
I feel like it says something.
Yeah,
but I hear you, and that's probably why they're like, we don't want to let you. We're not just going to let you walk out of here. We're going to see what we can do.
So they're going to another PR disaster.
It's the Browns. They exist in PR disaster.
I was about to say, what's so different now? Why would they want to change now?
Yeah.
This is who they are. All right. Some other things around the NFL. The Bengals release guard Alex Kappa. It's a cap casualty move. I think they're clearing something like $8 million in space. And, of course, when something like that happens, particularly with the position that he played, offensive guard, people go, hey
now.
Any interest?
Is there?
None.
Really?
Whatsoever. So I texted Charles McDonald, who, mind you, we were supposed to have Charles McDonald on at noon. He had to cancel. So maybe this is an adequate substitution. Are you familiar with John Harris?
More than adequate.
Okay, very good. We'll talk to John Harris at noon about his trip to the scouting combine.
Working a jug machine?
Yeah.
That's right. But I texted Charles McDonald just kind of getting his feel of Alex Kappa, and it was a very funny response for me because the only response he gave me, 3 emojis.
Oh, emojis.
Poop emojis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was not good. I think there was only one more guard that gave up more sacks than Alex Kappa last year, which, does that sound like a guard that you would like to add to this?
Does not sound like a guard we'd like to add here.
Especially when you go back to D'Amico Ryans last week at the Combine saying, what's most important is protecting CJ. Picking up a guard who, just allowed people to sack Joe Burrow. Not really the way that you want to go.
No.
I don't imagine.
No.
And you can go to the Pro Football Focus numbers. I know that those are more subjective, but they will also tell you a similar story. Not really the one that you want. Alex Kappa, but also it's because he has not lived up to the numbers that they signed him to that contract for. So, I would not look in that direction. Some other things coming on the text line. They said, what about New England for Devontae? I know that they definitely
got a lot of money.
They got a ton of money. I
that
just
could
wonder.
Be a good place. Just like a young quarterback.
Yeah, right.
Give him that security blanket.
Yeah, but if he's not good.
Who?
Kappa.
No, not Kappa. We're going back to Devontae Adams. The Devontae Adams situation.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, absolutely. New England would be one.
I wonder if Devontae would want to be there. That's the question that I have. He seems to be – he's at a place in his career where it feels like he's going to want to pick a place where he can have some impact.
Yeah, you intrigued me with the Bears with him. That might be one, too.
Yeah, I think that could be interesting. Somebody said Tennessee for Devontae. Maybe.
I mean, who's the quarterback, though?
Yeah.
Unless Aaron Rodgers go there. I can see them going together.
They do have the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And there is a possibility that maybe they end up with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why they would do that personally, but, there's a possibility.
I mean, if they don't pick a quarterback, I can see them going with trying to Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. This is Amy Adams, too, man.
Yeah.
They've been spending kind of weird.
Doing anything?
No, they've been spending kind of weird. Like, it's not a rebuild or something.
Yeah. Adams to the Broncos. All right, now we're just putting them everywhere around the league now. We're just throwing them everywhere, huh? And the Broncos.
How much money they got?
Yeah, I was like, aren't they trying to make sure?
I don't think the Broncos are Denver is not exactly. They're 16th. They're 16th.
Okay. Yeah, I think they did have a young quarterback, so that would be cool. But shoot, they still paying Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I was like, I think they still have that massive cap hit that they're dealing with in some ways, and they're trying to find the ways to navigate. Devontae Adams is it feels like
Tennessee
a
needs more than a quarterback, so maybe they bring in a veteran on a short termer.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, let's talk about the Rockets. They lose this weekend to the Kings, and tonight they start yet another back-to-back on the road in Oklahoma City. A bona fide contender. Are we off the Rockets as contenders now? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
What does D'Amico's into your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about these Houston Rockets. They finally got the band back together on Saturday. They played the Sacramento Kings at home starting the month of March. And unfortunately, Fred VanVleet kind of turns his ankle early on in the game. He thugs it out, but it didn't look as good. In fact, that means he's not going to play tonight as they go to Oklahoma City to face off against the number 1 seed in the West, Thunder. But really, more importantly, they just lose. They lose to the Sacramento Kings. And this isn't specifically based off of that game in particular, but, seeing the way that the month of February went and seeing where they are, like, this team is not – they're not that team that we saw in January that went on, started going on fire, looked like they were going on a run. And that made, at least me personally, without speaking for others, think they could maybe sneak into a situation where they have an opportunity to be a level of contender. Are we off that now? Are we off that? 713-572-4610. Are we off the idea entirely of the Rockets as contenders? Because even if we are, I don't think that has to inherently mean a negative for this Rockets team. Understanding that we came into the season and the stated goal for the players themselves and the coaches and everything on this team was to make the playoffs, and they're still well within that particular goal, sitting 5th in the West right now and having a nice stretch of relatively easy games coming up. However, are we off them as contenders at this point?
I love that question because I think part of the answer is how much were we ever really on them as contenders, depending on how you define contenders. Sure. To me, a contender is a contender for your conference championship. I mean, I think that's where the baseline is.
Okay. I think that's fair.
Like you have a chance to get to a conference championship, win it, and then who knows beyond that. I don't know if any of us, including Figgy, wherever. One of the things that I mentioned is I think they should be able to get to the conference semifinals. I thought they were looking like a team that
so
could
you mean
get
the second
there.
round?
Yeah, the second round.
I thought that there was absolutely that place where it's like, win a playoff series and then get to that spot and see what you do.
So were they ever really like contenders at that level for any of us? I don't think, but we were much higher on this team.
Yeah, I wouldn't say contenders, but they was close to it because they was beating some of the best teams in the league.
Yes.
So I'm like, man, it's there, but we all know they didn't have that one person that could just take over.
And that was the
rub. Pause for me.
Yeah, that was the rub. So I don't think we've necessarily changed. I think it's maybe lowered the bar a little bit because right now they're not looking like the same squad. I mean, they're just not.
No, and maybe this is me by myself because the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line from the 713 contend for what? How high did you have them? From the 832 was never on that idea, even as a 2 seed with a round or pushing a team in the first round. It was going to be a huge year, young team set up for a decade, so on and so forth. I got to that place when they were playing a very high level of basketball in January for an extended period of time. And I think the reason why I got there was, one, I expect them to be able to win a first-round game, right? Especially if they were able to hold on to a place where you're sitting there as like a 2 or a 3. Because, one, you would get a pretty solid matchup in your first round. And then, 2, you might be able to avoid the possibility, like the really, really tough teams in the West, the toughest teams in the West, as like a 2-3. To win a second series and be in that place where you're now.
Where I was talking about.
Exactly, where you're now there. But the problem also is this team does not seem to stay on the formula. Like the formula that they had set for themselves, which is playing incredible defense, rebound the basketball, get second chance points, and just kind of tough it out. And then also, win some games close, as they have done. Like they have the most of those clutch wins. I think they have like 21, if memory serves me correctly. So they're getting a lot of those. However, it feels like of late, they've been slipping on the formula that they built for themselves. I was just asking you in the break to guess what their offensive rating was in the month of February.
And I said 22.
And it was 24th.
Yeah.
And then I asked you to guess their defensive rating.
Yeah, and I believe I said 18, 19, something like that.
And you were a little low on them. They're still 9th defensively, but that's what it was early on in the season. They found a way to kind of bring it in tighter to maybe make themselves like a top top half offense with also a very good top 5 defense. And the month of February isn't the end-all be-all. Obviously, they were missing a lot of guys during that time. But in one game back, and that's an incredibly small sample, you still did not see the team fully snapping back to great effort, incredible energy. Like you had a mess of turnovers against the Kings. And that's the type of thing that absolutely will preclude you from being any type of contender.
Yeah, all those things that you were talking about, in terms of what they were doing defensively, rebounding, et cetera. You just said the word. I mean, that all points to effort. And that's what just doesn't seem to be there. They're 3-2 since the All-Star break. Remember the All-Star break, what they lose 6 in a row at one point?
Yeah, 6 in a row. They won the last game headed into the All-Star break, if memory serves me correct.
But you were thinking, okay, this is a team that's gassed. No one on that squad was denying that they were gassed. And then they come off after, a 5-day break, and the effort still doesn't seem to be there. And so what does that point to? I don't know if it's it still comes down to they don't have the guy, but that's just more of an offensive thing. I think it also points to maybe some of their bigs inside are just getting figured out in terms of rebounding. Their rebounding has been okay, but not what it was. Turnovers, that's sloppy. They went from November and December, they were consistently second or third in a good way in terms of turnovers. Now they're 10th and 11th, back and forth. That's a big thing. Free throws, they're 28th in the NBA in free throws.
And we knew that was an issue, but that was something that you saw a little bit of progress in, and you knew that, hey, man, there needs to be an improvement, and it hasn't been an improvement. And maybe this is the better question to ask, because, again, contenders is a lofty bar from the 8-3-2. They say they're still very capable of making a run in the playoffs. It's the matter of mental health and fatigue. And I guess the question then that I ask is, are we in on the possibility of them making a deep run? Because I think I might be sliding back out of that where this is just going to be another step, which, again, not a bad thing. And for a Rockets team at this point that, again, Figgy, I think one of the main things for you always come, they don't have that necessarily. Even with that, they are in a place where I still like them to put on a really good opportunity in the first round, but I don't know about a run necessarily, especially if they're not going to be a team that wins on the margins, because they're also not a team that's going to come out and beat you over the head with just like raw talent necessarily.
Yeah. Well, they have the talent. They don't have the refined talent, is how I would put it. Jalen Green, we know the story there. I think
I will say, and we need to talk about this. We have not given Jalen Green the love that he deserves, because there has been a modicum of improvement
lately,
for him.
A little bit more. But the other thing is, like, when they're playing well, obviously they're finishing games and closing out games. You quoted the number 21, games in which they've been able to.
I should probably double check that.
Close out. But are we even getting that as much anymore? I think what I liked about that question is he said mental focus, mentally, exhausted. That points to my big rub with the free throws and the effort and turnovers. That's just focus. That's all that is. I mean, I know Fred VanVleet's going to help, but it's not just VanVleet, with the turnovers.
No, and that's one of the things that I think Jabari was talking about when he came back. He was asked, and I should have gotten this audio. I apologize. Asked about like what Fred, like not having him did, and they know, hey, getting him back, he helps kind of calm things down. But they kind of liked that he wasn't there. Obviously, not something that they would do willingly, but they end up in that place, and they liked it because it kind of. He said that it forced them to think about it in those ways and try and like work on themselves, source the level of calm, level-headedness to a singular player. Everybody needs to find that within themselves. I don't know that they fully have that, but they're working towards that. And I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much in it. It feels like you can see for Ime, even when people try and give his team love, he's still in that place where he's like, no. There's still bounds to be taken by this young squad.
He's right. Now in terms of like winning a series, is that? To me, that's progress. You win a first-round series as a number 4 or number 5 seed.
After not making the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, not even making the play-in last year.
So it's not like you're down. I think your question was right in terms of making a run, because I think if they can get to the 4 seed very easily. They have this 3-game road trip. And then the schedule softens a little bit.
It does. I know that they have the Pelicans a couple of times here in the month of March. Like the month of March is going to, obviously, it's basically the last month of basketball. I think you have a couple of games in April at the very beginning, 6 games in the beginning of April. But here's the remaining schedule, right? Tonight you go against the Thunder, a really bona fide Thunder team that is a contender in their own right. They're the best of the West right now. And, I mean, I think there's maybe one other team that I list as a contender in the West, and that is out of deference to the best player in the world, Nikola Jokic with the Thunder or with the Nuggets, right? Then on the backside of the back-to-back, a fifth in probably like a few weeks, they go to Indy to face off against the Pacers. You want to play a schedule game?
No,
I'm saying, do you want to play a schedule game real quick? Do you want to say win-loss?
Sure. Yeah.
Pacers on the road.
I don't have a lot of confidence in that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Pelicans on the road at home.
Should be a dub.
Orlando Magic at home, though.
Yeah.
That might be a little tough.
It'll be tough. It'll be tough. Don't get me wrong, but I think that you can win that one.
They kind of similar to you, similar to the Rockets a little bit.
Maybe about a year or two ahead.
Yeah, they don't really have that offensive game like that, so they could possibly win that game, but it'd be tough.
Then the Suns, the Suns are going down the tank, which honestly, that's going to be a fun double whammy game because the Suns have been getting to a place where with the losses that they add up, you having their first round pick this year, it looks kind of nice. I think right now, thanks to the Suns, the Rockets have a 7.1% chance of landing a top 4 pick in this draft.
Yeah.
And that only gets better if the Suns continue to lose games here. And I think it's like a 1.5% chance that you get the number 1 seed and Cooper Flagg comes and becomes a Rocket. But Suns and then Mavericks, Bulls, 76ers. You know what I mean? There's some games that you have an opportunity to get yourself in that space. But I think the real thing about it, and it's one of the things we keep talking about, they've got to get back to the formula, and they've got to have these guys lock in where it's like you may not beat guys on 3-point percentage. You may not beat teams on just raw, true shooting percentage, but you got to win. You got to win with hustle. You got to win with energy. You got to win with effort.
And they got to find it. They got to regain it because that was their calling card, and it's just gone right now. Yeah, to the level that it was.
I was like, I'm going to say it's entirely gone.
To the level that it was,
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said that it's a young team set up for a decade and see what you have in attack.
Hey, that Suns pick is going to be big.
Yeah.
Picks. You have multiple right now. I have a piece of audio that I'll play here in What's Poppin' from Kevin Durant. So coming up next, let's get into What's Popping, including, hey, the rodeo starting in earnest today, but then also, does this audio of Kevin Durant portend an opportunity for the Rockets to get some Suns players? We'll talk about that next.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on Trading Draft.
Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, so I don't know if I'm necessarily doing this in the order that I should, but I'll start here so that I don't forget. How about a happy Ramadan to all those who observe.
Yesterday?
In fact, started Saturday. And the reason why I know that is that this guy that used to play for the team.
I believe he, number 33.
Did you say 33?
33. What did I say?
Oh, no. 34.
34. Number 34?
I thought I had this. I thought I was like, here we go, teeing it up.
Yeah.
That's tough. 34. Hakeem.
That was me misspeaking. Number 34?
That's right. Hakeem Olajuwon, who is.
He had a good video of him.
He did, and this is what he said.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Ramadan Mubarak.
All right.
I mean, if there's one person who you want to wish you a happy Ramadan, it would be probably him.
Boy, he went through it too, man. During Ramadan.
You know exactly where I was going. I just wanted to take an opportunity to remind you.
It was incredible.
You remember the times where Hakeem used to put people in the basket while he wasn't eating or drinking a singular thing in respect to his religion? Yeah, man, that was fun. It was like 3 main seasons.
That was the most incredible feats there ever was.
And, I mean, there's still players that do it to this day. It's kind of incredible. Kyrie's one of those for sure. Jaylen Brown, one of those that I know of. And there's definitely more. Just I'm having a hard time thinking of them off the top. It's always incredible to see the athletes that are, observing in that way and having that level of like discipline. But I just wanted to selfishly remind you of.
It was incredible,
especially like the best game.
I mean, I covered games and it would be like you could just see it in his face.
Right, and he was just getting through it with the strength. That he drew from, his
just imagine
the strength of his
basketball, doing all that stuff without taking a drink.
No water, having no food ahead of time. Well, I mean, obviously, before sunrise,
sunrise.
They would have eaten. But then you're waiting until sunset to add any more nourishment.
Out, like just a habit of just taking a sip of water.
Yes.
Man.
But yeah, I just wanted to remind you of probably his best game when he was observing Ramadan. Second day of Ramadan in 1997.
Help me out. I don't remember.
The Chicago Bulls. I believe he dropped 42 of them things against them. Plus, he had, I think it was 42, 16, 4, 4, and 5.
Oh.
And he ain't had no water, no food, nothing. Now, look, if you were inclined to be that person, which I don't think you should be, you go, it was only the second day of Ramadan. But still, like he had not had the fullness of the month hit him.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, man, there's some people that with Gatorade, with carbo loading, with whatever the things that are necessary.
Snacks at halftime.
Not dropping 42, 16, 4, 4, and 5. So salute to the man, and of course salute to all our brethren that may be observing as well. I just wanted to get that one in there. All right, so I did promise you a little bit of audio from a son. His name is Kevin Durant. They played against the Minnesota Timberwolves and they lost this weekend, and it was embarrassing. They got absolutely worked by the Timberwolves. I think they got down 20, and it just never really looked the same during the game. And Kevin Durant, in talking about this game, just listen to his kind of how he is talking about this when they're asked, or when he is asked rather, or what they're going to do to try and get themselves back on track.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's game, man. We didn't play our standards up to our standards at all. We embarrassed the fans. We embarrassed ourselves the way we played. I want us to be better.
He sounds downtrodden. It sounds like he's been beaten.
He's beaten down. He's beaten down mentally and physically.
It sounds like he's ready for vacation, to be honest.
Well, it
sounds like he's ready. Sounds like he's ready to move.
Yeah, it's coming. Yes,
is what it sounds like. And it really does feel like this Suns team, as they continue to kind of slide in the West and just kind of in the public imagination of the National Basketball Association, that they may. I'm really hoping. I'm wishing against them. I'm shorting them in all these circumstances.
You should be.
Because if they go that way, Matt Ishbia, the new governor of that team, has put a lot of money into it. I do wonder if they go into like full rebuild mode, because that's best case scenario. And if that's the case, they want picks, which you have 3 of their first round picks. They'll want to get those back. Plus, and we've already talked about the notion of Kevin Durant. I think that this might be finally the time where maybe they let go of Devin Booker. And I feel like he fits
if they
so
do that.
smoothly into what the Rockets have.
No, both those guys. And there's a stretch coming up. I mean, the Rockets are in incredibly good position right now with those picks.
Yeah, the Suns are currently 11th, 28 and 33. They are 4 games out of the 10 seed for the play-in. Right, we are pushing them further and further down, further and further away from contention, to the point where I don't know that it's visible reset. So I am in that place where I'm over here crossing my fingers that the Suns out here looking stupid further and further to help the Rockets.
Starting March 21st, they go on a 10-game stretch. Find the win here.
Okay, let's do it.
Tell me which game they win. This is the Suns. Cleveland.
No, absolutely not.
Milwaukee.
Probably not, but it's possible. They be letting people win games that they shouldn't.
Boston.
No. Although they also let people win games that they shouldn't. Sometimes I wonder if they're bored.
At Minnesota.
On the return trip?
No.
Minnesota actually, as I talked about the Rockets having the most clutch wins, I think they have the most clutch losses. And they need to, Anthony Edwards in particular is one of those guys that, hey, man, you need to lock in. And
they ain't going to beat Minnesota.
But yeah, they're
got Julius Randle back, too.
Julius Randle should be on his way back.
Yeah. I think he played.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, like 16 points in the first half.
Then
that's probably should have seen that one. Huh?
Then the Rockets. This is a 10-game stretch consecutive. At Milwaukee.
Not a good one.
At Boston.
No.
At the Knicks.
No.
Golden State. And
depends if Jimmy's also playing, but probably not.
And Oklahoma City.
No.
They could go 0 or 1 and 9. 0 and 10 or 1 and 9.
And that's the thing about basketball is depending
you never know,
on who's on a back-to-back or what's happening.
Rockets in good shape. Bottom line.
Yes, I love this. So if you need something to root for, obviously root for the Rockets. But if there's ever a night where the Rockets aren't playing or you want a little bit of extra, just root against the Suns.
Yeah.
How about that? Let's see if we can make this team better that way as well. All right, some other things that are popping. We'll talk more about it, but today, in earnest. Obviously, cook-off over the weekend done, and now we are into rodeo season for real. And the concerts are happening. The crowds are happening. Reba is happening. And if cook-off is any sign, as much as I was saying that game has passed me by, it was wild out there. Huge crowd. It's gonna be a fun run. It was very, very fun. I'm excited for this. I feel like I need to get back out there. I was like,
you got to go to rodeo. I'm definitely doing that at least once or twice.
At least get to the concert.
Yeah.
I mean, not the concert, but the carnival part.
Yeah. I need to get out.
Kind of walk around, get some of that food.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a turkey leg, and I was like, yo, this is it. And I was like, there's so much more, though. There's so much more to explore.
Looking like a man.
Yeah.
With turkey leg and just.
Yeah. Like a caveman.
That's right.
Yeah.
Flesh. I am
like
pulling flesh off of bones with my teeth.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that. Also, yesterday was the Oscars. Did you watch any of it?
I got to tell you, I watched more than I have in the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
I watched dang near the whole thing. By the way, I feel very justified in a confession that I had not long ago. Remember when I watched Wicked?
Yeah, you weren't in.
And I had a confession. I was like, It was nominated for 10 or 11. I think it only won 1 or 2.
That, what was the other one?
Nora swept up.
Yeah, Nora really did a lot of work there. I think Nickel Boy's got a little bit of love there. But yeah, I think one of the things that people were I saw people going up about, I didn't see a ton. I was out there at the Dynamo match, which I don't know how much I want to talk about that. No Messi, and they still got routed for me, man. At least Suarez was out there doing work against that back line. Man, this thing is not, and I'll talk about that. I'll make that a confession. But yes, not what you wanted. But while I was out there, the one thing I did see on the social media, Wild Robot.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
The animated film that is, ostensibly a children's film, but a lot of people watched and had a lot of high praise, did not win for animated film, and people were mad.
Yeah, they were. I thought Conan did a really good job.
I heard that people were big on Conan.
I thought Conan did just the right amount of both sides of, holding it together and funny and all that stuff. I got to tell you, I think once you watch a few movies, which I did this year as opposed to more recent years, it makes a big difference. I was into it more than I ever thought. I really did. Although I'd never even heard of Honora.
I was very I like what's her name? Mickey Madsen.
Mikey, or is it Mickey?
It's a Mikey Mickey.
Yeah.
But I've seen her in a few things, better things with a television show she was in. She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. She's pretty solid. But I didn't have interest in Nora. I might need to go back and watch it since it's won Best Picture. But yeah, Oscars. This was one of those years where I was like, I have not watched the films, and it did not draw me in. And I was like, I'd rather watch soccer, which.
Should have watched the Oscars.
It's funny. It's funny. The one thing that was making the rounds about the Oscar was Halle Berry.
Yeah.
I didn't even see.
Yeah. She presented, forget what it was, but she presented one of the
but this was on the red carpet. I don't know if it was
when she
before or
made
after.
that kiss?
Right in front of that lady's, in front of the wife, pretty much.
God bless her, man. God bless Halle Berry. She's done so much for
You
us
got to
as
give her a
society.
pass for that one.
Yeah, you
or
do.
give him a pass.
Yeah,
for
you
that
do.
one.
Some other things that will be playing tonight against the Thunder in OKC, but also playing tonight in Houston. University of Houston Cougars have an opportunity against the Kansas Jayhawks just to do more damage. They won this weekend against Cincinnati on Saturday to go ahead and wrapped up a solo ownership of the Big 12 championship back-to-back years. We talked about that, but 2 for 2. 2 years in the Big 12, 2 years as Big 12 champion. I don't know that anything similar can be claimed in any other spaces. I don't know how meaningful that stat is.
Oh, it's pretty dang meaningful. It really is. Them back-to-back to start?
Well, no, back-to-back just in general, but the idea that, hey, man, we've only been here for 2 years and we've done it. I was like, that speaks more to the landscape shifting. However, this is a very good team. And this is a very tough conference, right?
That's the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got some squad. You would have thought this KU game tonight would have been meaningful. In other words, and now it's just like, let's see how bad they can beat them.
That's exactly it. Like that probably speaks to how good this team is, and probably how down of a season the Kansas Jayhawks are having. Is that you could go into a game against one of the blue bloods in the sport and look at it and go, not if they will win.
They're going to cover
9.5 is the spread.
That's it. That's what you're looking at. 9.5.
So that is a fun place to be.
Absolutely.
I think that's fair.
KU's in a messy place right now.
Yeah, they're not looking good. They dropped at home
to Texas Tech, which is a good squad, but still.
Very good squad. One of the better ones in the Big 12.
Yeah.
But Texas Tech, literally in beating Kansas at Fall Gallon, got their second win. And this is not the restructure happening. They've been in the same conference for a long time.
Yeah.
They just couldn't go into Kansas to get wins. So yeah, it's a downtrodden Kansas team, and we'll definitely see what KU it can do against UH, which I'm assuming is not very much. Salute again to Kelvin Sampson and his team as we're getting near. We are about to be.
It's March.
We're about to be in the conference tournaments.
Yeah, it's March, baby.
Yeah, man. It looks like the Cougars have solidified that number 1 seed. From the 713, did y'all see Megan's outfit at the Oscars? 2 words. Good Lord. Yes. I got 3 for you. Good googly moogly. That's what I got for you. Oh boy. Yeah, go ahead and do your Googles if that's something that you want to see. But yeah, that's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Combine. And this time we'll talk with sideline reporter for Texans Radio, John Harris. You guys have asked for it. We're delivering. Let's talk to John about some Combine things as the Combine wrapped up. We'll do it next.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. And we just came off the NFL Scouting Combine this weekend. A lot of interesting things. A lot of people are movers and shakers, as always, man. There's things to, sort through. And usually it's always good to have someone whose boots, and we figured.
Especially this someone.
Yes, this someone in particular. I've heard fantastic things. You've heard fantastic things listening to Texans All Access, listening to Texans broadcast. And so why not talk to him about draft stuff? His name is John Harris. John, what's happening, man?
Good afternoon, boys. How are you doing? It's actually good to be back in Houston. Get a chance to listen to you guys. Locked up with the Combine, so I didn't get a chance to listen much this week. But, yeah, it's great to be on with you, Reggie. Obviously, John, I know forever. But, Reggie, I'm glad you're in Houston, brother, and appreciate listening to you, man, and appreciate what you contribute to the Houston community for sure, my man.
Man, I would say the exact same thing the other way. Man, I have had a ton of enjoyment listening to your work, especially when you and Mark are doing, Texans All Access and having conversations. In fact, let's start there. You were kind of having some conversations. You had an opportunity to, talk to both D'Amico and Nick Caserio after they had their media sessions there in Indy. What caught your attention the most from the conversations that you had with them? Because we definitely listened on both of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I took out of there is, look, when you go to the Combine, you look at draft prospects. I mean, we all can look at height, weight, speed, all that kind of stuff. But I think what the Texans go there for now, and this was a question I had for D'Amico, when I asked him, are the coaches and the scouts essentially kind of on the same page as how they speak? What's the language, the verbiage? Is it a little bit easier now in year 3? The scouts knowing you guys, what you need scheme-wise, et cetera. And he said, yeah. He said the reports now, as I read them, include words that say, not a D'Amico guy. I like to use. They go with that intent. And so you see all these guys running fast and, they catch the ball, whatever the case might be physically. But I think with what this roster has and the way they talk about this roster, it is we need to find players that match the intensity level of Will Anderson, that match the competition level of Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. It was funny as I was watching the DBs run, I'm like, these dudes are running all 4.3. Man, they're flying. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the stud we drafted last year ran 4.6 at the Combine. Everybody panicked like, all right, calm down. This guy's the right fit. And he ended up being, at the end of the year, people were talking about Kamari Lassiter as he should have been Defensive Rookie of the Year. He should have at least gotten some consideration for it. Didn't, but he ran 4.6 at the Combine, and everyone's like, he doesn't do that much. And then you get him here, and you're like, dude, he's got every swarm quality you're looking for. And so that's kind of what I took out of both, talking to both D'Amico and Nick, is that they're looking for a certain type of guy that fits this locker room and fits the way they think about this locker room. As they've said, and you guys have talked about it, hey, not everybody can be a fit here. Not everybody can be a fit. And that's what, to me, they went and they go to the Combine looking for. When they get sit down those interviews and they get 20 minutes now, they're looking for, oh, yeah, could we see this guy, say a secondary guy, could we see this guy sitting next to Sting and Kamari and Kalen and have the same thought on playing ball that those guys have? And so, to me, that was what a lot of this was about. But I'll tell you the other thing, and I kind of mentioned it a little bit. I'm telling you, the perimeter players ran their ass off. Oh, my God. Dudes running 4.3 and 4.4. I mean, they're all this. It's like a pickup basketball game and a dude dunks and you run all over court like, oh, my God, you see this? That was what was happening. The dude ran 4.4. Now they're running 4.3 and you're like, oh, okay, just another one. There's some speed in this draft class, that is for sure. I mean, it was really impressive with the receivers. The running backs, man, the running backs all ran in the 4.4 range. It was really cool to see. So a lot of speed, which I think this team could definitely use an infusion of speed at a number of different positions.
Yeah, but this is where I really wanted to speak with you, John, because, and for those who don't know, you should know by now, you've got to follow him, you got to listen to him, especially, leading up to the draft and draft night, et cetera, because it's not just, hey, great Combine stuff, big fella. It's what did you see on tape? What did you see at the Senior Bowl? It's can they play in combination with what you saw at the Combine? And with those terms, with that backdrop, because I know you're still watching tape and you watched a million games already, but you did go to the Senior Bowl. What stood out? What players stood out to you in terms of it's not just Combine guy, It's this guy's a player.
Yeah, I think Gray Zabel's the one that comes to mind, John. The biggest is probably the biggest one. When you combine a tremendous career at North Dakota State, and we'll get to the FCS thing in a second, but tremendous career playing tackle at North Dakota State. And then he gets to the Senior Bowl, and he takes almost all his reps at guard and center and was dominant. I mean, the crew he was going against was basically an SEC All-Star team. And he was calling guys out at some point. There was a defense tackle from Virginia Tech that was yapping one day, Aeneas Peebles. Good player, quick. Things just because of his versatility, his speed, and his agility. And he was kind of chirping, and Zabel kind of pointed at the ground like, get in your stance, son, because we're about to dance. And he just worked him in one-on-one. And he did that throughout the week. He did it to everybody, all different body types and forms. And so I think a lot of people that had watched Gray, as I did during the season, like, okay, we know this guy's a good football player, but does he fit at tackle? Well, the Senior Bowl obviously realized, no, we probably think he's going to be a guard, and I'll get to this in a second because I think he's potentially a center. And he dominated basically both positions. Then he goes to the combine. I think his vertical is like 36 inches. And so you match up great career, tremendous Senior Bowl against higher-level competition, and then the athleticism is there. You see all of it. Like, oh, man, that's the full boat right there of what you're looking for. And to me, he kind of checked all those boxes you were talking about, John. And to me, I think about Graham Barton. Graham Barton was a stud tackle at Duke. And then before the draft, like, no, you're going to center. Tampa Bay drafts him, I think, at 22 last year. And he's going to be their center with Baker Mayfield for the next 10 years. Like, he's going to be a stud center for the next 10 years that moved over from tackle to center. I think Gray Zabel could do that, even almost just bypass guard, go almost all the way to center. My thing is, as I start to think about the guys that check all those boxes, and especially the athleticism box, my guess is as they sat down with him, the Texans did. He's got some swarm qualities. He's probably not going to be there at 25.
Yeah.
And that's now the worry is these guys that you kind of had your eyes on at 25. You're like, I don't know if Zabel's going to be there. The flip side of that is maybe a guy like Tyler Booker is, because the combine is not his. I love to eat. That's my thing. But I won't go eat Indian food. I just don't like Indian food, Well, the combine is the Indian food for Tyler Booker. Well, okay. Well, that maybe means that he might, all right, teams like, I don't know what kind of athlete he's going to be, man. Then there's question marks, and then sitting there at 25 is Tyler Booker. And that's kind of what I hope from Alabama. When I was at the Senior Bowl, I talked to somebody from the Alabama football department, and I just said, I don't want to know about the player. I know the player. I said, tell me about the person, Tyler Booker. And he just looked at me and said, John, he said, this guy was our offensive Will Anderson. I said, done. That's all you know. Give me offensive Will Anderson in that offensive line room, and I know there's been a lot of, I don't know, consternation is the right word, but a lot of discussion about the offensive line. And I think the biggest thing the offensive line room needs, other than getting Cole Popovich, I think is getting a change. They need some swarminess in that room. They need a little bit of P&V, piss and vinegar in that room. And I think a guy like Tyler Booker could bring that. I think a guy like Gray Zabel could bring that. I think a guy like Donovan Jackson, Episcopal graduate from just down the road from us, I think he could bring it. Either guard or tackle. He's tremendous at tackle. So I do think there are some options if they wanted to go that route. But to me, it's Gray Zabel that has kind of checked all those boxes, John.
Wow, man. Look, John, I don't know that you knew that you were selling me on him, but I'm well ready to run through a wall for Tyler Booker, because there's that, and there's also the idea of the other audio that he had when he was out there. Obviously not the actual testing, but go, okay, I like this guy. But outside of that, right, there's been a lot of guys that have been mocked to this team. I think the big names that we've gotten is Booker, Membu, Ibuka.
Yeah.
Of the guys who have been mocked to the Texans, who to you kind of really shone during this week?
Well, when you run 4.29, that's pretty damn good. That's what Matthew Golden ran. And as soon as I saw it, I saw that time. I think it popped up at 4.30, but it was official 4.29. As soon as that popped up, I went, he's not getting us at 25.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, because I really like Matthew Golden. Ibuka didn't test, which I didn't expect a lot of Ohio State, Notre Dame guys to test, because they basically just finished the season. And they haven't had a chance to do that, so they'll do it at their pro days. But I'm a big fan of Ibuka, and I know a lot of people have brought up, well, he doesn't get separation. And I'm like, dude, seriously, can we watch some tape together? Because at the top of routes, that's really where he gets his separation, but he's got incredible concentration, hands, ball skills. And the one thing that I keep hearing about Ibuka, and it's funny because I saw some mock draft or whatever. The first thing they said about Ibuka is like he's got great football character, and somebody was kind of like, well, how does he play? Is he fast enough? I'm like, in this league, if you've got great football character, you'll stick around. And my comp for Emeka Ibuka is a young Robert Woods. Like I remember Robert coming out of USC, and I remember that's kind of the way that's what Ibuka reminds me of. So I think Ibuka could be there at 25. But if there starts this run on wide receivers, it gets kind of interesting. But the thing is, if there's a run on wide receivers, then maybe those offensive linemen get pushed down. Get it? He hit 25. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
That dude's an animal. I mean, he is what everybody thought Ike Ekwonu was supposed to be. He kind of looks like Ike. He's kind of knock-kneed, and you look at him and go, "What, this dude?" And then you watch and you're like, "Wait." I was watching the A&M game. And early in the game, Nick Scouderton, who's supposed to be a first-round pick from A&M, he's in a 5 technique. So he's a stand-up 5. So he's outside Membu. And they run outside zone. And Membu gets all the way and seals Scarton to the inside and gave his back a down. I'm like, what the?
Yeah.
What is this? And so he really got my attention. And now the question with him is guard tackle. And I'm like, he runs 4.91 at 332 pounds. Like, draft him and figure it out. So I don't think Membu from Mizzou is going to get to us. I think it's going to be tough for Golden to get to us. But I do think Booker, people kind of sour in the testing. Okay, maybe that could, and he's a guard, so I know how people kind of feel about that. But I think Ibuka could definitely be there. I like Luther Burden because I like Luther after the catch. I know he did a lot of short, screens and stuff in Mizzou. But what he did after the catch, he was pretty electric after the catch. And I think he's got downfield abilities. He showed it against Georgia in 23. Before Georgia got smart and put Lasser on him full time for the whole game, he burned the other corner, Dalen Everett, down the field deep, made a great catch for a touchdown. So he's got that club in his bag. Mizzou's offense just wasn't kind of dialed up that way. But I think he's got great ball skills. He's from East St. Louis, and you got to be tough to come out of that area. So I think Luther Burden could be there at 25. I'd be pretty excited about that. And then, of course, 25. And I know that this team has got to get better in the trenches, regardless of the Daniil Hunters and Will Andersons and Laramie Tunsil's. They just have to be better in the trenches. So you got to take the best trench player you can find on each side of the ball. But I think the interior defensive line is going to be one to definitely look at. This group, son of a bee, this group was incredible. Not just testing, but just, there were a lot of guys that didn't test. Like I said, Ohio State, Notre Dame guys didn't really test. But, I mean, they come in all shapes, flavors, and sizes in that D-tackle group, interior defensive line group. I mean, even like Ty Robinson from Nebraska, a corn man's, J.J. Watt. You watch him go, he looks like J.J. He's not kind of that way playing at Nebraska, but long, fast, athletic. Is that a guy you draft and, you play inside? He gives you a little something different than maybe what you got from Foley Fatukasi. So it's going to be really interesting to see what this defensive tackle class is, turns out to be. Come draft night, I got asked by Paul Allen from the Minnesota Vikings. He said, could there be 20 on the first 3 rounds? And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I think there could be. And I think the Texans will definitely take a look there depending on what happens in free agency. Regardless of what happens in free agency, I still think they'll look at the interior defensive class.
All right, so I was going to ask you about defensive tackles, and you just covered it well because I thought the same thing about how well they did. So I'm going to shift to maybe a little later pick and maybe a place where the Texans will be looking, and that would be running back. Running back, you talked about the times, but they tend to fall outside of Genty. I mean, what did you see there?
I think this is the best running time. You talk about depth. You talk about impact on all 3 downs. Talk about pass protection abilities. I mean, it's a phenomenal class. It's a phenomenal class. I mean, there's going to be some discussion, and there is still in my brain, about really who's number 2. But you name a guy, Travion Henderson, Ohio State. Okay, yeah. Caleb Johnson, Iowa. Okay, yeah. Omarion Hampton. Okay, yeah. Well, okay, we'll pick one, John. I don't know. They're all really different of who is coming behind Genty. But we have Genty, and then you have, take your pick. I mean, Travion Henderson's as electric as it gets. Caleb Johnson, if the Texans are going to run a true zone system, which we don't know how Nick is going to, Yakalia is going to really put this together. But if you're running outside zone, Caleb Johnson from Iowa would be your number 2 back on the board. Omarion Hampton is a Joe Mixon clone. like an exact clone of Joe Mixon. When I wrote him up in the summer, and he's wearing 28, I'm like, he looks just like Joe. And then getting to see Joe this year, I'm like, oh, yeah, they look like twins. So you've got options. But beyond that, give me Woody Marks from USC, who played at Mississippi State. Now, you talk about a dude that's swarmy. That dude is swarmy. DJ Giddens, Kansas State. I'm with you, John. The reason that it really stood out to me how fast these guys were is I was really paying attention to probably the running backs more than I was the secondary, because I think the Texans will add somebody at running back. And I did my running back rankings from a website, footballtakeover.com, and I had a really hard time from basically 2 through 20, because I do think that who I have at 7, I could swap out with number 20. And they're really hard, like, where's Jaden Blue go? He ran 4.39. I'm like, dang, man, I'm not sure where I put him, because there's so many guys that I like at the running back position. I do think running back on day 3, absolutely, and there will be really good options, I think, early on day 3. All throughout day 3, I think they're going to be really good options at the running back position, no doubt. And not everybody's going to be drafting a running back.
Yeah.
So a Hampton or a Caleb Johnson or a Henderson or Quinshon Judkins, they're going to get pushed down the board to you wherever you are on day 3.
All right, John Harris, Football Takeover. You can also, obviously, you hear him here, Texans All Access, all of those things. But before we let you go, I need you to quickly help me out with something. I've been very privy to a particular saying when it comes to kind of draft talk that John Lopez apparently had never heard before.
And I've adopted.
He has adopted. It makes me feel good. Have you heard of the concept of a pet cat?
A what?
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no.
A pet cat?
Yes.
Yeah. I used to call it a combine crush.
Yeah, that's what I call it. I call it a combine crush.
Okay, yeah.
Not pet cat, but yeah, combine crush. Not even so much like a combine crush, but like a draft crush.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like a guy that I really like. Woody Marks from USC is.
There we go. We're going to ask you, who's your pet cat?
Yeah. So to me, when I think about a combine crush, I'm thinking about some guys that are sometimes off the radar screen. And one of them popped on the radar screen this weekend, and I have the text to prove it. Drew Doherty can back me up on this. I texted Drew Doherty before Nick Emenwari. Drew wrote down my next mock draft. I haven't even done it, but put Nick Emenwari, the safety from South Carolina, in there for us. I love this dude. 6'2", 6'3", 220. He jumped 43 inches, ran 4.4 at safety, and you start dreaming like, man, Bullock, Emenwari, Petrie. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so that's definitely one of them.
I had him on my list, coincidentally.
Woody Marks is probably on mine. I love Woody Marks for sure. A guy that's kind of grown on me, and this one's probably a little bit later, Tyleik Williams from Ohio State gets all the run. But his teammate, I was watching Ohio State yesterday. I was actually watching Rose Bowl. His teammate, Ty Hamilton, next to him, is a freaking dude. He looks like a Greek god. I'm like, man, I could use that guy on the interior for sure. Yeah, those are definitely a few. I think wide receiver I got one for sure. Jack Besh.
Oh, my gosh.
All right.
Those are the two that I picked today.
I was hoping that you were going to go with me with the Xavier Restrepo.
I picked Emenwari and Jack Besh.
Well, I'm sitting next to Mark Vandermeer, and as soon as Xavier Restrepo goes up, he throws the U hand signal because everybody loves Xavier Restrepo. But Jack Besh, we're at the Senior Bowl. I'll tell you this quick one about Jack Besh. Now, I think a lot of people know what happened to Jack's brother. He was in New Orleans. He was a graduate of Princeton, and he was killed in the attack New Year's Eve in New Orleans. And so the Senior Bowl basically gave the week to Jack, and he was tremendous all week. So first day, I'm kind of like, hey, they're in pads. What's his thought process? Kind of how's he going to do this? I really feel for him. They were in a toss crack. Now, in toss crack, the Texans, when they did it well, Nico Collins was always the one they ran that play. And Jack Besh has got to block R.J. Oben from Notre Dame. And he blocks him so hard and for so long that Oben is like beating the back of his helmet to get him off him as they're running the play down the sideline. And I immediately wrote down Jack Besh, swarmy. Perfect. Like the next Kevin Walter. But that's the thing. He's got speed. He's got great hands. Now, he didn't test, but he's got great hands, runs great routes. Transfer from LSU. I remember at LSU as a freshman, they played Alabama. I think this was 21, 22. And he's the guy that's a stud that night. And Max Johnson's throwing to him, and Besh is tearing up Alabama. And I thought, man, this guy can play. Moved on to TCU to get more opportunity. I think he would be a great fit. 6'1", 205, good size. He's going to be core 4 special teamer. He's got great speed. He can eventually be a guy that hits you at all levels of the passing game, and tough as hell in the run game. So Jack Bech is definitely up there.
Oh, man, this has been really fun. I'm looking at the clock, and we are murdering
way
the time
over,
right now.
but that's good.
So
that's good. No, it's a good thing. It's a good
People
thing.
want confessions. I get it. I got to listen to confessions, too, so I got to go so I make sure I can listen to that later on.
I appreciate you, but what I was going to say is because we spent so much time, what I want to do is can we talk to you here sometime soon and just hash more of this out?
Absolutely. Listen, you guys got my phone number.
Yes, sir.
Anytime. I'm in the studio. I'm just sitting here, and Mark's having lunch. I'm about to have lunch, and then we're going to rock tonight, Texans All Access. We got the new president of the Texans, Mike Tomlin, going to join us at 6 o'clock, so you definitely want to be up for that.
Oh, man. Excellent. So a little bit of a tease for it as well.
Yeah.
Appreciate you giving us a little of your time.
All right, boys. Love you very much. I'm going to hang up and listen. Bye.
Right, likewise. There it is. John Harris. Man.
I feel so validated right now.
I know.
I feel so
And I hate
validated right now. The two guys I said were Eminwuri and Besh.
Okay.
John Harris agrees. How
That's
about
right.
that?
John Harris, star of approval there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. As you heard, John Harris approved as well. We'll get you some lunchtime confessions next.
How close?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm still basking in the glow of John Harris affirmation and validation.
Okay, we get it.
So cool, but that's not that's not my confession.
Damn. Don't you hate it when somebody just gloats?
Yeah, this is the loader too.
I'm basking. All right, so this is my confession, and it's not a very proud one. Actually, both of mine are kind of embarrassing today.
Cool.
But this one, I don't really know why this John Cena thing is such a deal. So he heel turned.
Yes.
He turned heel.
That's right.
And WWE Damn, what was it? Something I forget the name of the show.
Buddy, you're not gonna get me to.
But,
wait, what? Are you
was
talking
it
about
elimination?
Whatever it was on Saturday.
What was the event?
Yeah, the event is anyway.
Buddy, I am waiting for I'm eagerly waiting for the
So we
text
all have this
from either Sean Pendergast,
It's the elimination
or our,
chamber, right?
or our
Is that what it
boss,
was? Yeah.
Parker Hillis. Those are the wrestle fans.
Well,
I ain't
that's my
got it.
And this is
confession.
embarrassing that I was a wrestling fan.
And
What, when you were 13 or
yeah.
But that's it. Help us out.
I think we all were. I feel like
think-
it's a rite of passage as a boy.
I think it's all our confession then. I saw it and I'm like, well, cool. I didn't know it was good. Dude, it's on Sports Center. It's on like the, all over social media. Can't believe this happened. Why is this just because he was that good of a goody two shoes?
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was very, very
he
well
was the
beloved.
superhero.
He was the superhero.
Yeah, man. And, I mean,
Just
like,
imagine if Superman just turned evil.
yeah, that ends up being a big deal, right?
Now the other part of it is I dug in because I felt like so ignorant,
Would you liken him to kind of like J.J. Watt in his almost
okay?
He kind of remind
appeal?
me. He kind of remind me of that.
So I don't know what I don't know that we have like heel turns in football quite, but like if
Yeah.
J.J. Watt somehow became for you like dislike him.
Yeah, all of
Like,
a sudden
it'd be a
he's
huge
Richie
deal.
Incognito or something. But so okay,
Richie
so
would take umbrage with that.
I don't feel so bad about it then. But the other thing is that I did dig in a little bit because I felt so ignorant. Apparently, no one in history has granted more Make-A-Wish wishes than John
That's
Cena.
right. He's for the kids.
650.
Dang.
So, was this a smart thing to do? Think about the kids.
They'll be all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like this is why you do that. As someone who is like incredibly novice and does not have very much I don't know, stance and stakes within wrestling, I am going to speak as if I'm some level of expert.
Yeah.
And I will say that that's why you do it. It's a level of expectation subversion. Like, and maybe you get to a point where you want to do something that's a little different. Also, I don't think he's on the everyday. Well, I'm fairly certain he's not on the everyday. Like, I guess, roster, for lack of a better term.
Yeah,
like,
because
he's not.
he's older. And
He's older. He's got other ventures that he ventures out into, obviously acting and so on and so forth. So, like, if he's parachuting in, and you want to do you're doing big stories with the likes of him, and I know Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was involved in some way, shape, or form. Don't ask me what it is. Get me out here to lying. But if you're gonna do that, make it worthwhile. Make it notable. Make it something that is monumental.
Yeah,
And
where it was.
My question was, what the hell is Travis Scott doing out there whooping them?
He's slapping him.
But
He's slapping the mess out of him. Was that Dwayne on the ground? Who was on the ground and he was slapping the mess out
That
of
was
him?
Cody Rhodes.
Oh, it was
Cody
Cody.
Rhodes.
That's
Yeah,
right. Because
Rhodes, yeah.
Cody got bloody too.
Yeah.
he did. Yeah,
I'm
he
like,
did.
Travis, you know this ain't real, right?
So, anyway, the
We just butchered that. People, I know wrestling fans like, what did they talk
That's right,
about?
but it gets the people going. From the 832 OG, it's like when Hulk Hogan turned heel back in the day. That is true.
Okay. Okay.
From the 337, like if J.J. Watt became a cowboy. I could see that.
All right.
I could absolutely see that.
Yeah.
Football-wise, when Antonio Brown lost his mind all of a
No,
sudden.
he was already kind of off. He was already kind of off.
And it was called Elimination Chamber. Thank you to our Wrestle fans. By the way, go ahead and text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being absolutely atrocious, 10 being incredible. How did I handle that wrestle? I'm looking forward to my very, very low scores.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, I had a lot of fun at both of the Dynamo matches that I've been to the last couple of weekends. We've had a lot of fun talking to the head coach of the team, Ben Olsen.
He's on at least a 1-week suspension.
Oh yeah, 100%. He guaranteed us wins both weeks, and we got worse for the wear there. No, but jokes aside, this is not going to go anywhere until they make like a big acquisition.
Well, he said it the first time we talked to him.
Yeah, he's not wrong because this is the thing. They let a lot of talent leave when it comes to like defense, midfield, and they've got those young guys. But the way that it felt like they were getting an atomic wedgie on the field yesterday. I was like, yo, they're getting sunned in a way that there's going to be a level of development that comes over time with some of these young guys, like Awadesu, one of the center backs. But yeah, no, they're going to need something in the middle of the move because it's got to be coming.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man, I love draft talk, especially when it's not my team involved. So like I see a lot of like trade proposals for like the Titans trading the number 1 overall pick for these picks, this player. I really enjoy just getting involved with that type of stuff, seeing all these different options. Now, if it was my team, I'd be like, hell no, we ain't doing this. I'd be asking for the moon. But I really enjoy just seeing these trade proposals. I seen somebody, I think they traded the Titans number 1 pick. I forgot who it was for, but long story less long, they end up getting, I want to say they got Travis Hunter. They end up getting Aaron Rodgers and I was just like,
we're getting complicated.
Yeah, so they got. I enjoy that stuff a lot when it's not my team involved, man.
Yeah, especially when you have a quarterback.
Yeah, so it's just like, man, I don't mind being the GM for y'all team.
Well, you're gonna have some fun in the next month.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
These are my confessions.
This is another one that's kind of embarrassing. I let my pride get in the way of something I should have done several years ago. So I told you, we had an anniversary Saturday, and as a gag gift, as part of the thing I did for my wife, I got her and myself an AARP.
Which I realize the barrier for that is a lot lower than I thought.
55. As soon as you turn 55, you can join AARP. And I've been my pride. I'm not going to join AARP for years. I'm like, I'm not that guy.
We tried to get you to join that when
you tried to get me. Yeah, when I turned 55, I thought I'm not going to. Dude,
the benefits are crazy.
It's awesome.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, man. Awesome. I'm eagerly awaiting. I got 20 years.
I get 35% on rental cars.
Yeah, bro.
20% at restaurants, and I searched the restaurants, and I should have done. I should have just done it right away as soon as I turned 55.
Look at you being a grandpa now.
I did it as a gag. Like, okay, hey, see, we've been married a long time. I got you an AARP card, and then I started looking at all the stuff. I'm like, dang, I'm like, good restaurants get 20% off. Why? What? I was an idiot. Why am I just doing this now? I was
about to walk in these restaurants like, pow!
Yeah, even on to-go orders.
Wait, for real?
Even on to-go orders, I think it's 10%. But in the restaurants, like 20%. Rent cars, hotels is like 25 to 40%.
So how are you going to make this even better? Because this is the thing. I feel like Lopez is the dude
work an angle.
Yeah, he's like the benefits are great. How do I make? Like, I feel like you're going to be trying to take the AARP card and cut lines.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know this, but I'm allowed to. With the AARP, cut the line here and get in early as part of the benefits. And you didn't know that, but it is.
It's like literally, I actually sent the link to her, like, check this out.
Somebody said AARP is actually 50, not 55.
Oh, maybe
even
it is
better.
50. Maybe it is 50.
And then 8325, and you're younger, you can still become a member as a spouse. All right.
Dude.
Where the sugar mamas at? I'm trying to let's get on this AARP. I'm trying to get some discounts, baby.
It's legit. And since I've joined for 5 years, I got a free tote bag. How about that? It has the AARP. It has the AARP logo on it. I'm gonna be. You know how when I got older and gray, I decided to own it, and I grew the goatee. I said, I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna own I'm gonna own AARP. I'm gonna be toting that. I'm gonna bring it into work every day. That AARP tote bag.
You about to get the AARP sponsorship now.
Wait, hold on. I'm receiving news that I'm not sure is right yet. I'm gonna have to go double up and look for it. But according to the 2A1. You actually just have to be older than 18 for AARP. Let me find out.
Come on.
Let me find out.
That can't be right. You got to pay more or something.
I'm going to go look. Like in the break. I'm not talking about I'm going to go look later. Like,
I'm all
right
in.
now. I'm sending this thing to break right now so I can go look to see about this AARP right now. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, rodeo officially is getting going, and Lopez has done the work to find the best foods at rodeo. Which ones are we in on? Which ones are we out on? Let's talk about that next.
What does D'Amico see as priority?
in the know.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, before we get to John Lopez's rodeo food roundup, is what I'm going to call. I just made that up off the top of my head.
Sounds good to me.
Let's get a few things cleaned up. I gotta, make sure I do my work here. First and foremost, the important thing. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, y'all not the only show on Sports Radio 610 that can look out for the listeners. Y'all out here making sure that people go and get their money. That is, what is it? Because I looked mine up today as well. Like if you go and you find.
Oh yeah, you got some
that extra money.
Yeah, the extra money. I finally went and did went to the Texas, property that was,
lost, whatever
it's called.
Yeah.
I didn't see. I'm not helping them out. Check with Sean and Seth. They'll let you know. But they had that, people going and finding their money that had been locked up. Hey man, AARP open to everyone over 18.
That's crazy.
That's great. I didn't know that.
I am signing up for the AARP, baby.
It's legit.
I'm going to be at Denny's tonight. Tonight, brother. Tonight. But yeah, so that's
on
there.
My card.
But also, the Astros playing the Marlins right now. A couple of hits for the Astros already in the second inning, through two. And they are facing off, like I mentioned, against the Marlins. You have Fromber on the mound, Altuve in left again, behind Shea Whitcomb playing third today, but Pena playing short. So at least you have that level of kind of feeling out of what's happening there. I did want to, speaking of Pena, I wanted to kind of circle back around. One of the things that we asked when it was abundantly clear, or actually once it was final, that Alex Bregman was not going to return to this team and he was going to play with the Red Sox, we were wondering, like, where do you replace some of that feeling, some of that like leadership that he had, where we hear that he's talking to Hunter Brown and he's, helping guys with various things. I do wonder, there was a piece of audio last week that I forgot to play that I really need to play. I wonder does this give you a little hope that possibly this man could fill that void? This is Jeremy Pena talking about Christian Walker.
I feel like the numbers speak for themselves with, hit, but I say the biggest thing is his character. Like, he shows up, he's the first one in the clubhouse, and by the time you get there, he's already sweating in the weight room. He works every single day. All the little stations that we have throughout the day, he never misses one. He's always doing the extra work. He's always finding the extra time to kind of perfect his craft. And those are guys you gravitate towards. I've already tried to pick his brain when we were watching one of our first spring training game at Cacti Park. And, he's got great things to say, So I'm excited for the full season with him and kind of learn from him.
Yeah, you remember I came in thinking that this would happen. Now, and to the counterpoint was valid. Like, he's a new guy, in an established organization. I got it. But everything I heard about him, including the literal open door policy, really got me. And on the road, he literally opens. Maybe not all the time, but he has been known to.
He has office hours.
Hold his hotel door open so guys can just come in and out, and he gets pizza and stuff and talk ball and all this stuff. I think Walker's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. So I'm interested.
I think Jeremy Pena
is
on that list too.
I imagine so, but I think Jeremy Pena has, he has his own, situations to try and work on. And, see if he can better the bat a little bit and obviously return the defense to where we expected.
Yes.
Obviously, that's the bigger thing. If he can do that, that's the more reasonable thing that he can do, that he'll, level out what he does. But we would all love to see a little bit of a improvement offensively from Pena, although it feels like he's been relatively big run that he had to lead him to being the World Series and AL MVP in that playoff run. So, all right. With that being said, I want to turn my attention back to rodeo. I had an absolute blast on Saturday. You did too, but earlier before all the actual people got out ready to party.
Just us cookout geeks.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm gonna start calling cookout geeks.
I'm gonna go early next year.
It was a blast.
I am too. Next year, I'm going to all the cook-off.
Dude, it was a blast.
Days. Like that was the thing I realized.
skip out on the night activities, to be honest.
All right, you're going a little far.
I did.
Hey, the people were out here looking good, but also looking good, the food. And so you have some food items at Rodeo that's getting going in earnest today. By the way, we'll have Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Rolls on tomorrow. Have some tickets to give out to the folks, courtesy of Sports Radio 610. But some food that's happening out there.
Yeah, new foods. It always happens. Now, here, a lot of people kind of talk about these and say, would you try it? I'm not saying would you try it. Now, we know the staple foods, funnel cake, barbecue, obviously. You were talking about
turkey
legs.
Shout out to Ron. Shout out to Show for giving me a turkey leg.
Yeah, no, those are all great.
Triple J is going to be out there, too.
Trill is out there.
Trill Burgers.
Trill Burgers is out there.
I saw Killins.
I interviewed Killins for the podcast.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
I think they got a collab going, too, because they had a collab last year.
Yeah.
So I think they're doing something this year.
Self-serving. You want to see a little insight to the actual cook-off stuff. I posted a YouTube video with Ronnie Killen. He was
nice.
really good. But I'm not talking about these new foods. Oh, I would try it. No, I'm talking about would you like it? Could it be a rodeo like a funnel cake? You go to the rodeo, you always get a funnel cake. Would you go to the rodeo and always get a spicy pickle roll-up?
Nope. I'm not a pickle guy.
Like a fruit roll-up?
Yeah, spicy pickle roll-up.
How does that work?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you went and did the research. I thought that's what you were doing on Saturday.
I mean, I tried them all.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't try that.
I'm good on that. I know that there are people that are big pickle folks, not me. I'm out.
I saw a Gator burger.
I'm in.
Gator burger?
I'm trying to.
I think I might try that and stick with, have it occasionally.
Is it gamey? I forget Gator.
No, Gator can be good. So it's real light.
I was like, can they tenderize that thing down?
Yeah.
I feel like that would that basically.
I think it was good. It could work.
That'd basically come across like a chicken sandwich almost, wouldn't it?
Little different flavor, but it's not like the old taste like chicken thing. But
no, of course,
it could work.
Okay.
How about this one? Cotton candy bacon on a stick.
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Think about like the sweet and spicy.
No, sweet and salty. Like I get what you're going for there.
I'm not the biggest fan of cotton candy.
No, and you know what that feels like? That feels, and I guess it is carnival, right? So there's that. It feels more like at the ballpark, something that you get for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Like that does not appeal. As you can tell, I'm a little bit more savory when I'm at like rodeo at a carnival or a festival like that. Yeah, I'm a little bit more savory. I want something with a little more substance.
I think a lot of people would like this one. It's not my cup of tea, but I don't know how you feel about these chips, you guys, but it looked really, really good. Flaming hot chili dog
with
Frito.
The dust.
Yeah, Cheetos, flaming hot Cheetos.
I do it. I don't know if that'd be a staple.
It looked
That's
pretty
the problem.
good.
I'll try that.
It looked pretty good.
I'll give it a try.
I did try the. I think it was the Mexican street corn with the flaming hot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right in there.
Yeah, I wasn't
100%.
I was a little disappointed.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It didn't do it.
Yeah, it wasn't nasty, but it was a little underwhelming.
The chilote.
Yeah, something like that.
I tried. I was like, can I make it? Can I make that go?
You'd be surprised how good this was. Deep fried gummy bear.
Get the bleep out of here, man. Get out of here.
It was pretty good. It's pretty good.
Well, first of all, and this is one of those takes that's going to get me canceled. I'm certain of it.
Man.
Haribo stink. Haribo gummy bears?
I don't like those.
They're terrible.
Yeah, I don't like
they're
those.
awful. And people go.
Much, I should say.
No, I think they're awful. But you know who loves them? Dennis. I guarantee you be chipping a tooth eating them Haribo gummy bears. Why are they so hard? Why is that the case?
Yeah.
They're not even that flavorful.
Yeah.
I don't know about deep fried. Like I'm down with the deep fried Oreo, the deep fried Snicker, all that stuff. I don't know about the gummy bear deep fried.
Yeah, I'm good on that
all right, so these next two I think are going to elicit some reaction.
Well, that wasn't enough reaction?
No, some real reaction.
Okay, got
because
you.
it's awesome. Krispy Kreme donut burger. Hell yes.
I don't think Lopez remembers my take.
I
on
know.
Krispy
That's
Kreme.
why I said
yeah,
that.
Like, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. I don't want
figure.
Krispy Kreme.
So what exactly is it?
It's Krispy Kreme donut as the bun.
Yeah, the bun is now Krispy Kreme donut.
And then with the
everything, it was
that might be all right.
Yeah,
I think I'll try that.
It's pretty good.
The bun gonna melt before you even get a chance.
I try it for the content. For sure.
Yeah. Don't get them fresh out of the oven. That's for dang sure. And awesome, red velvet Twinkie.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
What's funny is I'm not a huge Twinkie person.
Yeah, I'm
but
not a Twinkie person, but the red velvet.
Well, I'm not either. I hadn't had them in a long time, but red velvet Twinkie, pretty dang good.
Did I not tell you they was going to try and cancel me from the 832? What? Reggie, you just fell 5 notches in my respect game. Them Haribo stink. You don't have to lie to yourself. They're not good.
A couple more that I have not tried, but apparently are out there. Bacon-covered cinnamon roll. Back to that.
Okay, that one I want.
Sweet and savory.
I'm sorry, that one I want.
That sounds good.
Sweet and savory. And then this one just makes no sense to me, but it's out there. Fried butter.
No.
Come on. You got to have butter and something.
My arteries just locked up.
You got to have
thinking about
buttery
it.
and something, not just fried butter.
Just a fried stick of butter.
I got acid reflux just thinking about it.
Fried butter.
The one I had last year, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, was the pork belly, bacon wrap pork belly.
Oh, that sounds incredible.
That's bacon on bacon on bacon.
That's right. Yeah, but that also feels like that's locking up.
It locked me up, all right, man. But it was good, man.
Yeah. Did you get any barbecue?
I didn't.
Come on, man.
I didn't. And that's why I need to go back to, I need to be a rodeo.
Oh, get this. You know, they all have their turn-in at the cook-off. So I was with Doug Scheiding, who's a friend of mine. He's won rodeo. He's one Houston roasters on the planet. So I was there when they did the turn-in for chicken. Get this. His competition chicken. And they can turn in a half. But they cook 2 whole chickens, and they pick which half they want to turn in. He let me have the half that he didn't turn in.
Woo.
Yeah, I should have went out.
Step your game up, man.
All right, so next year, show trip.
Yeah.
Show trip Saturday morning is what I'm hearing.
Oh, during turn-in, you can eat the competition leftovers.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how I'm going to get to next year, but I got to get to next year because I need
awesome.
that. Yeah, no. What I did on Saturday, because I knew I wasn't going to get barbecue, is I just went and got like some Thai barbecue ribs.
Okay.
Or like spare ribs.
Not the same.
It was not
I'm sure
the
it was
same.
good.
It was good, but it wasn't. Yeah, I miss it. I miss it. Somebody said fried cauliflower and broccoli is sneaky good. That's not what we're talking about right now.
We're talking
I
about
appreciate that. Somehow that feels oxymoronic, but yeah, that feels like we're not doing that. And Sean Pendergast, intrepid donut reporter Sean Pendergast, texting in saying there's a joint called Glazed near the stadium that serves the Krispy Kreme burger. So in case you want to,
it was awesome.
In case you can't make it to rodeo, which you probably should, but in case you can't, that's also another place.
Is Sean forgiving us for our bad WWE takes?
No, probably not. He's probably just ignoring them so that he could continue to work with us because he has to deal with us. Otherwise, we would probably be banished from his life forever. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we are coming off the weekend. Who are the winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. If you have a submission, let's talk about it. Winners and losers of the weekend. Next.
Texans station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
This is tough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got Lopez, myself, Reggie Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I almost called you John Harris because we had such a fun visit with John Harris at 12. And you heard it right on these airwaves. I feel like it's a legally binding contract. We'll have him on again here sometime soon to talk more draft, as I know a lot of people are really getting their brains into that space. We're like a month and a half away, April 24th, if memory serves me correctly, when we get going on the draft. So really excited for that. But let's get into winners and losers of the weekend. Actually, before I even get there, I offsides, a false start, 10 yards. We'll run that back. But before we get there, somebody, you were talking about the donut burger, whatever that's happening at Rodeo on the text line. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Someone said that they had a golf event where they served breakfast sandwiches on a donut bun, and it was incredible.
I believe it.
That sounds more appealing to me than the donut burger.
The donut burger is outstanding.
Especially if you actually use a good donut like Shipley's. You know what I mean?
Krispy Kreme, yeah.
No, I said good donut.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's get into winners and losers of the weekend, because it was a lot of interesting things in the weekend. We mentioned the Combine, and there was definitely some winners and losers there. And I think that this one is a loser. However, with more reflection, there's some real conversation winner or loser that you believe deserves to be involved here. Will Howard, loser.
Go ahead.
He had a tough time testing, especially as a quarterback. He had the lowest vertical at 31.5 inches and the lowest broad jump, 9 feet 4 inches of all quarterback participants. Plus, him throwing the football,
awful,
looked wayward. Quinn Ewers looked very wayward throwing the football. And so it just felt like a bad showing all the way around for Will. Former Kansas State Wildcat, Ohio State Buckeye rather, and it looked like he had a rough week handling things at the Combine.
I actually had an extra confession, and that was going to be it. I agree with you. Definite loser. Like, it's going to affect his draft status, at least in some circles.
He says good things, right?
But the dude just beat Tennessee, Oregon, Notre Dame, and Tennessee. Texas, Oregon, Notre Dame, and Tennessee, and threw for 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 2 picks. He made plays in the biggest moments, down the stretch. Is he Bo Nix? Bo Nix didn't have a good day at the Combine.
He didn't throw well. In fact, I think Sean Payton mentioned that this year on one of the telecasts, one of the broadcasts the NFL Network had, that Bo Nix didn't throw particularly well. And I saw, Ted Wynn, who writes about the NFL for The Athletic, making valid points about how you're throwing to wide receivers that you don't know.
Big difference.
With balls that are not necessarily broken in all the way, maybe not broken in the way that you want. So you might be setting yourself up for failure. This might be one of the reasons why you give a lot more grace to the guys that decide not to throw. However, is dudes out there throwing the ball well. Dylan Gabriel ain't looked like how Will Howard looked.
No, you're right.
How Quinn Ewers looked.
Just go back. Every year there's some that just kill it. Jackson Dart.
Yes.
Jackson Dart killed it.
Speaking of, winner.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart, probably one of the best, if not the best quarterbacks that actually tested this weekend. So I guess in a way, winner. Lopez's ego, because I'm
on a roll.
Is that 3 on the day? Is that 3 players that you hit on? Because you came in today talking about you like Jack Bech, you like Nick. Was it Nick? Emanwari.
Yeah.
And then you've talked very glowingly about Jackson Dart. You put your stamp of approval that's your quarterback one in this thing.
Yeah. Listen to me. You'll learn about the draft.
We'll see.
Why don't you be the GM?
That's right.
Why don't I? That's a good question.
You're like, you know what?
You should tell somebody that one.
Don't say that too loud. I feel like Nick Casario will take that as you coming for his job.
You know what? I should be the GM.
You're on to something.
If I was the GM, we would be Super Bowl champions.
Dang right.
A winner on the weekend. Matthew Golden.
Yes, sir.
Wide receiver for the Texas Longhorns. And, beyond that, who knows? If you're maybe Ocho on the text line or someone else, you might hope that he is a wide receiver for the Texans. Impressive 40-yard dash, 4.29. Only player to break that 4.3 barrier this time around. Obviously, that does not end up as like breaking incredible outing by Matthew Golden, in addition to what we already knew was a player that basically does all the things that you want, like smooth, fluid, does all those things. Looked really good in a Sarkisian offense that works really well when his quarterback is on target. Like, he's going to be really highly coveted.
Don't even think about him at 25.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah, he gone.
He gone.
Yeah, he gone. But it'd be great if he did fall to 25. He is that good.
Somebody said Lopez on a roll like toilet paper. There's a lot of really good wide receivers, and I don't know how high this takes him necessarily, because there's still some guys that did not test. Like, obviously, depending on how we feel about Travis Hunter, if you want to consider him a wide receiver. But Ted McMillan is still a highly regarded wide receiver. Another man who did not test, Emeka Egbuka, highly regarded wide receiver. So I do wonder, like, hey, where does this then put him in those wide receiver like rankings, and is he going to be in the mix? We just continue to look at this, and then Luther Burden, another one of those guys. You just continue to look around, and there's so many dudes that are really highly well regarded. In fact, I guess in a way, winner on the weekend, the 2025 draft class.
Big time. That's a good one. Yeah.
Like, the entire class has been incredible. I got to get back to looking at this, but I think especially if you want to look at running backs, really, really deep. John Harris was just alluding to that as well. The offensive line, the class is really good, to where you have guys that are, I think it's the fastest class, one of the strongest classes. Just one of the physically biggest classes is what I wanted to say. A pretty strong class in that right as well. Like, you had dudes run, was Membu, who is Armand Membu, the a guard tackle out of Missouri.
Yeah.
That man ran a sub-5 at 300-plus pounds.
And he was rumbling.
My boy was rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling all the way. Actually, no stumbling for the man.
Yeah.
Got through that thing. So, like, no, this is an incredible offensive line class. So you pair that with, we talk about the wide receivers, the running backs, which I'm obviously not as much of a need, but still one of those things that you would like to get into maybe. Interior defensive line. There's a lot of guys that you look up and you go, hey, you should be able to eat pretty good in the first, second, probably third rounds with some of these guys.
Yeah, I think we're kind of narrowing down, not to get too deep into the draft here, but you had me thinking about it there.
I mean, it's a lot of combine stuff.
We're kind of funneling down to, there's going to be maybe less than a handful of great players in this draft, but there's going to be a heck of a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good players in this draft.
Yeah, for sure. All right, some more winners and losers on the weekend. How about a winner? Respect. This is from Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis fought Lamont Roach this weekend. This was their media day before the fight happened, and Gervonta Davis had to ask Lamont Roach if his mom's was in the crowd.
Know what I could do? That's what I'm supposed to.
You bring your mother?
She right there. You ain't hear her ask, why did you leave me? I mean, that's just out her mouth, straight up.
Why you bring her?
What you mean, why I bring her? She love to see me whoop ass. See? I bet. Yeah, what you ain't too shy saying what you.
I am now.
You are now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mom Dukes right there.
Nah.
He said, I'm not going to talk trash if your mom is here.
That is so good. That is so good.
And it probably was good that he didn't talk trash, because Tank Davis, he held on to his WBA lightweight title against Lamont Roach. They fought at the Barclays Center. In fact, our friend Andrew was out there.
Yeah.
But it's because this was a this was a popular decision of
the old draw.
Yes, a draw.
Yeah.
The scorecards, there was a couple 114 draws. Davis won on a different card, 115, 113. And so Davis was predicted to win via knockout.
Yeah.
But it was not I guess there's ways that you could view it as maybe not a great effort for him. In fact, he had a situation where he goes down to a knee in the 9th round, but he claims it's because of the hair product that he had that it seeped down into his eyes. And so he goes to a knee, he goes to the corner to kind of wash out his eyes.
What did he have?
Yeah, man. It is such a weird fight. But apparently, like, with most of these rounds, the punch, like Hop U box numbers, whatever, were close to where, and of course, I'm saying this because I did not have the opportunity to watch it, unfortunately. But this was a close enough fight to where I can't wait for this to circle back around.
Yeah.
But also, like, it's controversial when you have a whole fight, you have the whole lead up, and then you leave with no real clear answers on who won.
A draw. That stinks. But that means they're going to get paid again, because they will fight again.
And that's the name of the game in boxing at this point. You have to keep everything in mind that, we're all trying to eat off of it. Tank Davis, one, didn't get the win, but two, Tank Davis, gentleman. He's like, I will not.
Dukes in the crowd,
My
man.
Dukes, you know?
Not
We
right
can't
now.
Can't
Not
talk
anymore.
crazy.
Not anymore.
You think that's going to change second time around?
No, I don't think it'll change. You talking about the weigh-in talk?
Yes.
If his mama's there, you ain't going to say nothing about him.
Somebody says so glow. I was like, Murray's don't run, do it. Murray's, one, is a lifetime supply, is one can, and two, I don't think that it runs. Somebody said, note his hairstylist said, no, sir, I did his hair days ago. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So we'll see what comes of that. How about this? A loser, sports talkers. Why do I say this, Lopez?
Yep, Pete Rose, baby.
Yes, Pete Rose. Commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred is considering the possibility of ending his banishment from baseball, and obviously, more importantly, from the potential of being in the Hall of Fame.
The lifetime ban is considering getting it. It seems like if it's public, they're probably going to do it, and that means Pete Rose. Does Pete Rose deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
We can't have the conversation anymore.
It's over.
Man.
It'll be over.
Damn,
to be fair, I do wonder, like,
what we gonna talk about?
As we've gotten to a more modern space in sports talk radio, if that is kind of died down. But there was a point in time in sports talk radio in those dog days of summer.
Every year.
Hey, man, light up the phones. Who's got to take? Does Pete Rose?
Pete Rose.
Open lines.
Deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Open lines, Pete Rose.
Let's go to Jerry and Conroe.
He cheated. He gambled.
Funny enough, did this not start with the president saying that he was going?
I think he said he was going to pardon
him, which I was
don't know
like,
from what?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah.
However, Commissioner Rob Manfred has gotten to this place. Do you like this? Like, how do you feel about the idea of that lifetime ban being lifted?
Especially in today's world. I mean, you know, like he would probably have a gambling casino patch on his jersey if he played now, you know.
But the standard is still the same, right?
You
like
don't
the idea,
bet on yourself.
Yeah, well, you don't bet on the game, like as an active participant.
No, it would still be controversial and certainly suspended. And like the most recent suspension was, I guess, for a year. Who was it from the Falcons? The receiver?
Who? Calvin Ridley?
Was it?
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley got suspended, and then that's when he went to Jacksonville, he missed a year. There's been some other suspensions.
But that's a year. Calvin Ridley still.
Well, Jonte Porter got thrown out of here with that FBI probe that's been going on.
I'm good with it. I'm good. I mean, and by the way, you know there's going to be some numbskull.
You're good with him coming back?
With
being a lifetime ban?
Yeah.
Oh wow, no, I'm good. I'm like lifetime ban, man.
Really?
Yeah, man.
He's done a lot of time, man.
He's done a lot of time, which is fair, but also
I hate that they waited till he passed away.
Well, that too.
To do it. That's the part I didn't like. Because if you was gonna do it, do it.
Dude, we're having the conversation.
That's
we are actually having the conversation.
Don't let the cat out the bag. I did a lot of work to get in the back door on this one.
We're actually doing it.
That was the point. Have the conversation, but also make it seem man.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, but my thing about it is the whole idea is that this is supposed to be some level of prohibitive measure. And look, I understand that if people are going to do the deed, like there's probably going to be motivations in there, but it needs to be punitive to the point where you run people away because this messes with the money, right? We talk about this with all these sports, how, oh man, they say they care about domestic violence, but they don't punish it harshly. No, I mean, the punishments go where with the things that feel like they're existential. One of the things that's existential is people don't believe that your sport is on the up and up.
Right.
This matters a lot. And so even with that,
doesn't matter to the NFL.
It does. They've been fairly harsh at the appearances of gambling.
About all the Kansas City stuff and all that.
Oh well, yeah. They need to. Yeah. Somebody said lifetime ban. His life is over. The ban should be over. All right. If we want to get on,
you know what's going to be wild is if he is reinstated, there's going to be some numbskull writer that says, "Nah, I ain't voting for him."
100%.
Correct.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Somebody said Rose should be in as a player 100%. I think also one of the things that helps or hurts in some way, as Americans in particular in our society, we love to give people second chances if and only if they lay themselves prostrate before the masses.
Yeah.
And one thing Pete Rose was absolutely not about to do was to lay himself prostrate before the masses. He was like, bleep y'all, I don't want to be in your Hall of Fame, when it was abundantly clear that he actually very much wanted to be in the
He was
Hall of Fame.
doing autograph sessions outside the Hall of Fame. on Hall of Fame. I'll show you guys.
So I was like, yeah, nah. I feel like just go ahead and let this keep rolling, baby.
Yeah.
I don't see what you're doing. Also, it kind of stinks to come back this late and just be like, yo, all right, we'll let you in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of not the way that I would go for it. And I done taken a lot of time. How about one more? Winner. The madness. It is March.
Yeah.
It is March, and we have gotten madness on Saturday, March 1st, the first day. We had a number 5, number 6 matchup between Tennessee and Alabama. It gets down to the end, and I'm skipping a lot just to get to here. But Tennessee knocks down 2 free throws to tie the game at 76. Alabama gets the basketball. I might have started the audio here. No, Bama drives, and they get tied up. So it's a jump ball, possession arrows with Alabama. This is where the audio starts on the inbound.
There goes Sears to the corner. 5-second violation against Alabama. And here we go.
When they turn down Gainey, now Mashak's got to go.
He will fire.
From the logo.
Not quite the logo.
Close to the logo.
Close to the logo.
Yeah,
we are already getting madness, baby. We're already getting madness. Salute to Tennessee Bama for giving us that. And salute to Tennessee for getting a win there.
So it's happening. It's March.
I'm already there, man.
I'm already there. I can't wait.
I just need to see that Kevin Harlan call when who was playing when Virginia got upset.
Oh yeah,
it was a couple years ago.
Was that?
It was him. I forgot who else.
Was that Baltimore County? Was that UMBC? Is that who got him?
I think so. This was when Virginia was number 1.
Yeah, I think it was UMBC got him as the 16. University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
I think
that's the one who got him.
Yeah,
if memory serves. What a time, man!
I'm so ready.
Was it Harlan on the call? Because I vividly remember. I remember Stan Van Gundy.
Did we not just see what we just saw? Wow!
I need to hear that call if you could. The best part about that call, particularly for me, is the video because you can see Stan Van Gundy and he looks terrified of it.
They all stopped,
and I just feel like
each other a little bit.
It was
Jim. Punk ass Jim, show tells us. I wonder why he calls him punk ass Jim. I have no idea why that'd be the case. So it was Jim.
About the same call then?
Yeah, it was maybe not that call, but the
find
Virginia one was Jim because I remember CBS, and then they had Stan Van Gundy just sitting there looking like he lost some money. I know that he probably didn't, but he looked sick. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I done cut into the time. I got to make sure we set up because this is about the time where we hand it over to Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, we're going to talk more Pete Rose. No, I'm just playing.
Call it. No, I'm playing.
So we got to pay our respects to a R&B legend. Plus, how do you know if somebody was a crackhead?
What?
Wow.
713-572-4610. I'm going to explain why I asked that next.
They usually look like a superhero. We'll talk about it next.
Coach to
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Salute to everybody on the YouTube and the text line. Going in on that Pete Rose, man.
They are.
Hey, man.
Never dies.
Hey, continue the conversation, but we will not continue that conversation.
Yeah.
But
because he's going to go in, you know, they're going to change, they're going to reinstate him, and then he's going to go in. And
we're not doing it.
What you mean? Doing it. What you mean?
We're not doing
it.
It
worked once, it's not going to work again.
But, yeah, on the serious note, man, rest in peace to Angie Stone, R&B legend.
Yes.
One of the pioneers. She died in Montgomery, from Montgomery, Alabama, early Saturday morning. It was really sad. So a rep from the singer confirmed that she was coming from a show with her band members when a Sprinter truck was struck by a 18-wheeler and the car flipped over 3 times. And so Angie was 63.
Okay.
And first of all, confession, I did not know she was 63.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And second confession, I did not know she was around that long, man. She was one of the people that laid the blueprint for hip hop.
Yes, that was the thing. I didn't
know that part.
I didn't know that she was in that a girl group, rap group called The Sequence.
Yeah, The Sequence. And this is her talking about how she pretty much don't get the respect she deserves for at least laying that blueprint when it comes to rapping and singing that type of deal.
But that is the derivative of the song we wrote, which is the first original rap record by a female group. And we were from the South. And it doesn't mean that we are first, second, third. It means that from the South, we laid the blueprint for hip-hop, rapping, and singing. Lauryn Hill came and tipped the scales and did what we did and took it to the next level. That's all I'm saying. And they never, ever give us our props. Y'all need to stop that.
Yeah,
props.
Yeah.
Who would you consider like the absolute, like the first true?
That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Like who started hip?
Who started hip-hop?
To me, that's a tough question because I feel like the East Coast get most of the credit because it was like DJ Herc and started in the park and all that stuff. But I don't know if it was some hip hop going on down here in Houston at some point before then. And you know, it's really hard to say. I know the credit goes to DJ Herc, who started with the MCing and mixing and all that stuff.
I'm just sitting here, you know,
but
she really even thought about it. Like, who was the first?
She was talking.
There's a lot of scholarships that's been done.
Yeah.
Into it. Yeah.
But she was talking like her group. I want to say it started.
My point is maybe she did.
79 is right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
maybe she did.
She's talking about like especially
in the South.
Well, I mean, they were on Sugar Hill Records.
It was on the record label.
Sugar Hill Gang is often considered like the first hip hop group. Or rap group to be established like on a major level record.
And she went on in this interview pretty much saying they helped write that song. So that was they usually get most.
Which one, the Sequence or the Sugar or the what is it?
Some of the stuff for the Sugar Hill Gang.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
maybe she was.
Yeah, but
definitely one of the first.
Yeah, but her point was
what Rapper's Delight.
I don't know if it was like because
Rapper's Delight historically, like the history says that they basically ripped that off of like Kool Herc, right?
I'm not sure. It might be, but I know she was with her being with that later. Some of the first rap songs, and that part I didn't know. I knew Angie Stone for being that kind of that neo soul singer,
right?
So I didn't know she was getting in back in the day like that. So so sad to see her going. She's still out here performing too. So it was so sad to that happened like that. So prayers to her family and friends and all that. So we went to Cookout this weekend. I'm sure a lot of people's out there cook out. And one of the
You
best.
did the same thing I did. It's
What?
cook off.
Cook off?
Cook off.
Cook off, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's cook off.
I keep doing that, and I feel like I've infected you guys now, so I apologize. It's cook off.
Wait, what did I say?
Cook out.
Cook out. I say cook out. My bad. Cook off. And one of the best things I like watching, I think y'all kind of on the same page as me, is looking out for the drunks, seeing the people that drank way too much.
You went to the right place.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's probably, let me see. That is third on the people watching is drunks.
Yeah, nah, it's always something, especially at the end of the night when everybody leaving.
Yeah.
And the security guards like, you can't take that drink out of here. And so they just throw it to the side and they just still stumbling and mumbling. But I kind of wanted to ask y'all before I get to the real question. What do you think you can scout a drunk? Like just out and about?
I think by and large,
if somebody came in here, you think you can scout them?
Tell. The eyes are always a tell. No, you're talking about like not stumbling because that's
not
easy.
stumbling. Just somebody like, you can tell he's a drunk.
The
like
eyes
just
are
the way
always
they
a tell.
move and
Chatty.
Chatty
is another one. Yeah, that would be my tells. Can you?
Not really. It depends. It depends because usually you can smell the liquor.
Yeah.
Like even if they ain't even drink anything, you could just smell it out their pores. But that's some of the signs I can tell if somebody's a kind of a drinker or a drunk. But I want to ask y'all this: Can y'all scout a crackhead?
Yeah.
If somebody walked in this room right now, if about 4 or 5 people walked in this room right now, can you point somebody out like, oh, that's a crackhead
so.
right
No,
now?
I know too
or
much.
that person do crack.
I know too much because I've learned about high functioning crackheads that blew me out of the water. Like people that are like teachers that apparently smoke crack, and they're off. I didn't know that you could do crack recreationally. I thought it just you took a hit and life was over. I thought that's how that went.
Yeah.
But apparently there are people that do that. So because I know that, I'm like, actually no, I don't think I can.
But you're saying crackhead. I mean, they have a certain look.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I asked that because Judge Mathis,
of course,
he can not only tell if you a crackhead, he can smell it.
All right, Judge.
You object to the rumor or you object to being the crackhead?
To being a crackhead.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't think you are now. You used to be, maybe?
Never. Never.
Maybe.
Never.
One rock.
Never.
Half.
Tried it one time.
That's awesome.
I had something going on there. I can smell it. I can smell it. Anybody coming here having used crack, I can smell it. I smell a little crack in you.
She goes, okay, I tried it one time.
Yeah, that lady was like, nope.
My thing about it is like,
nope.
Once you started that way, you got to fight. You got to just fight on that lie.
Yeah.
Why would you acquiesce?
You should have made them look wrong.
Yeah.
You should have made them look wrong. She was like, nope, never. All right, tried it one time.
You got me.
Like, all right, you know your ass ain't tried no one time.
Everybody knows you just try crack one time and you stop. Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah, easy.
From the 832, they said, in my crack selling days, which is an incredible phrase, they said, I had clients that were doctors, business owners, etc. See?
Dude, I'm too scared. I'd be too scared, man.
No, it is some people. Hell, I had some family members that I had no idea they was doing that. And then my mom, pops sat me down like, hey, you need to be careful because this. I'm like, what? Like, still to this point, like, I'm like, I do not believe that because they don't really act like that. But then you see some stuff that's like, all right, like, why is this person always broke? Why is this person always asking for money?
Man.
Yeah, nah.
So apparently Judge Mathis is
smell it.
He's Morgan Freeman and Lean on Me. You smoke crack, don't you?
I knew I was right. Salute to Judge Mathis. Always calling people crackheads, by the way.
Always. My favorite Judge Mathis moment, and yes, I have a favorite Judge Mathis moment, judge me if you will. He takes his gavel and he holds it up to his mouth like he is like pantomiming smoking crack. And I'm like, dude, this is too much. You're supposed to, like, I know this is TV, but you're supposed to at least be trying to pretend you're a judge. What is happening right now?
Yeah, nah, he always calling people crackheads. And I think it was Judge Joe Brown. Always.
Was that Judge Joe Brown? It might have been Joe Brown.
No,
that was Judge Mathis. Judge Mathis just be out here wilding.
He do that too, but Judge Joe Brown be like, seems to be a crackhead move to me.
What happened to daytime judge shows? Are those out of the game?
I seen a couple. They didn't look good though. They wasn't.
Is Judy out of the game?
I don't think she is, but it's not the same. It's not Judge Judy. It's a different show.
She has her own dad. They changed the name.
I think she ended up getting like a Netflix deal or something like that. So it was an older Judge Judy, but it wasn't the Judge Judy.
We losing recipes, man.
Yeah.
You used to stay home sick from school, watching judges
Judge
call
Judy.
people crackheads.
Every day at 4:30, man. 4 o'clock. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So we mentioned this earlier is Ramadan season. So salute to everybody who celebrate that, including the Dream. And I ain't gonna lie, this have nothing to do with that, but this gives me the excuse to play. Look,
It does include Dream.
Salute to your holy season. And now
it do. So, an interview with Mad Max. He was on All the Smoke podcast.
Yes.
And he talked about that one time where he got slapped by the Dream.
Where's in Seattle? I'm having a bad first half. So I'm mad. When I get mad, I should spit. Sam sitting up and Robert beside me. Man, it's going to be all right, Max. Come on, man. You're going to be okay. Man, this shit. Man, these ain't giving me the ball. This going to pass the ball, man. This shit. So Dream behind me. And Dream like, Maxie, what the is you doing? That shit's not professional. Don't do that shit. Stop that shit. I was like, Dream, man, that shit. I'm tired of you too. I shouldn't have said that. Because he came in and put his damn hands, big old hands on me.
In the locker room?
Oh, man, he slapped the shit out of me outside. He slapped the shit out of me so hard. I mean, I thought I'm going to punch me.
He got slapped so hard he thought he got punched.
He got punched.
First of all, how bad of a dude do you have to be to slap Max and not feel and him not want to fight you?
That's right.
Yeah.
Like he'll fight anybody.
Because later on in that interview, he did say, it was a lot of scuffling, but he ain't really talk about how he, hey, I did this to him. He was just like, it was just a lot of scuffling going on.
Yeah.
No, they respected it. Well, one, you got to respect Hakeem because he's really big.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that, or at least very tall.
Let me
early
stand
on.
up to a 7 foot.
And he could fight.
That's the thing is they've seen firsthand.
Yeah.
He wasn't tall for a reason. He was tall, which means he had to reach on you, and he had the willingness. And if you talk about a fight, like a real fight, like a street fight, will to win matters so much more than like muscles and some of these other things that we typically, gauge fights on. And one thing about Hakeem, when he got hot, and you know this uniquely,
yes, sir,
he had a will to beat your ass.
Man, he did.
You want to fight. But salute the Dream, man. And hopefully his Ramadan season is going well.
Absolutely. A man who is committed.
At least he ain't got to play on the court or nothing like that.
He can just chill.
Yeah, he could just chill. He ain't got to put up 40.
But when he's fasting, we know he could.
He did.
He could. And the Bull, and I'm so glad that his best game in Ramadan was against the Bulls at that time. So couldn't nobody say nothing nonsensical. He gave them 42, 16, 4, 4, and 5. I will not forget those numbers.
We could actually have that conversation if Jordan was playing. Could have won. Could have beat them.
That's right. That's right. And you was out
there's
here.
another one.
You was
there's
out
another
here,
topic.
You were out here trying to. we want.
What are we doing?
We want the gambler Michael Jordan instead of pious Hakeem Olajuwon. How could you do such things, Lopez? That's insane. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun Monday thus far. Let's finish it out with a little bit of fun before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
How close?
questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
GetEthos.com. Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you, Mr. Big Voice Guy. We'll be crossing with the fellas of the drive here shortly. But before we get there, I'm basically just going to go back and review the show. Again, appreciation to John Harris joining us in a pinch hitting capacity at 12. And you just got a pinch hitter that comes in and hits a home run. It's like, all right, well, maybe we should
we'll do it again.
Yeah, have him. So we'll definitely talk to John Harris again here relatively soon about the draft. And I don't know next time he's going to be in so much in lockstep with you, because I don't know if I like that. I feel like you
think you're calling me lucky?
Yes. Actually, you know what? I am. Do it again.
All right.
I don't think you can. I don't believe in you. But no, I appreciate
been looking on this website or something.
Yeah, you've been reading. That's right.
That's right. John Harris.
That's right. John Harris writing for Football Takeover. You over there reading as well.
That's a good
heady
point.
play.
But that is not the fact. It's all up here, man. It's all up here.
Well,
footballtakeover.com.
That's right. Shout out to the man. But one of the he got me real hype about the prospect of Tyler Booker, one of those guys that you've seen mocked to the Texans a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to Tyler Booker, right, he was talking about how John, when he was at the combine in Indy, he was talking to the University of Alabama's football team, and he said that Booker was like their offense's Will Anderson Jr.
And he said, that's all you need to hear.
That's all I need to hear as well, knowing the role that Will has played there in Alabama, but then also here in this defense. I'm like, yo, I'm interested, especially in that room for this offensive line. That's one of those things that people have asked, like, is Laramie Tunsil, is Titus Howard, all those guys like, those tent poles when it comes to culturally that you want there. Yeah. Tyler Booker, if he does indeed live up to that statement, could be that himself. And Will came in and was that as a young guy. So like that's the thing that I think is kind of cool. On top of that, there's a couple of other things that Booker said that made me very interested. Well, first and foremost, I would like to go to Booker 1 here, where this is him talking about Will Anderson, and I want to hear kind of his perspective on that particular defensive leader.
Mm-hmm. It would mean a lot to be on the team with Will Anderson. And, as I mentioned my leadership earlier, I've learned a lot of my leadership skills from Will. Being around a guy like that who loves the game of football, that's something hard to pass up on. Like in the game of football, not everybody loves it. I'm a guy who loves it. I'm a guy who eats, sleeps, and breathes football, and not everybody does it. Some people play for the money. Some people play just because they're good at it. But I love the game of football, and Will is another person who truly loves the game of football just as much as I do.
Look, that's all you really need to know.
I'm gonna try and give you more than you need to know, but okay. Yes, that is all you need to know. You're right.
We have more though. Go ahead.
No, I love that. He could just be talking, right? Because he's in an interview. He knows this is a job interview, the combine. But that doesn't sound like a dude who's lying, especially when you get to something like this. This is something that he said to the media in his availability. Tyler Booker, again, the guard out of Alabama. This is him talking about, just enjoying playing football as well.
There's legal assault out there, and I love football because the brand of football that I play, I make guys not love football anymore, and I do that every day, every down by really just giving them my all and letting them know I'm not going to let up. So the thing I love the most about football is taking the love away from other people.
He loves taking the love of football from other people. That sounds swarmy.
Sucking the life out of them.
All right, I wouldn't say it quite like that, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, and that's what John Harris kept saying, like in some of his notes. He says swarmy, felt swarmy. I like that term, which would coincide with them fitting together. He and Nick Cassero, D'Amico and Nick Cassero fitting together so well, and having that type of player and being on the same page. It is funny. The other thing about Booker is, and we got this out of our discussion with John Harris, there's a lot of guys that we have, an eye on that just won't be there at 25.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They just won't be there. Whether it's Matthew Golden, of course, or
Membu is one of those guys.
Membu is another one
big
that he
boy,
mentioned.
sub-5.
Genty, probably now is going to be, maybe, but probably gone at 25.
Oh, yeah.
But Booker stands a very good chance of being an elite player at his position of actually being there.
Yeah, especially because he's not going to test big, but he is.
And he didn't necessarily at the combine do much either.
But, with the guard, you don't really need to guard on the offensive line. You're in a phone booth in a way. Like, can you impact all this power into what you're doing there? It's one of the reasons why I was kind of excited about the move back in for Titus Howard. I was like, look, man, you got all this strength, and at tackle, I don't know how well this is working, but we put you in the phone booth. Can you just be strong?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the thing. And so I feel like with the mentality that he has and the strength that he has, boom, let's just go be strong in the phone booth. You should be able to make that work. So that's one of the things that made me excited. I really am, like, falling in love with this guy as a player, which is, I don't know, I might be setting myself up for failure. Like, that's one of the tough things about this time period.
He's gettable. And as I mentioned, some guys are just not. 25 is a premium spot to pick, and there's a guy that could easily be right there when you pick. So it makes sense.
And to finish off my role as Tyler Booker propagandist, how about this? This is Booker 2 here, and this is the thing that really probably gets you football excited. Is when Tyler Booker said this.
In the past games at the NFL level and at a high level, if you look at my tape, you can see me passing off games, calling out games beforehand, and that's due to my preparation throughout the week. Like, I really take pride in how well I prepare for the games and how well I prepare for stunts, because that's something that the stunts really trickle down. So everybody does the stunts on Sunday, and those are going into the game plan for Saturdays in college. So really just preparing for those, and I'm looking forward to really stepping up as a pass protector as well.
The Texans need that kind of guy. John said that as well. Like in a weird way, he's not going to throw anybody under the bus, but he made it very clear the defensive line has not physical tools, but like that
culturally. No, y'all need. Hey man, y'all need to get on the swarm.
This
train.
is not a swarm offensive line.
We've all talked about it all through the year, right? Like, of all the position groups on this Texans team, there's probably one that is the the red-headed stepchild when it comes to fitting in culturally, and that's the offensive line.
Yeah. No, there's no question, and there's probably 2 or 3 guys that don't fit. You bring in a guy like that, I don't care if they're a rookie or not. We know this because Will Anderson stepped in as a rookie and became an immediate leader on the team and a captain.
A little bit different circumstances considering where the team has been, but yeah,
D'Amico Ryans, bolstered him and gave him the opportunity and set him up as an example, whether he's a captain or not. Said the first year as a rookie, said if I want anybody for them to follow, it's Will Anderson. So you can come in as a rookie in that type of room and be a leader and kind of change the way that they do things.
Yeah, but just the idea that he got out here talking about picking up stunts as well, like put it directly into my veins. Like that was one of those things that was downright frustrating watching this team last year. We're seeing them even simple games, right? There's some instances where the defense is absolutely trying to trick your eyes and everything, which in some ways just inherently those games are up front. But they were doing things that looked like they should have been simple to pick up.
High school cross. Now, they had trouble with it.
You know what it sounded like to me? And I know that this wasn't the case, but I could easily see the case where Tyler Booker is one of those dudes that goes on to like the Indeed.com or whatever. Thing is come for the things that they are asking for in the job description. They're like, I'm going to tailor my resume to that exactly. That's what it feels like in this moment. Him talking at the combine was like, I'm going to talk about all the things that the Texans are looking for at line so that they'll be inclined to pick me. And that's how I feel at this moment. Look, it's one of those things about this time of year. You get yourself, as you mentioned, you get into a crush with a certain player or whatever, and then you get to draft night, and you don't end up with that player, right? And so I'm not going to put all my hopes in that, but this is a guy that it seems like he could be in that place. It's a position of need, and obviously he's saying all the right things, and obviously the tape also backs up to some extent those needs fitting with you. I'm starting to really fall in on that Tyler Booker thing, and I'm seeing a very vehement shake of disagreement from one of the most opinionated men this side of Mississippi. Ron, the show Hughley, we welcome in Ron, we welcome in Clint. Fellas, how you living?
Yeah,
good, baby, good. All is well. I'm gonna let Ron have that one.
Ron looked like he ready to go.
Well, listen, it's not him, so to speak. I said this on Friday. We had this conversation Friday, and my whole thing was, at this point, I don't want. If I'm a Texans fan, I would not want, hey, man, let's hope. Let's hope at right guard. or left guard. Where are they going to play? Let's hope. Like, let's hope. No, they are trying, right, to get to past the step they've been the last 2 years. Champions game, and you know the teams that means. And they have had a bunch of, like, if it works, and you've covered this, you know the toughest positions to transition immediately are offense and defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And that, for me, it's not Booker or any of the players. The kid from Mizzou who went off.
In that.
For me, it was so bad. It was not just coaching.
Mm-hmm.
It was so bad. To me, if I'm a Texans fan, I would feel more comfortable if you went and got something for show, something that I have seen in this league that can work at the right tackle, right guard, left guard, whatever spot.
I honestly don't know.
And I don't trust Nick Caserio and company to get to draft. Well,
there's a reason you don't.
I think there's a fair.
There's a reason, but here's my. I don't know anyone that would not want a proven guard, over a drafted guy, like zero. Like in terms of just for this coming season and this team, of course I would want a proven guard. I think there's a little Kenyon Green PTSD at work here, and it's very understandable because Clint,
it's not just Kenyon, it's Juice, it's Patterson.
No, but you drafted a guy 15 overall. What I'm saying is when you draft a guard in the first round, that's a day one starter.
Ain't no doubt, and it's got to be convincing as hell. And it was an absolute disaster.
Yeah,
certainly.
But I would even feel different, Clint, if they weren't in. Hey man, we're trying to get past the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills mode.
Yeah,
like they're in a different mode. They're in a.
Look, I want to make to me. I want everything's a gamble. I mean, you could sign Shaq Mason. You could sign a guy and he could digs and get you 9 games and blows a knee up.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, over the next 3 years, 2+ is the time for them to be aggressive. I mean, you got other teams. I mean, and just most recent, look at Washington. Washington went around further than the Texans did. They got a rookie quarterback and they got an explosive offensive coordinator, and they said, hey, let's go get some weapons. Let's make some aggressive moves to go get weapons. Texans did some of that last year. I hope they do it this year. And I think the biggest need is obviously right at the offensive line position.
So I'm guessing Will Fries is a name that you like a lot if we're talking about like guards that are
Colts,
out there.
Yeah, down the line, right? Obviously, Trey Smith from Kansas City would have been the perfect thing, but on down the line.
That's the question I have when you talk about offensive line. If we were like, hey, we want to go free agency and get somebody that we're known. That's one of those scarcity positions where there's not enough starters to go around in the league. Talk less of getting one in free agency that you're definitely going to have.
But I think within the top 10 free agents, there's like 3 that are guards, and I don't think most teams are going to franchise $24 million like the Chiefs did, and take the chance to get stuck like that.
Yeah.
So
you look at it too, though, guys. Like the Texans, I can argue with any of them that a true blue. Lock, stock, and barrel center that can communicate, that's an alpha, that's a leader. That's just so you really got 3 spots right there that you got to. I mean, so we don't do that. It's the top 3 guards. I mean, it's the top 5 guards. The top 3's there.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that. Like I wouldn't be opposed to it, and I think you're very right that this is the time to go for it. I've seen especially when Nick was talking about Howie Roseman and how he liked him.
Yep.
One thing about Howie Roseman, the Eagles, they're going and they're playing all the salary cap, finagling and everything when they're winning, and you'll go and you pay that credit card off later. And it feels like if you're in that space, that's how you handle it. Man, fellas, great conversation. I look forward to you guys getting the week off right. We're done here in the Loop. We'll be back tomorrow for a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. We'll get some B. Scott in there, all that. But for the time being, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and getting the Monday going right. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a electric Monday because apparently, as Tyler said to us last week, I don't think they're paying for Reaction Monday anymore right now, so we can't have it Reaction Monday.
Damn right.
Hey, there's a lot we could do with Mondays, man.
Well, let's have at it.
I'm just talking from a sponsorship standpoint.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if whatever you title, whatever industry you're in, just come on and sponsor it, and we can have. What'd you just say? An electric Monday?
Electric Monday.
I mean, hell,
Monday?
there's some contractors making a lot of money out there. Well, there you go. Now, he's just putting what rhymes now.
There you go. Hey, you get your ass kicked Monday. I mean, it could be whatever you want.
Yeah. So Mondays are good. Always Reaction Mondays, though, boys. There's always plenty to react to Friday evening, Saturday, and Sunday. Boy, a lot of action.
Still yours, John Deere, if you want to have it. But no, the drive is live. A lot to get. You know, I kind of want to change this up from what we have here, just based off what we were talking about there, because I think it rolls in, and I'm seeing some people on the text line that's like, you know, hey, they like the Booker kid, they like the kid from North Dakota State who showed well, the kid from Mizzou who now I think is probably, we are seeing guards that potentially may go up higher than we've ever seen before on the draft board. You didn't used to see, I think there might be like 3 to 4 interior offensive linemen they may go in the first round. That's a bit of a shift from.
I think it's.
But it goes to what you've been saying, right?
If you can't protect interior wise, man, your quarterback has nowhere to escape to.
Yeah, and I see it, Sean G on the YouTube and Twitch. Shout out saying, hey, I'm hopeful for a veteran center and guard can come in via free agency.
Come on, man.
Hey, hopeful is a good word for me. My expectation is just at least one. But let's just kick this off here. All right, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Sean and Rob and DQ, the Red Key, Don and Toby and all of you that roll through here. You can jump in on this conversation as well on YouTube and Twitch. The offensive line is it, and I can completely understand why the conversation is in the draft. And I've been thinking about this a bit, and we have not had this conversation quite yet, at least deeper, Clint. As we look at this thing, for you right now, knowing what the issues are, knowing that you've got a new offensive coordinator, knowing what this team is going to be, we know the offensive line has to have some change. More than just the quarterback, I would assume, has to have some change. Is Titus Howard moving to left guard filling in one of the issues? And that's what he did the second half of the season. But if he exclusively moved to left guard, is that an acceptable fix for you with this offensive line? And I'm saying that in terms of Tunzel, him on the left side, I'm guessing Patterson in the middle, and then a new guard, whether that comes into the draft as we discussed, or hopefully, in my opinion, via free agency, and then you slide in Fisher to right tackle like it was at the end of the year. Is Titus Howard moving to left guard an acceptable fix for you with this team?
I think it's an acceptable part of the fix. Yeah, I don't think you can do that and move forward with Juice Scruggs and Patterson and Fisher and go, hey, man, we got this thing figured out. No, I don't like that. Look, I've always been higher on Titus Howard at guard than most folks, and I understand it hadn't always been pretty. It's been downright ugly at times. But his value and why I'm okay with the Texans paying him as much as they paid him is because he can play tackle and guard. Truth is we've seen him bounce around so damn much, Ron. I don't know how good he or bad he would be at one or the other if they gave him a training camp at that position and said that no matter what happens, this is where we're going to play you. I don't know how good or bad.
Each time he was switched over to guard, it was mid-season.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just guard tackle. It's right tackle, left guard. I mean, it's other hand in the dirt. It's other kick step. You know, it's just a different animal. So, I am not opposed to that being part of the fix. No, I'm not opposed to that being a plan moving forward. Is Fisher at tackle and Titus Howard at guard. Not opposed to that one bit. But what you can't have, you absolutely cannot have Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher. That can't be the center guard tackle on the right side of your offensive line. To me, ideal is if you got Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson. Let's say ideal. Let's say that this is unacceptable. Titus Howard at guard, Juice and Jared Patterson battling out for the center position, and then you sign a hammer at right guard. I could get down with that. Now we got to get into the conversation about what the backups look like. What do your backup guards look like? They can't be Kenyon Green. What does your backup guards look like? But yeah, I could get with Titus Howard, a center competition with Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson, and then signing another guard. I could get down with that.
So that would be acceptable for you. Sean G says, for me, that's more of a Band-Aid than a fix.
It has been. That's for damn sure. It has.
I think there's some fairness to you because listen. You know how I feel about Titus at guard.
Mm-hmm.
I have not ever loved it. I was drugged by how bad the guard play was this year to make me even bring up the thought of, hey, man, like it's so bad. You can't put Kenyon back in there. At the time, I think Patterson was hurt, and it was Kendrick Green, and it was other things, and it was like, and I think this is the route. But for me, my thought process is now that you have the season and you have resources, that you have money where you can spend, like my thought would be the avoidance of putting him at guard. I just think like right now, if I said to you, Tyler, who do you feel more comfortable at, and maybe this might answer it, who do you feel, Tyler, more comfortable at right tackle? Titus Howard or Blake Fisher?
Right tackle?
Right, if you had to start the season, right tackle, Titus Howard or Blake Fisher?
I mean, to me, that's a toss-up right now for me. So maybe I don't have your answer.
That's bad. Like I'd
go Titus.
Yeah, I would say Titus.
I don't know how to feel about Titus, man.
It's I'll be honest with you, for what Titus is getting paid, it's probably too close between him and Fisher.
Second highest paid, right?
Yeah, behind Tunzel, it's probably too close. But it's still, I'm with you, Clint. I would feel better about him at right tackle. Yeah. I think he's a better run blocker at right tackle, and I think he's a better pass protector at right tackle. Hence why we didn't really didn't shoot the notion down when they decided to take care of it. And that's why, to me, I feel better with him at right tackle than Blake Fisher there. And my thought is, you have the opportunity to go get something. Hell, I've been all right, Clint. The right tackle or the left, whichever way, was, as you said, a hammer somewhere in free agency. You said, I'm going to draft and I'm going to put somebody in free agency. Somewhere there has to be a proven guy who has had success in the league to me, because you have the ability to go do that. Like you have the ability to go do that, and it's a guard, and it's not like you got to pay crazy amount to go get a guard.
And what you do with Titus Howard and what you do with Blake Fisher should have no bearing on what you do in relation to going and getting that hammer that we're talking about at guard. Like it shouldn't. I mean, like you go get one of the guards taken care of with a proven pelts on the wall. Just a guy that is has the film, has the mentality, wants to be here. Plug him in at guard, and then you want to move Titus and Blake Fisher. You want to juice and Jarrett. You want to bounce. We'll do whatever you want there, but the none of that should have any bearing on whether the Texans go get one proven starting interior offensive lineman. Shouldn't have any bearing on it.
Yeah. No, as people are rolling in, Titus is a below average O lineman, whether tackle or guard. I will say,
I disagree wholeheartedly with
that. And I also, and I disagree too. I think he may be below average at guard from what we've seen. Although the second half of the season, I can't tell if Kenyon Green was so bad or Juice struggled so much that he just looked miles better than those guys, and it didn't. I will say when he came in and left just absolute flat breakdowns. But I do think what you've said is fair. He has been switched completely to the other side in a completely different position 2 out of the last 3 years mid-season. Out of necessity mid-season, had not had a training camp the whole way, and rolled through. The only time, Clint, that he had training camp, played the same position that he practiced in training camp the whole way through, Nick Caserio and company felt that he played well enough to earn a contract.
Yeah.
The other years, hey, man, we need you to slide in and play this guard position. So I do think that is a fair point about Titus Howard is like, hey, man, go play right tackle. Hey, in a pinch, man, we need you to go play the other side of the ball and play, left guard. I do think he would be a better left guard if he knew walking into the year that he is going to play left guard, and that's what he's going to do in practice for.
Yeah, look, I don't mind that being, because it's not as easy as I make it out to be to go out and find the right guys, right? So if part of the plan, if the Texans end up landing, in a spot after all the dust settles as we're going into training camp where it's better that Titus Howard play guard, I'm not gonna be overly concerned, right? However, I think Titus Howard is a significantly better tackle. I think he's built to be a tackle. I think his athletic ability, his twitch, whether it's run game or pass game, right? There are really good interior offensive linemen out there that are built the right way. Think Juice Scruggs versus Laramie Tunsil. Think Juice Scruggs versus Titus Howard and Blake Fisher. That lower center of gravity, that thicker than hell from the ankle to your neck, just more like a road grader, a mass-moving type individual. There's always going to be guys that have the ability to get underneath Titus Howard's pads easier than you're going to get underneath Juice Scruggs' pads. And that happens often on the interior, right? Hell, I remember watching Ed Oliver when he was over at U of H. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Ed Oliver's face mask, when he was in an A gap between guard center, and his face mask was less than 6 inches off the ground in his stance. Titus ain't got to change. Like, that's tough. Now that's arguably the lowest center of gravity, one of the better, more compact defensive linemen in the game right now. But Titus Howard has little to no chance against that guy getting underneath his pads, right? If you're built right, you can weather that storm a little bit more. So I don't like the Texans being in a spot where, hey, right now on March the 3rd, hey, man, Titus is going to play guard. I don't like that. Now, if the chips fall to where, hey, you got access to some other guys and the best package across the middle is him inside, okay, I can live with it.
Someone texted in, how real do you think it is that Titus Howard plays guard this year? I definitely think it's very much on the table.
Hell, it's happened every other year since he's been here.
I think that it is, and I don't want to mean to put words in the texter's mouth, but if the thought is that could he be the plan? And I think Titus Howard, at guard could definitely be the plan because he is making money.
Yeah.
Listen, you gotta also follow. There's somebody who used to work here used to always say that follow the money. There's one thing that you got to look at is he's as Tyler said, he's the second highest paid offensive lineman and right up there top 5 on your team probably as of this moment in money. So you want to keep him on the field. You also don't want to use a second-round draft pick from the previous season to just sit on the bench when you have offensive line problems. So the thought is, how do I get both of those guys on the field? Yeah. Because you just don't want to waste that.
Well, Ron, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have to. Enough is enough. They've got to be sitting there looking at each other and going, "Hey, man, look, think like right now." And this just clicked in my head. Like, I think D'Amico and Nick can sit around and talk about the interior defensive line with a couple of guys that are free agents. So they're going to have to sign some guys. You can sit around and talk about the interior defensive line of like, hey, man, do we want to go get veterans, make a big swing? Yeah. Do we want to try to trade for somebody? Do we want to draft and bring in some youth at that position? Like, what do you want to do? Hey, they can sit around and straight-faced have that conversation right there. There is no way in hell you can tell me that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio can sit there around the table and have this ho-hum, flippant conversation about interior offensive line. You just can't. Man, 12 wins or the divisional round of the AFC Championship to a Super Bowl, or you're just talking about flat-ass giving yourself the best chance to win with a rookie quarterback and protecting that rookie quarterback and doing right by him. There's no way those guys sit around and just have this easy, flippant conversation about fixing the interior offensive line. I just think this has to be an aggressive fix. And again, I know it's not as easy as just going and picking offensive linemen out of a veteran pelt on the wall type offensive lineman out of a bag. I know it's not as easy as that, but they got to be one of the more aggressive teams in the bunch right now.
Yeah, from YouTube and Twitch, new OC, new scheme change. Listen, I'm not going to say that isn't going to help things, but guys, you've watched it over the last couple of years. And hell, we may just disagree on this. I mean, that to me at times was much more than just the fixed thinking that there would be a major change in just new scheme and new OC. And I wonder how new the scheme is actually going to be.
Yeah.
Like with some of this.
Well, you look. Here's the thing: every scheme that you watch on every Sunday from 32 different teams, they get the same protections, guys. It's the same stuff. You slide protect, you man protect, right? How well do you pass off D-tackle, D-end stunts, right? How well do you handle when they load the line of scrimmage and put 8 or 9 guys at the line of scrimmage? Whether they blitz or not is irrelevant. How do you handle the pressure? It's all the same, man. There's no new verbiage. There's no new scheme. Everybody slides protects. Everybody man protects. Everybody has something in the scheme where they'll pop an uncovered inside offensive lineman and try to help on the end or kick out a rush end or kick out some pressure. Everybody has those guys. D'Amico, he's never said anything more true than when he was talking about the offensive line, Ron. Was it him or Nick? Nick. One of them said, hey, man, we talk way too much about scheme a lot of the time. Sometimes you just got to get up there and you got to execute and you got to block the guy across from you. I mean, that is ultimately what we're dealing with.
And again, we're not saying the scheme that, like, you have kind of talked about there were some moments where these guys, the protection decisions and how they slid and where they slid.
The protection problem from a scheme perspective, Ron, is like you're holding the football too long. It's not sliding or man. You're holding the football too long, expecting these guys to be all pros up there across the board. It doesn't have anything to do with the slide or the man protect.
And I know in some of the stuff with the tight ends, but it was more than just scheme at times.
No doubt.
The last couple.
The O-line coach what the O-line coach does on a daily basis is going to be will tell if this offense changes or not. Period.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue rolling here on you guys can text in whatever Monday you want to call it. It's up for grabs. Whatever Monday you want to call it, whatever type of Monday it is, we'll continue. And the big story coming from the Ash, we got to see Jose Altuve actually get the ball hit to him in left field, not once, but multiple times, multiple things. We got to see him have to do it all. We'll discuss and let you hear what he and the manager had to say about his performance over the weekend. That's next.
Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes, they can all be reasons why we have power.
you have to do is listen. Tomorrow in the 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
One of those really high fly balls.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Friday we talked to Sean Pendergast. Sean said anybody could have stood out there and did what Jose Altuve did. No ball came to him. Not a single, not a fly ball, not a hit, not anything. He didn't have to throw, nothing. Oh, but over the weekend, that ball found his ass.
One of those really high fly balls.
And fellas, I'm not gonna lie. Like, have you all watched his day? Have you all seen the highlights, Clint Tyler, of his day?
Highlights.
Yeah, one or two.
All right, because I'm sitting there and it reads, because I first saw it, and that's what I was doing every day that I saw him in the lineup. I would look up and see if anything came his way. And the first time he touches it, first time I see his name in the field and the ball's come his way, it says throwing error.
Right.
I said, damn it.
No, God!
I said, damn it. But when you watch it, to me, and this is my opinion, you all can have your own, it looked a lot worse than just first time he touches it, he throws the ball away. Like, even on the play, I felt like Victor Caratini could have made a better play there. I think Blanco could have been backing up to maybe stop it from being an error. I didn't think the throw was that bad. Now, I don't know, the distance, you would think maybe a little bit better control, but I didn't think the throw was that bad. And then I thought the way he tracked the fly ball was really, really good, that he caught up against the fence. But here is Altuve. Let's listen to Altuve before we get to the captain. But let's listen to Altuve first. This is Altuve talking about the one negative, the throwing error he had.
That first throw was kind of tricky because it wasn't like a normal base hit, long throw. It was like mid-distance, so you don't really know if you throw in the air or you throw to the ground. So, but I think I'm going to learn and, like I said, get better.
All right, that was him talking about the throwing error. But for me, I came away from it, fellas, like, all right. For the most part, it looked cool. It looked like it was very, very workable and doable, especially if he swings the bat like we know he can swing the bat. That's my feel from it. What was your feel from it? Finally get to see him actually have to make plays.
I think we've had so many different conversations. Like, once I got over the shock of him playing in left field, like, I've been of the thought that Jose Altuve is going to be able to use his speed. I'm assuming he's going to be able to track the ball well. I think he showed that obviously on the ball hit to the wall. I mean, that was a hell of a job going and getting it. Great feel for the wall. Obviously, great hand-eye coordination. I don't think there's going to be much fall off there. I think if there is one thing there in terms of tracking balls, I think the jump that he gets initially may be a little bit delayed at relative to other other outfielders. We'll see. But I'm gonna tell you the throw is exactly what scares me. I mean, 99%. I may be stretching it a little bit. Let's go 95. 95% of outfielders. No, we don't need just left fielders. Outfielders in general pick that ball up in shallow left field and throw a seed to that catcher. Whether he gets him or not, I don't care whether he gets him out or not.
Accurate, easy.
Just come up and without a doubt, I mean, puts a seed on that dude's chin. No, without a doubt. And the fact that, to me, it looked like Jose put everything he had into that thing, and all I can think of is like when you think about, like, because I was one of these relatively speaking, the most NFL quarterbacks. Like, it was blatantly obvious when I tried to overthrow something. I was dead on the button The minute I got outside my ability, it was hell. I don't know where the ball's going.
Losing accuracy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my fear for Jose. I say fear. That's my concern for Jose Altuve as we watch this unfold. Is even in that scenario right there, is he's just not effortlessly capable, or maybe it's a confidence thing yet, of getting that ball coming up, and you don't know. Do you want to one hop it from there? Do you want to? No, you drill him right in the chin with it. You weren't but about 10 yards deeper than the damn shortstop, right? So, like, that's my fear is that it's the arm issue that we talked about before. What is that?
You're thinking, what if he was in the middle of the outfield and?
Oh yeah, I mean, if he's overthrowing it from shallow left, what's he going to do if he's camped under something? With a guy at third tagging up, and he's just not shallow, but. Balls hit right at him in there.
Medium depth, yeah.
Medium depth, yeah. I mean, so I don't. Yeah, it's not just does he have the arm to get it there? It becomes, does he have to play above his ceiling? Like, is he playing outside of his ability? So now there's the accuracy an issue. So now you've got a guy that doesn't have that strong of an arm that's overthrowing every single time. So his accuracy, his location ends up struggling as well. So. I think that everything that we thought, or at least the conversations we've had of Altuve leading up to this weekend, I think we're spot on based on what we saw from him.
Yeah, Tyler, when I think he had into it, only thing I can think of is just, and I got to go back and watch it, that he threw himself.
Like falling down on the crow hop?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you see guys just put everything they can into it. It is usually these guys just laying out, I mean.
Crow hop on the throw, and then they tumble.
They tumble. They're coming forward with it. It just, I got to watch it again.
And maybe you let out a little,
Yeah, like that Serena, Like
you turned into a tennis player real quick.
Yeah, I don't remember it being. I gotta go back and find that thing. That man, look at that man. He put it all in there.
No, he didn't fall down. He didn't fall down. I just got it.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Dead sprint, scooped it, crow hop, and then let it fly.
Yeah, Vic's got to make that play.
I know. You're right there. Yeah, I mean that's.
But it's just saying, you're equating that to medium depth. Like, hey man, there's a runner on second, and you gotta throw him out.
Well, but he had a long run. It's just again, forget whether you're gonna get him or not. The guy stalled at running third base, so he actually had a shot to get him. But we're talking about a guy that should have done this 8 million times over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. He should have got 1 million reps in before Pendergast and Payne and Pendergast got there, and he should have got another 1 million in since. Right. I mean that's the time to scoop that thing and throw an absolute seed if you have that in your bag. Right. And it didn't. We're talking about and tip the cap to Altuve because he just tells you maybe I'll get some reps. But that's the risk you take putting him in the outfield. Is a lot of this stuff he's going to do. It's going to be the first time that he's ever done it.
Yep. Someone texted in, and it's the first live throw under stress. Let's see a few more. Hell yeah, we got no choice. Hell, it came out today that he is going to play the vast majority of his games in the outfield. Yeah. The Astros have made that call. Yeah, like nobody is saying quit on it.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's been playing long toss since he was 2.
But I will say to what I think what Clint is saying is, they're going to try him.
No question.
They are going to try him at every turn, right? I mean, he's going to have the opportunity, I believe, to throw folks out, or to at least show off his ability out there, because they're going to try his ass every time. I think that the way he tracked that ball to the fence, that's because if you can make that play, if you can make that play,
you don't need Jake back here.
Yeah, and the throwing stuff you'll switch off. I mean, you just don't need stuff. But the throwing stuff, based off how he swings the bat, you'll be able to deal with. All right, coming up. I can't believe I wasn't able to get this cheap. I got confronted and I got.
Hold on, so
I'm still regretting this thing. I'm going to find a way to get this $20 back somehow.
Damn it, Reggie.
Reggie, I might just step up, Reggie. I might need to get 15 back from you, but I had a cheap ass moment at the rodeo, and somebody's about to get embarrassed tonight, and I think it might be me. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is rocking and rolling. When you come into the city, man, hit Twin Peaks.
Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive as we enjoy rolling with you all day on this beautiful Monday. And listen, we don't say this enough. We appreciate you all, the listeners. Whether you like us, you love us, you hate listen, however it is, you have helped make us the number one sports show in this city and helped make us top 20, albeit 20th, but top 20
show in the city.
In the top 20 shows, afternoon drive shows in the country, major market afternoon drive shows in the country. So we appreciate you. We really do. We really do. Went down to cook-off this weekend. Had a good time. You know, I will say this: Reggie looked good in the cowboy boots.
Pulled the boots off?
I don't know if they're comfortable. He kept saying, "Oh, yeah, they're good." I don't know. We'll see.
Did he have a little prance to him instead of his normal walk?
I couldn't tell. He sat a lot. I don't know if that was a giveaway, but they weren't squared. They were point. Like he.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he got it. My man Chewy that does the morning show over there, he has some squared ones. Now that if them ain't comfortable, I don't know. He let me know. He said, "Now they're itch to break in."
Yeah.
But I'm like, yeah, man, I'll let y'all have it. But
I rock with the square toe.
Yeah, Reg looked good. He looked good. He pulled it off. But me and the wife, we were there. You know, had a good time. Me, the wife, and Reg, we were actually there, and we were rolling out to bounce to leave. And I told my wife, was like, "Hey, let's get some turkey legs on the way out." I was like, "Yeah, that'd be a nice little walk out with." Nice little walk out to the car to get some turkey legs. I said, bet. And old Red said, damn, that does sound good. I'd love a turkey leg. And Red said, let's go. Red bounced with me. We walk out, rolling through. I take the initiative. I said, I'm going to go and get in line here. Grab a couple of turkey legs. I don't know what I expected 3 turkey legs to cost at cook-off. Now, obviously, if you have listened to this show, it's the number one sports show in the city. There's been like a narrative that I'm cheap or frugal with money.
Is that my boy Ron?
But again, I don't know what I expected.
You're just a deal seeker.
But I got up there and I said, hey, 3 turkey legs, please. Said, bet. Went over there, got them in hand, handed them over, and they look good. You can see it. You smell them, see the sweat walking down, whatever that is. We've been talking about it, that walk. That man said, it'll be $60.
Holy smoke!
And I'm already card in hand, ready to go, and I'm like, whoa.
It's gonna hurt.
$60.
Hold on.
Again, in my mind, Tyler, I swear I'm thinking 35. 40 tops.
$12 to $15.
Yeah, that's what I'm in my mind.
But that number started with a 6.
No, yeah, I didn't. I did not. Hell, that's an outfit. I did not. I'm 15 away from my oil change. Is where I am. That was. I did not think I was getting. What? And listen. Hey, I'm telling you. I listen. Now I went ahead and put my card up against that damn thing. But
love that money.
I froze a bit, and I said $60.
You said, "Hey, Reg."
I said, "Damn,
Reg, my tap ain't working. Something wrong with my card, man. Tap ain't working."
Hey, Reg, I came back. I grabbed all 3 of them. I said, "Damn, it's $20 a piece."
Hey, Ron had a good night going, man. He was in a good mood. He's in a really good place, man, having a good time until he hit that old turkey leg.
That man said, Ron's standing in the line trying to negotiate. I knew there wasn't a negotiation. What my
he didn't stutter at all when he said 60. Did he?
Swear before God, these were my initial thoughts in that 7 seconds. Hey man, let me just get 2 of them. I felt like hell, me and Courtney could share one.
Reg, you on your own on this one?
And no, I get Reg one.
Share one with
I get Reg one, but me and Courtney could share.
He wasn't gonna get one.
Oh my God!
But they had them in hand. Had they not brought them over in hand,
you gonna try to return one?
Had they said, I would have said, hold on, let me bring me down to 2. Let me just do 2. And I would have sat there and waited for them to bring that up. But I just said, all right, man, we have a good time. Let me get these 3. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought bringing it down to 2, and I thought to myself, damn, $60.
How long did that affect you? Like, I want to know how long. I mean, how long? Because I know you were in a little funk there for a minute when you. I
wasn't in a funk, but I just said, man, $60.
The show started just walking around cook-off like dazed, like looking around like.
Hey, he went back to the bull tent. Everybody said, "What'd y'all do to Ron?"
See now somebody just texted in. You got ripped off. I'm like.
You definitely got ripped off. $60 for 3 turkey legs?
How much?
You got ripped.
Honest to God, and everybody can jump in on this. As I'm walking up there, do you think I'm like I was out of pocket? Not even out of pocket, but not being realistic to think this is a $30 to $40 range pickup.
I've never bought
even
a turkey leg,
but taking into account it's at the rodeo or whatever. Like, did you think was 60 surprising when I told you 3 turkey legs for 60?
Yes.
I probably would have guessed at most like that number started with a 5, and that's an absolute most.
I mean, what can you get a nacho for at the rodeo? I mean, at the rodeo or at a game, right?
I feel a little bit better.
Under $10.
Now you'd have gone ahead and paid it. Like you wouldn't even thought I'd have paid it.
Like I'd have paid it and moved on.
You'd have moved on. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got to the car and I was.
We wouldn't talk about it the first hour of the show today, but I got
to the car and I ate every piece of mine. And you know,
Courtney threw half of hers out the window.
Well, let's get there. So Courtney goes on the walk back. Courtney said, I think I've had enough. Said, oh, damn. This ain't no car. Sugar, go ahead and hand that thing over.
Set that on the console, mama.
And no lie. Had I reached my limit? Hell yeah.
You was going to eat it, though, wasn't you?
Oh, I got as much as I could until I ran into a trash can that I got in that purple lot, but I just did I watch Reggie?
That was turkey meat you were eating for lunch, wasn't it? In prep, didn't you get home? You got home and pulled that meat, the rest of that meat off the bone. There's an old $20 man right there.
Hey, Reggie, your ass. Hey, you Reggie? I'm thinking. I know that joke because we went our separate ways. We were still eating them when we left, but I'm thinking, Reg, Reggie better have eaten more than half of that damn turkey leg. I felt like you ain't lying. Somebody said that sounds like buy 2 get 1 free. I mean, you ain't lying.
I would have guessed like 12 to 15 per leg.
Because in my mind, I'm thinking, hey man, my man Reggie just got in town, man. My Reggie got in town, man. We hanging out, man. I get it, man. I'll pick it. Hey, pick it up, man. Hey,
get a man a turkey leg. That's the right thing to do.
I started thinking to myself, dog, go 60. See, I must start to say to that lady, 60 what? $60?
He said, am I getting an oil change?
Somebody said if I was Reggie, I'd have taken 2 bites and thrown it away in your face.
That's not very respectful.
Hey, Courtney asked me when I brought him over, she said, how much did those cost? I couldn't even say it.
You started dry heaving?
I just said, nah. I said, hey, I was like, it was more than I thought.
He said $15 for oil change.
A little bit more than I thought.
Hey,
and rodeo prices will get you.
By the way, Red said his boots were comfortable and the turkey leg was good. I bet it was. When it's free, it's always good.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, because I'm in the spot. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see me. I come to the thing, got my wallet out, got my card out. Let me get 3 turkey legs, and I'm seeing it. I'm ready. I'm like this, say 60, and I just said, whoa. I pulled that back. Hey, there was a time in my life, and I'm not proud of it. I'd have put my card in my wallet and walked on off. Somebody said $7 to $10 at a normal spot.
Right, really? Max. I mean, you got double dipped, man. You got double dip for
the
three.
rodeo, I guess, is going to probably take. I'm just so letting y'all know, them jokers is $20 a piece.
At that stand, they were. That got me to thinking. My wife over there eating them damn fried Snickers and all that stuff. Ain't no telling what she paid for them joints.
I started to look over there and say, all right, hold on. Let's switch them over to them corn dogs right there. How about them? You
got $1 dogs?
Them long corn dogs you got over there.
That is great.
but no, man, it was good. It was good. It was very delicious. They just caught me off guard. I'll just be honest with you, caught me off guard with that thing. Right there, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah. Somebody did they ask for a tip? No, I did not tip them. I zeroed that out. Because it was, it had an option. It came up 15, 18. I went to other and zipped
it came up 15. I'm getting 20, 22, 20, what, something like that. 20, 22, 25, 28 now. Yeah. I'm starting at 20. Nah,
but it was a good time, man. No, we had a good time. Megan Maroney.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Megaroni?
Yeah, I liked her guitar. Had a shiny little guitar. We kicked it. Had a good time. Good time, man. She wasn't bad.
Liv done moved on from Mama I Lied to Am I Okay? Oh, my God, am I okay? She sang it to me last night when I was asking if she's okay because she's a wreck. She's a mess. Liv changed the words last night when I told her, I said, baby, my shoulder's falling asleep laying next to you. She said, oh, my God, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, that's way to pick that up.
I was proud of her.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, she changed it up.
Meg. She's a hot little number. I saw her in that little skirt.
Strong.
Yeah.
Tyler,
it seemed like it was
easy
more
on the eyes, Tyler.
It seemed like it was more of an acoustic setting, too. Didn't it? She got up there and did her thing.
Yeah. Dude had they had like the guys in her band had some acoustic sounding.
Yeah.
Those good times. Yeah, man, good times, man. I enjoyed myself. Had a good time out there. All right, coming up.
Never a doubt.
Yep, coming up, we talked about Deebo Samuel. He was on the block. There were two teams that were aggressively pursuing him. The Texans were one of them. Well, that decision has been made. We will give you the details on that decision, and we'll see if it disappoints you that the Texans weren't involved in potentially bringing in Deebo Samuel. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, one of the big things that popped up on Friday as we did the report coming from Jordan Schultz that we knew that Deebo Samuel was given permission by the 49ers to find a trade partner. Now, most cases, Tyler, when you are given permission by the team to find a trade partner, that means your ass is not going to be with the team. But Matt Stafford found his way back to the Rams after he was given permission, so you never know now. But Deebo Samuel, you felt like he was going to go somewhere new, and Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports reported that Deebo was being heavily pursued by two teams more aggressively than anybody else, and that is the Houston Texans and the Washington Commanders. And Clint, over the weekend, that decision was made, and obviously we didn't lead or talk about in the first hour Deebo Samuel coming to the Houston Texans. It's the dead giveaway that he is no longer with the Niners. He is now in Washington and is going to team up with Jaden Daniels and be the newest weapon for him, Cliff Kingsbury, which that should be fun, and the Washington Commanders. The deal here's some of the details. San Francisco, they agreed to send Deebo Samuel to Washington in exchange for a fifth-round pick, sources tell Adam Schefter. And there's some more things coming out from the trade. The deal cannot be processed until the new league year starts March 12th. As a part of the trade, Washington is taking the remainder of his full $17.55 million salary for the 2025 season, sources tell Adam Schefter. So that is kind of the nuts and bolts of what it took to get Deebo Samuel. And I want to start just with this question to start the conversation to everybody on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well.
I growl and bark.
Rough. Deebo to DC. Now that you got the details of the deal, how are you feeling about it from a Texans perspective? Are you disappointed that the Texans didn't get aggressive and make this deal, or do you feel the other way? How are you feeling now that you have the details on what it took for the Commanders to get Deebo Samuel?
Hell yeah, I'm disappointed.
Are you?
Absolutely.
This would have been something you would have been good with the Texans doing.
Yes, absolutely. We talked about it last week. I mean, I love the thought of Deebo Samuels. I never in my wildest dreams thought he'd be a guy that would go for a fifth rounder. And you can get him for on a 1 year prove it deal, $17 million for a fifth rounder. Yeah, I'm disappointed the Texans didn't make that one happen.
Yeah,
I do. I wonder how much of it was up to them.
If that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I just think you got Cliff Kingsbury, you got Jaden Daniels, you've got. I mean, there's a track record there with Cliff Kingsbury of. Especially if you're just explosive offense, like a forward-thinking offensive mind, I could see where somebody would rather be there than here with offensively. To be honest with you, but
because you don't really know a lot about Nick Caley, and that's the thought. You think
I mean, look, I mean, you tell me, Nick Caley or Cliff Kingsbury is an offensive play caller. I mean, I mean, say what you want about Cliff. I mean, they're going to score some points. They're going to be dynamic. They're super explosive.
And Nick is just unknown.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. So yeah, I'm disappointed. I wanted this one. I wanted this one to happen, man. It's interesting. It's interesting, you know, how people view Deebo Samuel. I think when the whole I got a lot of pushback. I was just asking posing some questions on social media, and for those that would just have a conversation instead of get sensitive because it's the Texans. I mean, it was interesting. Deebo Samuel, has one statistically tremendous year, like outrageous year, almost 2,000 yards. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. And that's really how he got the big contract, right? And he's had some injuries. Word on the street is he played overweight last year. But the reality of it is I don't think it's a stretch to say that them signing Christian McCaffrey, who is the running back version of Deebo Samuel, took a huge amount of touches and production, just flat-out production, away from Deebo Samuel, more so than anything else. Also, years ago, 3 years ago, seeming to be concerned with the amount of wear and tear he was getting on his body. Those are all things that I attribute the drop-off to. It's wild how many folks out there will look at Deebo as damaged goods. Like I've never thought.
And in a way, sounds very similar to some on Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to even say that now, given what Saquon Barkley just did. But yes,
I'm just saying, he's always injured. He's hurt,
always injured.
He's hurt. He's only had one big year.
Yeah.
Like that was a conversation, and I'm not saying Deebo's going to go out and be Saquon Barkley, but it does sound very similar. Kind of do that.
But if you look at like a fifth rounder, I mean, who was it? The Cowboys gave him a fourth rounder for Jonathan Mingo. I mean, you got it's wild, man. It's just
Chiefs gave a fourth rounder for DeAndre Hopkins.
I mean, God, yeah. No, look, I think there's a real chance. Again, it's a 1-year prove it deal. It's 1 year left on the contract. So he's going to hit the free agent market again next year. I bet you get the best version of Deebo Samuel. And the simple fact that there's two simple facts: there's no Christian McCaffrey in the offense, right? Which he's going to be ultimately that version, that weapon, and you got Cliff Kingsbury calling plays with Jaden Daniels pulling the trigger. I will be shocked. Now, there obviously could be some kind of injury, just like there was with Steph Diggs here. There could be some kind of injury, but I will be shocked.
Yeah, there were some interesting things. I'll get my thoughts here in a second. Some interesting things, and I'll get to you all on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. I've already seen some people rolling in. We'll read some of your thoughts. Now that you know the details of the deal, a fifth-round pick, $17+ million. The Commanders are on the hook for a 1-year prove-it deal, as Clint kind of laid out. Are you disappointed that the Texans didn't jump into that mix and maybe potentially get this done? You can text in your thoughts on the text line or YouTube and Twitch. It's been interesting. Some people were saying to them, not a big, immediate trade or free agent class at receiver. And not as immediate as it felt last year in the draft, the last couple of years, and potentially get a Brian Thomas immediately out of the draft, or other receivers that we've seen go not as good of a draft when it comes to receivers. So a lot of people were like, hey, to get aggressive with a guy like Deebo, who might be the top one out there on the market that you get via trade or draft or free agency. That's some things we heard. To me, I'm not going to go disappointed yet. I am going to kind of give them, the benefit of the doubt to see exactly what the move is. Clearly, we know, Clint, that they were heavily involved in the talks of trying to get his services. Now it's like, what's the move off of it?
Yeah.
Now that we're clear that you believe it's a priority. And not just hey, man, we're just going to go in the draft. No, you were going after Deebo Samuel, reported heavily down in it, more than anybody else. So, all right, you lose out on him. What's going to be the next step? Like, what are you going to do to move to kind of handle that open issue that you have there? That's when if you roll this thing up and we see this and it's not anywhere close to the Deebo Samuel level, then I'll be disappointed that you didn't roll through.
Sure. Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I'll really with the Texans, for me, it's just I just, as long as you're in the conversations, like, it made me feel better to know that they were at least pursuing Saquon Barkley. Right, that wasn't something they just poo-pooed, right? This is they were in on Deebo. It makes sense. The general manager that's in Washington now came from San Francisco. The defense coordinator in San Francisco is now the head coach in Houston. It's hard for me to look at Deebo Samuel as a guy that's washed, a guy that can't play anymore, a guy that's only quote unquote had one good year. When guys that have been in the building with him are the two teams that are jonesing for him to get him in their building. So. Look, I just thought 5th rounder, man, for Deebo Samuel, 5th rounder and $17 million. Whew. That to me, that is an absolute no-brainer with Deebo Samuel.
But like for instance, we said this: if let's say in a week or two, you hear, Texans came you with disappointed, right? Like if that was the next.
Not disappointed. Look, for me, it's. I don't think there's going to be another Deebo Samuel. What I love about Deebo Samuel is the fact that he's not a wide receiver.
Only,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just not a wide receiver. He is not a, folks will sit around and talk about his receiving yards. They'll talk about his route running. They'll talk about this. I mean, he's not. If your expectations are for if Deebo Samuel is the best wide receiver on your team, you're not a very good football team. Like, you're just not going to be a very good football team. Deebo Samuel's a weapon. Deebo Samuel's a guy that, I wouldn't mind him having just as many carries out of the backfield at the running back position as he has catches per game, right? I wouldn't mind that at all. Like
he was doing kickoff,
all of it. He's an absolute weapon, and there's only a handful of those guys, man. There's only a handful of those guys out there that's available, and so my disappointment is the fact that there's probably not another Deebo Samuel gonna emerge here that's available. And so you miss on a guy like that, you miss on a weapon.
All right, here's some thoughts from folks out here. Clint, we don't need Deebo. His production has declined. I'd rather have Diggs than Deebo.
No chance. I mean, you're talking about two declining players. You're talking about like two players that their team let them go. You're talking about a guy that's had an injury as well, whose game has slid. You're talking about a guy that impacts the game in one way versus a guy that can impact it multiple ways. Yeah, I'm
a couple of years younger.
Give me Deebo.
Text line coming in, not worth $17 million for the Texans. Deebo, I've been sucking every year the last 3 years. Samuel, that's a no for me. Disappointed, but not surprised because they didn't want to eat the salary. Hell no, $17 million is too much for him, just my opinion. The choice to me was between quarterbacks, not offensive coordinators. Clint, I wanted Deebo too. Look at his last 3 years, not huge production. Those are some of the.
2023 was a good year. 2021 was an unbelievable year. But again, you sign Christian McCaffrey, you take away the run game. You got a arguably definitely the best, I think, overall running back wide receiver combination weapon in the game right now, and Christian when he's healthy. So yeah, I mean, it obviously changed, and I'm sure Deebo was overweight. I'm sure Deebo was disgruntled. I'm sure, as I've said before, Deebo's not a wide receiver. He's not. He needs to be a weapon, and so. I'm not going to compare. Obviously, you can't go stat for stat. I will tell you this. I got into a little. I just posed the question, and we'll have this conversation later in the show about did the Texans overpay for Diggs, or did the Washington Commanders fleece the 49ers for Deebo? Right, we're talking about a second rounder versus a fifth rounder. Now I know there were some smaller, there's a fifth and a sixth rounder involved with Diggs too, but let's talk about the big ones here. And it's. The stat conversation, wide receiver stat wide receiver that Diggs is. If you're going to compare a weapon and a wide receiver, I mean, look at the overall. Like, what's the most important thing that a skilled player, a pass catcher, a skilled offensive player can do? Score touchdowns, right? In the last 4 years, guess who has more touchdowns than the other?
No.
Deebo Samuel's got 34 touchdowns. Diggs got 33, right? Then you look at how Deebo, and I understand Deebo's had 2 rough years out of the last 4, but Deebo has the ability. What's the most difficult thing in football to do? Red zone offense, right? What do you got? Got to run the football. Got to do this. Deebo is an absolute weapon inside the 10-yard line, inside the 15, inside the 20. right? I mean, so unbelievably complimentary to Nico Collins, by the way. I mean, just so much good that, boy, that fifth rounder, whew.
Yeah. People are, yeah. I can't tell, and maybe some of you may be legit. I mean, whenever stuff like this happens, you generally see that, like, a lot of fans just roll.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was, like, because I don't think people would be pissed if Deebo Samuel, if it was like, all right, Deebo is deciding to come here. I think people would maybe start to look like someone here said, Deebo literally has one good season. Look at the numbers. Relax. Like we talked.
34 touchdowns versus 33 touchdowns.
But
for Diggs, and Diggs was a four-time was coming off 3 straight Pro Bowl years. Yeah, man. I mean, maybe he's not going to go out there and give you 1,000+ yards receiving every year. It's not who he is.
Mostly, yeah.
It's not who he is. But I tell you what, he will give you is he'll give you touchdowns in multiple ways. So I mean, I'm just looking for a weapon that complements Nico Collins, and I mean, here's the deal: you've got 2 really good young up-and-coming quarterback. You got multiple, but 2 of them, C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels. And both of them are in the playoffs and competing in the playoffs. Now, you can say it this year with the Texans and what they competed with Kansas City. They damn sure needed his ass. I mean, I think this is one. I think the Texans wanted him. I think the Texans were interested. It just didn't work out.
Yeah.
I don't think this is that they didn't want him. Yeah.
Very much like Saquon. But then, Joe Mixon was the next thing they went with, and now I didn't think he would be as good as Saquon. I mean, I thought Joe had a hell of a year. Saquon just had a damn near historic year, so it's just different. But when you looked at that, you thought, all right, they got a viable starting running back. It wasn't like, hey, we got Saquon and then we dropped down and brought back Devin Singletary, and that was going to be the plan. Again, like I said, there are some other options. There's Keenan Allen, there's Cooper Kupp. That's the other notable one there. There's Diggs. And if they said, all right, we're going to fill it, any of those 3 guys I just named, to me, I wouldn't be disappointed. I could see how that is a way of addressing opposite. That puts them in a situation where it's not like we got Nico and then we got John Mechie and Hutch following that. So we'll see what they do. I'm going to wait on the disappointment thing. I think Deebo would have been a good fit. And they clearly were going after him, but let's just see what else they do.
Yeah. I mean, to put a bow in the conversation, you made the best point of all. Like, as a Texans fan, for me, D'Amico Ryans obviously has an inside scoop on what the hell Deebo Samuel's all about, and the Texans were attached to this one. I love it.
Yeah.
Didn't get it done. I love the fact that they're in those conversations.
Which means, all right, let's go to the next.
Yep.
Let's go to the next one. And I would imagine if Deebo is to start, the next one isn't Robert Woods.
Right. Well, I wouldn't think so.
Or that level. You know what I mean? I don't think it would be that big of a jump. All right. There's a Houston athlete that I love, man. I love watching him play. I really do. But he has started to prove Clint right, and he's really frustrated me over this weekend. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, breathing. It's one of the most essential parts of living, huh? Pretty common sense, right? If you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems,
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line rolling through. Guys.
Yes?
The Commanders have $60 million in cap space. Does the Texans have that? Like, if they were heavily involved in this, like reports said, they said there were two teams.
Yeah.
Like, the money was not like the thing that they weren't my ass up there with them damn turkey legs. Like they were,
what's your turkey leg salary cap?
They didn't walk. They weren't walking up there like, "Hey man, we are heavily interested in this thing, man. We might want to get in this, but man, we'd like to try to get him in here for about $2 million, though."
That turkey leg does smell good, but I don't know.
Like when they said there were multiple teams, the Steelers, other teams involved, but the two teams that were heavily involved were the Commanders and the Texans. Guys, I've said this to you many times. The Philadelphia Eagles prove it time and time again. The Ravens prove it time and time again. The Chiefs do it. Virtually every damn team in the league that gives a rip does it. The salary cap is not real if you don't want it to be. And damn sure if your quarterback is in his third year. I know what it says. I know right now it says the Texans are only $5 million under the cap. They're not really. And they know they weren't. And that's why they were engaged in this. Maybe they didn't want to play the fool. Maybe they wanted to pay 15, 14, something. Maybe they would say, hey, man, we'll give you a better draft pick if you can pick up some of this. But the money was not what wanted out because they got $60 million. Yes, the Texans knew about the ballpark of what they wanted to give up and what they wanted to pay. The money was not the thing. To me, I don't believe. The money was the thing that just said, well, man, they're 60 under and we're 5. That's it. No. It just got to a spot just like with Saquon Barkley last year where they just said, all right, this was our line and we're not going over. Saquon! Now, I respect him for that. Now, I would have thought maybe a couple more $1 million would have made sense for that Saquon line, but that's a different thing. It was not the money.
Well, look, here's the deal. To your overall point of, and the texter's overall point of the cap, right? If that holds true when you're talking about Deebo Samuel, right? What in the hell are you going to do with the interior offensive line?
Yeah.
How in the hell are the Texans going to improve on the 10-win seasons and the divisional round of the playoffs? How are you going to improve? Now, I don't show does in terms of just letting it rip and it's not being real, but there's definitely ways to pull it off. There's definitely ways to pull it off. And
it's
now,
not even a conversation when you're not paying a quarterback.
Right? No, I agree. Or you're. You got a deal. You got edge rushers, or your corner, or you got. Yeah, I mean,
you're paying an edge rusher big money for just this year, and then he's off. You got a deal in your receiver. Yes, I wondered about that deal, but you got a deal in your receiver that's going to get better as the cap rises, right?
Yeah. But by the way, there's 20-some-odd million added to the cap.
They're not effed. Hey, guess they're going to be able to pay Derek Stingley and be able to help this team.
Yeah, look. So if you
wasn't money,
I don't think it was money. Now it wouldn't shock me one bit if Deebo's crew didn't come back and say, "Hey man, y'all gonna have to make it worth my while to choose a team that's ultimately better than y'all right now and plays in a side of the NFL and the NFC that's not as competitive as at the top end as yours is. At least with quarterbacks, it's not." And so I would imagine the Texans, when you pair them up against the Washington Commanders right now, not last year, but right now, I would imagine that the Texans would probably had to sweeten the deal a little bit for Deebo, possibly more so than the Texans didn't meet or equal what Washington did. They were probably put on a spot, which makes sense. I mean, again, Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels or Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, right, with offensive line problems. And I understand that Washington's got some problems too, and have these silly conversations about the cap space. And I mean, there is no doubt about it that Nick Caserio and company will be able to massage the cap however they need to massage the cap so that they can get better, particularly at the offensive line position. If you don't like Deebo, cool. If they couldn't get there, cool, that's fine. But let's not sit here and have conversations like they couldn't afford him. They can't afford it. Hopefully we don't get to a point where in training camp with these same guards and centers and they're talking about we didn't have any cap space.
Text line coming through. Don't discredit text about the cap space. In the Deebo deal, the money very well could have been the barrier. I'm telling you.
They knew that his contract. This wasn't a new contract. His contract's in place. They knew what it was going to cost. How do you ever get to a point? Yeah, I can look it up right now on SpoTrack or Spot Rack, however you want to call it. I could have told you a week ago what Deebo Samuel was going to make. The Texans definitely knew what Deebo Samuel. How does the Texans get to a point where it's reported that them and the Commanders are the two teams that are deep into discussions with Deebo Samuels? Like they knew how much he was going to make. It just didn't work out. I don't think this is a salary cap deal.
No, absolutely not. No. Watch somebody. They're gonna hook somebody up. But whatever happens this offseason is gonna be more than $17.5 million. They want to get. All right. Clint, yeah. The Men Thompson's really frustrating me.
What did he do?
And he's in his bag of proving Clint right. You know, last week Clint's just like, just wait. What he goes up and down, and some games he comes in, and he's like, I'm going to be ultra aggressive. I'm going to be that dude, and then the next game
I'll stand out here around this 3-point line, man. Y'all let me know when y'all want me to get involved.
Clint, too cute. Tyler, I was so encouraged. By his performance against the Spurs. He took control of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ball was in his hand. He made great decisions. He was so aggressive getting to the rack.
Mm-hmm.
Set it up for others. I said it. We talked about it. I said, man, that right there, that is potentially them at their best. When he's getting the ball from a guard perspective more than anybody else.
I feel like Kobe.
Then Saturday they played the Kings. And he waltzed out there with 6 points. On 10 shots. But I'm telling you right now, we have reached the point that Dylan Brooks cannot take more shot attempts than Amen Thompson. Like we've arrived.
I would
in
hope
that,
so.
Like you can't like. And I 10 shot attempts. I blame you, Amen. I do. We have reached the point that Dylan Brooks can't get 3 more shot attempts than you do, Amen. Can't. I appreciate your 11 rebounds, but 6 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists. Like that. Like I'm having those lines.
I'm with you. I don't. That's why Ron, to me, like
that can't happen no more.
This is the most interesting, to me, the most interesting storyline with the Rockets right now is this Ime Udoka? Is it Amen Thompson? Is it Jalen Green not wanting to share it? What? I mean, to some degree, I guess you can lean into the opponent and the matchup, maybe. But damn, man, I mean, it is Jekyll and Hyde. It's a 180 from the night before or the week before, and yeah, to me, I look at it like I'm waiting for Ime Udoka to get in his ass.
If you
unless it's the plan.
Clint, if you'd have told me his twin brother came out there and played Saturday night against the Kings, I'd have believed.
Yeah.
There's completely different mindset and level of aggressiveness that we saw from the Spurs game, where he seemed to control the game the whole way. And I am personally watching it and thinking that his aggressiveness needs to stay where it was, like it was every time. But I mean, I think you got to put everything on the table. Like you said, is this the game plan of the night? I just I don't know how the game plan of the night is like. I mean, let's not do what that was again against the Spurs. Let's not get you going to the rack. like you did in that game. That was it just frustrated me. Come on, man. Be that aggressive. You can't show me that against the Spurs and then come back against the damn Kings and say 13-10 shot attempts for Dillon. You know Dillon gonna shoot them.
If he's open, he's
quick
gonna
trigger,
put it up.
Quick trigger. He got to be open. He gonna shoot that thing. All right. We've seen a lot. There's a lot of shifts in sports, and we're starting to see one in the NFL. And this happened quick, real quick. We'll discuss that next coming up.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
On text line said I'm being too hard on Thompson. 41. He played the most minutes in that game by far. I would. That's what I would do. You're right. If I'm Udoka and I got you out there and we start going out here and we're rolling through a point. He played 41 minutes. Next closest person was Şengün at 37. Now go ahead, Alf. He got up 16 shots at 17 free throws. My man.
He had him tonight now.
Yeah, my man. 10 shots, no free throws, no threes. 41 minutes. Most minutes by anybody. I would start. That's what I would do. Say, all right, man, you want to just kind of hang around there? Here, come on over. Cam, show him what I need to see.
That's the interesting thing. That's the interesting thing is that, like, again, I'm just waiting for Ime Udoka, because without it, it's like, man, is that the plan? Like, is tonight just Alfie's night and everybody else going to hang around and try to catch a stray every now and then?
Well, Alfie comes out, your ass better be getting up.
Yeah. No, look, I agree with you. It's a damnedest thing, especially when you're capable of getting to the rack the way he can.
Him to in 41 minutes to not go to the line.
Yeah.
The way he drove it, San Antonio, that can't happen. All right, as we continue here, hey, remember, in this hour tomorrow, we will have rodeo tickets, and it got started. Anybody go out and see Reba? She started at a point of view. Are you going to any concerts this year?
To be determined.
See,
but yeah,
I'm
sure I'll get out there at least once.
If I were to think of somebody at the station, Tyler is the number one concert person that I would think at the station. And every he talks about, I'm going to go see such. Yeah, you're not really doing a lot of rodeo here. Let's go, man. Pick it up.
I'll get out there at least once. I did just buy some concert tickets for a band I love at the House of Blues for April.
For the rest of my life, every time I hear it, I feel like a woman. I think of him.
Think of Tyler?
Yep. They played that, in between Megan Maroney's set. And whoever the first guy was, Nick's DJing, and he started playing that Shania Twain. And I leaned over to Courtney. I said, this is Tyler's now right here, Tyler.
That's Tyler's tune. What was Parker's tune?
Oh, Panic at the Disco.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was right there. I felt like our relationship grew right there. It changed right there. We took a step when he just let it loose. Him and his wife, boy, they cut loose on that bad boy. I said, hell yeah. But nah, man, get on out there and have yourself a good time. Hey, it is really funny how we have arrived at this point, guys, where the running back position has completely changed. I don't even care how hardcore Tyler was. I would never draft a running back in the first round. I won't pay him. But all of a sudden, they start paying running backs left and right last year. Saquon Barkley then went and did what he did. Derrick Henry then went and did what he did. And now I'm seeing multiple, but Mel Kiper has 2 running backs going in the top 12.
Yeah.
I see him with Ashton Genty, who finished second in the Heisman, at 6 to the Raiders. And then I'm seeing Omarion Hampton and nothing this week slow that up. Him in the top 12 as well, with potentially other backs. I've seen Henderson from Ohio State in some mocks in the first round. It is crazy how the running back position has now shifted into where it seems to becoming more of an important position, or more of a position where it's like the league is looking and saying, hey, this isn't just hey, we can almost have multiple guys back there to do this thing. Tom Brady is probably the one who ushered that in. But it looks like, and as we talked to Emmett in New Orleans, it looks like the running back situation has changed again in the NFL.
Well, look, I mean, if you believe in that game plan type of offense where you're going to try to be all things to everybody, then maybe you don't need a horse. You're not going to impose your will on anybody anyway with that approach. And so there are certain teams out there, and when the first three I think of, obviously, that aren't Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Buffalo. I mean, those three teams right there, and I know my man in Buffalo gets overlooked a lot, but he is the absolute truth out there too. That damn running back, he is Dalvin Cook's little brother.
Yeah.
He is
James Cook.
He's special now.
He almost had 20 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, man.
With Josh
scoring all the short yardage ones. Yeah, that dude's serious. But you look at the teams like if your team is one that is going to they are going to have an identity. And they're going to be really good within that identity. Now, if they bump up against somebody that's a bigger bully, cool. Then they're not going to win that week. But they are going to have a real identity. And I think those teams, whether they draft a guy in the top 10 or they go out and sign whatever hot free agent is available, I think we're going to see a shift in the importance.
You think it's here to stay, or you think it's just?
Well, I mean, nothing's here to stay. It's all trendy. It's all going to be trendy. And the truth of the matter is I think we just saw it happen with obviously one of the best backs and a team that was committed to it and right on the verge of winning a Super Bowl. So depending on how many teams are going to be running back needy and are going to have that level of commitment to it, we'll see how trendy it is. But yeah, I think running backs, to your point, I think the overall point here is running backs I think are going to start getting paid again.
Well, especially
or maybe not again, I guess.
Yeah. It started a little bit with Saquon and Henry and a couple of other guys. Eckler got some money last year. There was about 5 or 6 of them that got paid in a way that we hadn't been seeing running backs, and now going to go get them in the first round. And to me, it makes a lot of sense, Clint, because if you don't have one of those mutants at quarterback, and you know the guys we're talking about.
Yeah.
Saquon. I don't know that I think Jalen is up to that tier right now. But you saw how easy and how much and how the looks he got based off Saquon. The looks that he was how much defenses, and this is old school. This is when you were playing. How much defenses had to really hone in. Like, it was clear, and the Super Bowl was a great example. Like, it was very clear what Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs said. That joker ain't going to beat us.
Yep.
And then what it allowed was, hey, A.J. Brown, you're going to be one-on-one. Smith, you're going to be one-on-one. And so if you don't quite have the quarterbacks that can just create their own. Now it's unfair when you're in Baltimore and you got the quarterback that creates issues anyway and the running back with it. I think we are going to start seeing teams that say, all right, maybe if I got a talent, at least from a talent perspective, next tier guy that, hey, I can put a back with him, a better back with him, and he gets better looks and it makes him better as opposed to with anybody. So I am glad to see the shift in it, and it just makes it more interesting. It's the thought of, hey man, we'll just get 2 guys to go and handle this thing. But we'll see it. Running backs, it's 6 and 12. That is.
Well, also watching what Detroit's doing as well with if they're after drafting a running back in the first round and pairing him with a veteran running back and an offensive line that's downhill and physical and aggressive. Look, I think the game is changing, man. To me,
that's a good point. You can you're gonna have running backs do so many different things.
Yeah, it's interesting, man, because in a day when we talk about how much the game has changed with the new quarterbacks and the spreads and all these different offenses, if you really look at it, man, I think the biggest advantage outside of obviously having a quarterback that's elite, whether it's athletic ability or with the arm or a combination of the two, other than that is truly being a physical, I'm going to beat you up and impose my will on you, offensive and defensive line, right? And you know, that's, if you can find that, it's more about practicing and more about scheme and practice and how the guys that you sign than it is of just flipping the switch one day. If you can find that, you got a big advantage, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, happy for the backs, happy for the running backs who have started to roll through. Somebody text in, Tyler, who you going to go see at House of Blues?
Anniversary tour of their best album.
Who?
Chia-Dos. Highly doubtful either one of y'all have ever.
Never heard of them.
Chia-Dos.
Chia-Dos. What kind of music is that?
They're like a rock, post-hardcore, screamo type of band.
They're going to scream at you?
A little bit. They do some singing and some screaming.
You got some glow sticks?
No, it's not a glow stick band. It's not a
okay.
It's not like that.
Is it rave? Is it jump on off the stage in the middle of people?
No, it's just
it's an
melting
emo.
your
Someone
face
texted,
off.
Kick Rock said it's the emo band.
He said melting your face off.
Now listening to that, I want to see what kind of.
I don't.
Well, I just want to. I just want to see
Tyler
what kind.
ruined it for me. I was going to lean in for a minute.
What I want to see is how Tyler gets after it. That's what I want to see.
I guarantee you, in the middle of the crowd.
Is this one, Tyler, where you're jumping up and down and you're going to be with your bad knee? Maybe.
What are they saying right there?
Oh, I bet Tyler hits that note, don't you?
It's one of my favorite bands when I was in high school, man.
I bet Tyler hits that note. Man, I could see you with them highlights.
Hey, in high school, what are you doing to this? Like, where are you at?
Jamming.
Oh, he's hitting that number.
I-10 windows down.
I-10 windows down's a good bet. Maybe I'm out at Warped Tour, jamming to them in person.
Maybe getting ready to go do some dirt biking.
Maybe, yes, on the way to the dirt bike track would jam
Ron?
them.
What's he doing against show? He's got it. That's it. Ron's been there before. Don't let him lie to you.
I watched the movie. He's out there getting it in. I can see him, boy, lose a hat with them highlights. That boy, I bet he was bumping this in that Hummer.
Oh, yeah. Competition 15 was thumping.
Competition 15 in that yellow Hummer, baby, banging.
What the hell you got coming up?
That's
15,
intense right there. It's combine time, baby, and it never fails, Ron. There's several quarterbacks ought to be firing their entire team right now, man. Combine quarterbacks, bad feet, it's a thing. Who was in the game, who wasn't, who made a mistake coming out, who didn't, who was the winners at the quarterback position at the NFL Combine. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available here in our great state of Texas.
Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. One of more Reaction Mondays, y'all. We got a lot going on. We'll do that later on in the show. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is here. A lot of the folks in the building coming off the cook-off here this past weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. Kind of light around, kind of quiet around the building here, Ron. Kind of quiet around the building.
Yeah. That was a long week, baby.
Yeah, there was the boss lady and the higher ups around here, boy. They get after it on that damn cook-off. So heard they won second place, man. The Bull won second place
2 years in a row,
there.
Second place.
Well, tip my cap. I know they put a lot of work into it. They do a good job. It actually looks like Green Hall, for those that are wondering. The build out. This is not just some little old tent now. It actually looks like Green Hall. I'm going to go ahead and tell you boys, I'm going to put in my recommendation. I'm putting in my recommendation here pretty quick. I'm going to shoot it out to the boss lady and some of the higher ups. I feel like the sports guys need a VIP in the cook-off tent.
Oh my! They only got 2 of them in there.
Well, no. Well, I feel like they need to build a third.
Okay. Right.
And there's plenty of room. You can second deck.
I think you got to map it out then. I think if you're going to come to it, you got to map out the room.
Well, there's plenty of room, and right now, there's two that are bigger, that are more for you got boss lady on one side, Elena on the other. I think one of those needs to be sports.
With that, maybe we could also give out some cookout tickets.
Great idea. Great idea. And I just think there's a lot of crossover with the clients, so the clients still get entertained the way that you would expect. So yeah, I just think that would be a cool deal. Now that would mean going Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, which next year my wife will not be on her little sister's bachelorette party.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was.
Well, I mean, you're going to have to come 2 nights.
I thought everybody.
You're going to have to be there 2 nights. You're going to be there 2 nights. Maybe we can negotiate the turkey legs, but you're going to be there 2 nights. Any way you slice it, but it's combine time.
Damn it!
It's combine. NFL combine. Actually, it's over, I guess. And I know, look, we got interior defensive linemen, we got safeties, we've got interior offensive linemen, we got wide receivers. There's plenty of convo as it relates to the Texans, and we'll get to that as we get near the draft. But I'm going to tell you, this may be the most disappointing, disturbing thing in all of football for me, Ron.
Oh, my.
Every single year, I turn on the combine, and I watch quarterbacks that have no clue what the hell they're doing. If you decide that you're going to throw at the combine, then your ass better throw 5-step, no-hitch, speed cut out route to your left. So the square end dig as well as the speed cut dig, the 16 to 18 yard crossing right over the middle. Nico Collins catches it beautifully. You better be able to throw that. I don't care what else you do. You better be able, on that speed cut out route, I want 5 quick steps. Your feet got to be working. When you get to the top of your drop, don't be late. That's the only coaching point, Ron. Don't be late. Hey, chop your steps down. I'm not worried about depth. Get your feet in the ground, 5 steps. Bang, it's all about timing. Get that foot in the ground, lay it on the sideline. And every year, I turn the TV on, and these guys are trained up more now than they've ever been trained up. And I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear all the crap about, these new age quarterbacks. They don't have to do that in the league. They don't have to. C.J. Stroud takes 5 no-hitch, 5 and a hitch, 7 no. He does all of it right here in Houston. Right now, it's more gun prominent now, but they do every single bit of it. And here's the other thing about it. When you're talking quarterbacks and their feet, and when you're talking quarterbacks and their stroke in terms of the arm, the action, it's all about control. It's all about having the ability to change when the play calls for it, the chaos you're living in calls for it, or your coach calls for it, or the drill that you're doing calls for it. The fact that I turn the TV on year in, year out in the top 10 to 12 quarterbacks in the damn NFL, more than what they're doing. I tweeted it, Ryan. I said, hell, if you're a quarterback, and especially if you're one of these mid-round guys, and you go out there and you don't have confidence, I mean all-out confidence where you're turning dirt and you drop. If you don't have all-out confidence in that speed cut-out route, the dig route, and the drop that's associated with it, you should fire your entire team.
He can't play dead in a harbor.
You should fire every last one of them. Every last one of them, because it is all about your feet. And again, it's not even about making the throw. It's not even about accuracy at this point in time. It's about, does this quarterback does he have control of his feet to where he gets his cleats in the turf and he's ready to throw when that wide receiver sinks his weight, or is he waiting to see the angle he comes out? And then from a stroke perspective, does he have the control to change the different release points as he needs to? If you don't have control, it's all about control. You can talk about arm strength, you can talk about velocity, you can talk about power, you can let these guys, which they do, drop back and throw it as far as they can, all that you want, and it ain't showing you nothing. It's unbelievable.
These are the things that you got to do in game to be successful.
Oh, you've got, yes, absolutely. But you've got to be able to, like, you're not even talking about getting in the game right now. We're talking about walking the runway here. We're talking about trying to appeal to as many people as we possibly can. Sure, if Jalen Milroe gets in the right system with the right supporting cast and the right opportunity presents itself, can he make some things? Yeah, absolutely he can. I mean, hell, Leonard in an offense with a great offensive line, with a play caller that's going to give you some dual threat stuff, with A.J. Brown or Mike Evans or one of these top wide Jefferson or one of these guys outside. Can he make some throws? Hell yeah, he can. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you're walking a runway, man. You're going to prepare for 2 and 3 months for this right here. And these guys can't do the simplest things, Ron. Kyle McCord, is that his name? Is it Kyle?
Yeah. Syracuse. He was at Ohio State.
Feet are absolutely awful. Forget about it. Whoever out there is pumping the Kyle McCord, forget about it. Long, slow, methodical drops, it ain't it. I cannot understand how whoever trains him said this is how we're going to show up. His drops were so slow, damn near every out route he threw was late or out of bounds, one of the two. I mean, it's wild. Riley Leonard, he looks like he's trying to be too cute in everything he did. It looks like over the last month or 2 months he got with somebody and they taught him this little cute footwork at the top. Don't take a true 7-step. Get at the top and kind of step under yourself and open your left shoulder and all this kind of crap. He's trying to execute these little cute throws. Jalen Milroe is just all power. I mean, it's all gas, no brake. I mean, it's and in this environment, it really exposes him from needing to anticipate and get the ball up early, and it's just flat out, it's going to be a struggle for him. I'm watching Jalen Milroe. It just confirmed he should have took his tail back to school. Wow. Man could have went back to school and made 5, 6, 7. Hell, the kid at Miami's reportedly making 9 something. So I mean, it's just hard for me to see how it all works out. I mean, if he gets somewhere and he's able to develop the way Jalen Hurts developed, then it'll be a good thing. But boy, I can't help but watch Milroe play.
Was Jalen's footwork and technique that much of a struggle of coming into it? Because he did. Yes. He got. Yep. Because he got.
Jalen's was by the time he got to
Lincoln.
What Lincoln made it even like. What he did was he stayed at Alabama after he got benched with Dan Enos, and Dan Enos is one that you're gonna know how to drop. You're gonna know how to work. You're gonna know how. Now the stroke thing came to me in 2 phases. When he got with Quincy Avery, I think Quincy Avery did a lot of like really broke through with Jalen Hurts. And then I think the Lincoln Riley, hey, man, just let it rip. It doesn't matter what the result is. And that air raid, like that mindset, like he'd always been in a protect the football, limit your mistakes, don't lose the game kind of mentality. When you get to Lincoln, it's like, hey, to hell with all that, man. Go win the game. Let it rip. Let it eat. So I think it's a confidence, and I think Quincy Avery did some really good work with him in the sense of lengthening his stroke and letting it rip. Jalen's problem when he got to the combine was it was slow, methodical. right? It wasn't natural. You could see him thinking through his feet like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plant, throw, instead of just you've done it so many times. You know, it's like I ain't counting. I'm turning dirt, right? That to me is where a lot of these guys are in bad shape, and it ends up hurting them, right? The Shuck kid out of Texas Tech ended up playing. Did he end up at Louisville?
Yep.
Yeah, he's the real deal, Ron.
It doesn't look like how you pronounce it, but yeah.
I butchered it all week last week. I went back and learned how to pronounce it. He is the real deal. You want to talk about trusting your feet, having really good feet, looking like he's been working drops in his footwork since he was 10 years old, and the stroke is a true power stroke. Just you couldn't technically, mechanically be any better. That kid's got a real chance. I really honed in on the second group more so than the first group. I did go back and watch two guys from the first group. I did not see Will Howard, who I heard he absolutely killed. I mean, just
national championship quarterback.
I heard he was
State,
awful.
K-State,
I heard he was bad. And
he was throwing in the parking lot at 11 o'clock.
There you go. Brady Cook, the kid out of Missouri. Shout out to the Missouri Tigers, the fighting Courtney's out there.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, he by the way, supposedly he was lights out. Supposedly Brady Cook was lights out in the first group. Now
he'll be like Brad Smith.
The two that I zoned in on. Oh, look at you hating. The two that I zoned in on, Jackson Dart and Quinn Ewers. I think Quinn is just underwhelming. Like when you look at Quinn as he was one of the top guys coming out, highest rated quarterbacks coming out of high school. He's net transferred to Texas, and he's a good quarterback. I think he's a cerebral guy. I think he anticipates well, but I think he leaves a lot to be desired. I don't think the ceiling is as high as you would think it is with most top-rated quarterbacks. He did miss some throws, but I think that after watching it was more of, a receiver slipped a couple of times. A receiver ran a curl when he was running out one time. So I think that was more on the receiver and the disconnect there. Not really worried about Quinn Ewers, just not real impressed with Quinn Ewers. Jackson Dart is the one. I gotta come clean on Jackson. Right? I sat here.
You have talked about Jackson.
His sophomore year, or I guess he could have been a COVID senior. Two seasons ago, before that season started, I'd seen him at Arkansas play Arkansas. I guess as a sophomore, and it's a backyard. It looked like a backyard quarterback. A lot like then. It was a lot like old buddy that's out in Denver right now, Bo Nix. Mm-hmm. I saw him early in his career before he transferred to Oregon, and they were two of the same dude, right? Had to try really, really hard, got hit all the time, dirty as hell, a below average arm at the time, and you just think, how are these guys at these universities able to hang on to a starting job? Well, Jackson Dart proved me wrong, because I'm telling you, he looks the part. I think Jackson Dart did the most for himself. One, Ron, because understanding like the footwork to be ready to throw when that wide receiver's breaking, he understands that. He got that licked, and it's smooth, it's confident in it. The ball jumped off his hand, and I think this was true 2 years ago for me, because this is a big turnoff for me. When I watch him throw, my man oozes confidence. My man oozes like, hey, I'm glad y'all showed up to this workout with me. And not in an arrogant way, just like, hey, man, this is say what y'all want, do what y'all want. I'm fixing to do my thing. I look good while I'm doing it. It's going to be money, and I'm going to get the hell up out of here. I've done a 180 on Jackson Dart.
Well, I mean, it was on him. Like, it was on the table right there for him, because Shedeur didn't perform, and obviously Cam Moore didn't. And he was kind of thought him and Quinn were in that, and McCord were kind of in that next tier. And whoever had a big-time week, both on the field and then behind closed doors, could really jump up. Yep. It sounds like Jackson Dart has been rising from the end of the season. I hope he stops with that face paint on the one eye.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. I'm not a fan of that either. I don't necessarily like the haircut either, but it's kind of a young guy thing. I think Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck are the two for me that I saw that are hell, I think those dudes are a lot closer to the top two than we think. But if you really look at these quarterbacks, when it's all said and done, if Cam Ward would have thrown, I think he'd have blew the socks off everybody. If Shedeur Sanders would have thrown, he would have made it all look effortless with some power, with that big power stroke, kind of short stride, short stroke, compact stroke. But the ball just jumping. I think they would have been as good as we think they are and as good as a lot of people think they are. I think Jackson Dart and the Tyler Shuck kid, I think they've closed the gap. I think they're really, really good quarterbacks.
Real quick, from an evaluation standpoint, do you find it a big difference competing at the combine versus doing what a lot of those guys are going to do, competing at their own pro day? Like, do you think that's a big difference?
Yeah, huge difference. I mean, the throw, because this is why I'm not as hard on Quinn Ewers and even Will Howard, and I have not seen Will, but I'm going to assume he missed a bunch of throws. Because it is really, really tough if you jump in there. First of all, the way it's set up where you're just getting 3 reps and rolling, and then you get in there with a receiver that he rounds his breaks instead of sticks his breaks. He comes down hard out on a comeback versus coming back, almost to the sideline and not downhill. Like it really is difficult to make that look good. That's why when you look at the Darts of the world, the Shucks of the world, I think Shedeur Sanders would have fit into this. Like if you throw that speed cutout route, Ron, if I'm throwing that speed cutout route either side of the field, if I have quick feet and I get my back foot in the ground and I lay it on the sideline, all you got to do is tell the receiver, hey, get your eyes around, find the ball, right? And I promise you it's going to be friendly. All you got to do is come back to it. It's going to be right there. I'm going to throw it outside. It's going to be easy, right? These guys that want to see it and then just rip it in there, the receiver doesn't have any time to react to it, right? Not to mention if the receiver's angles is off. So the harder you throw it, the smaller your market way, then you can make it look good. That's why I think it's so powerful when Shuck and Dart and what I think Shedeur would have done and will do at his pro day is, boy, you just throw a receiver-friendly football, very catchable football, and it's more about the placement, the pace, the carry, anticipating early with air. I mean, those things are so important at the NFL level, and it doesn't seem like a lot of these guys understand that.
Biggest story of the weekend, one part of this story that is not being talked about enough at all, and it has local ties. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, fellas, man, get back to living your best life, man. The bottom line is this. If you've been
then the draft. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have it all covered. The road to Texans training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Contact Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just on Twitter, I see Sean Pendergast is having a fight with some people about how much he talked about the biggest story over the weekend, John Cena turning heel.
Come on, Sean.
I see it, Sean. I just saw Sean's latest tweet, and I'm sure Sean is listening to us.
What happened?
I'm seeing Sean fighting with people about how much time he gave to the John Cena heel turn. And he said,
"Oh, you talking about Pendergast?"
Yeah. I was listening.
I didn't know if you were talking about Pendergast or Bijani at first, but you talking about that heel turn. I know exactly who you're talking about. You start talking about wrestling.
Yeah, man. There you go, John. I'm really concerned. I'm a wrestler. This is if he don't come out to this music, then I'm gonna be a little bit like if he changes it all the way up.
Oh, surely he wouldn't do that.
If he goes back to the doctor of when he was the doctor of fugonomics. word life John Cena. If he goes back to that, I just saw Sean tweet out, we had a few listeners get upset when we spent a few minutes on this morning talking about the heel turn.
Yeah.
It was definitely a big buzzworthy item during a fairly dead time on the calendar. Like that. I feel like Sean took that home with him today. I feel like Sean got on there.
Like it.
I feel like Sean got on there and was on social, or not even on social, probably on the text line, probably on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those are YouTube and Twitch. I bet it got to Sean. Sean, when I reached back, he did this 17 minutes ago. That been on his mind. Sean been out. Sean took a nap. Sean's probably done other work, and that was in his heart.
Well,
and
Sean,
he's still going back and forth with people.
I think I'm probably a good gauge here on this topic. Because I'm not a huge wrestling guy. I'm entertained by The Rock. I've been entertained a time or two by John Cena. In fact, my barber gal in New Orleans told me.
Well, everyone for some reason thinks you favor.
Ron, my barber gal, did I tell you? Tyler, you'll love this one. The gal that cut my hair in New Orleans.
Yeah.
First time I ever met her, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Cutting hair. She said, has anybody ever told you that you look like John Cena? This is random, left field now. I said, God,
said that to him and that damn Uber, it pissed me off.
I said, if you knew my host, if you knew the story, I said, God, I wish he was here right now. And she, who's the other guy?
You said, she said a mix of something. John Cena.
Who's the dude that did the Magic Mike?
Oh yeah, Channing Tatum.
I used to get Channing Tatum when I was younger. I used to get Channing Tatum, and I swear, if I'm lying, I'm dying. She said the John Cena, funny this so and so. She goes, no, I think it's like if John Cena and Channing Tatum had a kid, you're it. I said, I'll be damned. So I've been entertained by John Cena a time or two.
It's a good place to be at, man.
But the point here is, like, I think all radio, like, we've all got interest.
And this is definitely a crossover.
But yeah, no, it's definitely a crossover. But when somebody like not that you, this is not you're a wrestling guy as well, but it's kind of like I've used Sean, the wrestling guy, which is, if you listen to Sean's show, it's obvious he's a wrestling guy. Like, I'm not necessarily like, oh my God, this is great wrestling content. But Sean's passion about wrestling hooks me.
Yeah.
Like, your passion about basketball hooks me. Right, like there's certain things, and Sean, I don't know so much about Seth. I think Seth. I don't know that Seth is a big wrestling guy.
No, he's not.
I think Seth just kind of comes along for the ride.
He said he likes to go to the shows because he doesn't know anything that's going on.
Well, and it is. I went to a show with Seth one time, and it's pretty intense, as you can imagine. Yeah. But like Sean, like that's a good spin for Sean.
No, it was good. And it was the big. And honest to God, it was the biggest story, like, anywhere near the sports world or whatever. I mean, arguably the number one trending topic. I was listening to him, and he was setting it up. Now, number one trending topic, across the world. John Cena, who was for 20 years Hulk Hogan. When Hulk Hogan turned and went NWO, this is what I don't think is being talked about enough. If I'm Cody Rhodes is the one that suffered the ass kicking as John turned.
Yes.
And he is currently, I don't think there has been a babyface, a good guy, been as big to get over as Cody since John Cena.
By the way, can I catch this? What happened this weekend? Can I catch the whole thing somewhere?
Yeah.
Netflix.
You can catch it. You can catch it on Peacock. But they've got like a 17-minute segment of the whole thing. But listen, Travis Scott, Houston's own, was there. Now I've shown both of you guys who had not seen this video.
Yeah, you did.
This is the thing. This is to me the thing that is not talked about enough. So clearly John turns, and this is one of those numbers where, all right, John turns, and Cody Rhodes is gonna have to take an ass whooping to really sell the turn, right? Like John's got a Rolex. It's a Rolex that his dad, Dusty Rhodes, gave The Rock, and he's beating him down with them, and hey, in quotes, cuts him open, bust him open. He's bleeding. But then again, I don't know why Travis Scott is out there. He's rolling with The Rock. He walked out there with him. I'm just like, okay. He walked out there with him, and he's got sage. That sage that Kyrie did around Boston. He's doing that over Cody Rhodes, and they're doing a number on him. And then John is holding him for the plan of The Rock to hit him with his wrestling belt. But before Rock got to his wrestling belt, Travis Scott came in with an open hand, slap from the heavens.
Have you seen this, Tyler?
Like,
yes.
Listen, I'm sure in the back. And again, folks, spoiler alert, wrestling is fake. We know this is. Now, some of the moves.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Some of the physical stuff is not, right? I'm sure they said, hey, man, lean into it a little bit. Make it look real. Travis said, all right, I'm guessing. He came out there, he smacked the daylights out of him. And it wasn't a smack. I don't know if he got the back knuckle good, but Cody has a shiner.
Wow.
Like, on the side of his face is purple. Like it is, and you could see go find Travis Scott slapping Cody Rhodes. Like there had to be a conversation in the back. Like we got back there, yo, hey Judge, what was that?
Boy, that escalated quickly.
The Rock afterwards said, yeah, boy, he slapped the hell out of him. Yeah, he did. Like there was no blow more than that.
Well, the thing is, Cody Rhodes is laying flat down with his head turned to the side, and Travis Scott comes from the top. And I'm sure he meant to slap him, but there's no give. His face is his other side of his face, there's no give. So other than
Tyler, he hit him so hard, it's almost come out of my character.
No question.
Come out of my character.
Fight to stay in your character.
That would force John Cena to come out of his character and say, yo, and grab him like, I've seen this. I would rather you put me through one of those breakaway tables. I'd rather you hit me with the chair than that open hand slap.
Damn, Travis.
His whole side of his face is cut and bruised. Yeah. Like that part, like what got into Travis?
Like what you said, if I'm Cody Rhodes, it's like, all right, hey, Travis, you got to come back to another show and let me get mine.
Oh, yeah, I got a receipt. Trav. Because first off, I don't know whose idea it was for him to get out there, and I just don't know how Travis got talked into, yeah, I get a lick. I said, what the hell?
It looks like Travis is just there for show, and it's like he had a flashback to his younger years when he was young in the neighborhood, and somebody was fighting. He said, "Let me get me a lick." Bop.
Yeah, I just know it was like it's so like Cody had to been like, "What the."
Yeah, he got so hyped. He's like, I got to get me one in.
I gotta get me one in. What happened to it? Just a regular old kick to the ribs or something? Nah, he said, nah, man. I'm telling you, I swear before God, Go watch that right now. Go find Cody Rhodes, Black Eye. Go find Travis Scott came. Like someone said, he came from Mo City with that. He came from somewhere.
Oh, my God.
He came from Elkins High School with that bad boy, just smacked the taste out of his mouth. Ringing. Dog, I've watched that multiple times. What in the world? All right. Chew on this during the break also with this the slap out of nowhere. With Titus Howard moving to left guard, would that be an acceptable fix for you on the offensive line? If that was the part of it. Let's say, all right, this is the plan. Titus Howard's going to move to left guard. That's one of our big major plans to fix the O-line. Are you good with that? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Hell no. He's lucky he didn't get his eardrum busted on that thing.
Oh, no. Hell no.
I mean, that's why I said that's broken jaw, that's eye socket, there's all kind of stuff in there that could have went wrong.
Yeah, if you missed it, Travis Scott, I don't know. Still, I don't know why he was in the ring. They were in Toronto, not Houston. I don't know why he was in the ring. And maybe he's going to be continuing. But he got him a single lick in on Cody Rhodes, and it was the most devastating lick laid out between John Cena and The Rock, who were laying him out.
You said a slap from the heavens.
Yeah. Hell, I don't know what.
No, I loved it.
You can feel. That's what I said to Clint. Can you feel when you hit somebody that hard? Like, do you think as soon as he did it, Travis was like, "Uh-oh, damn."
He knew.
You think he knew immediately? Like, oh man, that went a little harder.
He knew
I was a little stiffer than
flush with no give immediately.
I'm in danger.
Because you got to get away. You got to get out in front of that. Like you got to be like. That's the thing is because I'm asking, should I be right here at the curtain when he comes through, or should I give him a moment?
Hey, my bad, bro.
Because he knows Cody. I mean, Cody can take Travis Scott obviously wherever he wants to, like in a physical situation.
Yeah, you would think.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Cody is an amateur wrestler. He's been doing that for
He clearly can take a punch.
I'll go at worst. Go look up Cody Rhodes' torn pec. He wrestled a match. It's
rolled up.
It's the nastiest thing I've ever seen. Oh, he came out with it.
It came out and it was already rolled up.
Nastiest thing I've ever seen. One of the most impressive physical things. And he wrestled a whole match with that bad boy. I'm talking. I'll show it to you if you look it up. Nasty. All right, I said this on the other side. And listen, there are going to be a lot of options for the Texans to fix this offensive line. I love what Clint has said before. I really don't care what you do. Just be aggressive as hell at attacking it. That's what I would hope they would do. You got a problem, be aggressive. I don't know if they're going to be aggressive in the same way that I think maybe some of us want them to be. But I would ask you, what if this is a part of the fix? Would this be acceptable to you? Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, you could jump in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, would this be acceptable? If they said, all right, we want to make sure we get Blake Fisher in the game. Get him on the field, second round pick. He played towards the end of the year as a right tackle. And with that, we'll move Titus Howard to left guard. Titus Howard is going to be one of the guys that we asked to help fix the interior O-line, which was the biggest issue right off the start. Like right now, he knows going into you are the left guard. Is that for you an acceptable fix to the biggest problem? Part of it to the biggest problem. Titus Howard playing left guard with the Texans.
Well, I'm glad you circled back and focused in on that part of it, right? If this is a part of the plan, and it's where they land going into training camp, I don't necessarily like it, but I can understand where it is an option, and I can get down with it. I can move forward with it. I can be okay with it. The key though is it's got to be part of something. Like this is, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think this is a possibility. There's a possibility that we're looking at Titus Howard at guard, Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at right guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle. And that's how they're gonna go into this thing. That would not shock me one bit. Now that I'll be highly disappointed in.
If the fix is those three.
if the fix is anything other than adding a proven interior offensive lineman, whether it's a center or a guard, if they don't at least accomplish that, a center or guard, proven veteran that has a certain physicality and brings something different to that room, then I don't think they're serious about winning. Yeah, I can deal with Titus Howard at guard. I've never had a problem with Titus Howard at guard the way that a lot of people have. Look, I understand it's been ugly at times. I get it. It's been ugly at tackle at times. The whole offensive line has been ugly at times, right? I don't believe he should be a guard. But I would be okay if the Texans try to sell to us that, hey, this is the best five we can run. We're still on this best five explanation crap. If Titus Howard at guard is part of the fix, then I would be okay with that. It can't be the fix, because here's the deal. We talk about, and I admittedly, I'm one of them. I know it's not as easy as just I'll take that guy, and that guy, let's go. I know the stars have to align to a certain degree, right? And if the Texans can't go out and get, I think they need two. If they can't go out and get two and they only get one, and therefore Titus Howard needs to play guard, I could live with that. I could get down with it.
As I see some people texting in, hell effing no. No, not acceptable. He's paid way too much to be just an above average guard.
I'll agree with that.
I agree with that. I feel like at best he's been average at the guard spot. So far, what he's shown. I will say this before I give my thought, and I thought I thought you made a really good point on this. We have to be fair with Titus in terms of his play as a guard. I've said it, and I didn't want to see it, and that's how bad the performance was at that position for me to turn around and say, hell, I think they're probably at their best with him playing guard and Blake Fisher playing right tackle. That's how bad. But as soon as it was over, for me, I'm like, yo, go get a guard.
Yeah.
Go get a real guard so he can play at his natural position. I think what you did say earlier, and I don't know that it completely changes my thought, but the fact that every time he's had to come in and play guard, it's just jerk the car in an emergency brake, and now we got to make a change. And I think you have been very specific, not to try to bore people, but putting in your hand in the dirt as a right tackle and then going and putting your other hand in the dirt as a left guard, and those completely two different positions and rules is a major change to do in, hey, week 4, you played right tackle. Hey, week 5, go play left guard.
Yep.
Like, in fairness. Now, it does not make me say, hey, I'd rather go ahead and do that than go get a bona fide guard. But I think that is fair to say, to expect maybe some different results if he started mandatory minicamp, the left guard, and he was doing that every day. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah, look, man.
I think there's some fairness to this.
I mean, just look at the position, right? And think about it. You're at the pinnacle of your profession. You're at the best of the best, and you spend, as you said, all of training camp and the first month of the season in an upright stance. And all you're doing is pushing off that left foot and kicking with that right, and you're athlete in space, right? Playing against 270s, 265, 260, 270s, right? And then at the flip of a hat, they go, hey, man, again, at the NFL level, go down there, get in a three-point stance, which, I mean, you're dropping your weight 6-8 inches for a guy that's 6'6", 6'8", however big he is. Like, now you're in a total different position. Now you're coming out of a hole instead of standing upright and kicking. And by the way, you got to figure all that crap out with guys like Simmons across the ball from you, and Buddy in Baltimore.
Or like you said, guys who get really, really low in Ed Oliver.
Yeah, and he's not built to be a guard, and so it's actually wild to think that he can make that adjustment and even put a respectable product out there. I just believe that I think he can play guard. I don't want to see it, don't care to see it, but I think he can play guard, and with an offseason of preparing to bend and be in that hole and play with a lower center of gravity and play more powerful, like an offseason to do that.
I just think the Texans are at a position where they are not they're not building anymore. They're trying to get to the next step. They've been in the Final Eight the last 2 years. They're trying to get to an AFC Championship game and get to a Super Bowl. Right, and they have a limited time to be able to do that while their quarterback's on a rookie deal. And for me, if your biggest issue is interior line, that is one of the areas that generally cost the least to try to fix in the NFL, even at the top, to try to fix. And to me, you have to do as best as you can to get matter of facts, guys that are not playing out of position. And thus far, what he has shown us at left guard is somebody that is more likely to play what we've seen, more likely to play below average. And I just don't think that that's where you need to take a chance on right now. Maybe down the line when CJ's making 60.
Yeah.
And Stingley's making 20 plus or something like that. But right now, you should be able to punch that in the face. And I just don't
like
know.
Travis Scott.
There's that.
He's got to have a hell of an injury going on right now. I mean, I just in that corner probably thinking, damn it. God, Dusty's kid's going to kill me.
It was hot.
Yeah, that came in real hot. All right, coming up, little 5 o'clock fire. Altuve in left field again. Framber got the start. We'll give you the latest there. And Cam Smith, he ain't done. He ain't done, y'all. He's doing some more again. Rockets tonight. We'll get you ready for that. And then an ass kicking going to be coming at the Fertitta Center a little bit later on. We'll discuss that as well. That's next on The Drive.
All right, y'all. As your
Repair, or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Attack that ass.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, oh, Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, has the latest for you. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire, and we are smack dab in spring training baseball, and the Astros played again today. And if you care, give a rip. They got another win over the Marlins. And the key things, there are three key things coming out of this game. Framber Valdez gets the start. And like Sean Pendergast said with us last week, hey, when there's struggles, got to be working on something, baby. Maybe they're working on something. And Framber went an inning and 2/3 and gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, and 2 things. It's working on some things. Maybe just I used to just say that, and then I remember like talking to guys that pitch. I'm like, all right, I'll just be saying this. Like, what y'all mean, y'all just? Because that seems to be an excuse for veterans. They're just working on stuff. My buddy told me, he was like, oh, yeah. They will just have a game where they're like, all right, just working on fastball placement, and they're just not going to throw anything but fastballs the entire time they're out there. Like, oh, well, okay. I can see how, all right, man, I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna throw 35 fastballs.
The fastball placement would be a tough one to get by. I mean, I feel like I could lose some confidence doing that. But definitely, what's my man's name that we acquired in the Tucker trade?
Oh, Wisniewski.
Wisniewski. He, I mean, hell, he's adding a pitch to his repertoire, if you will, and so he was out there working on that. Working on a couple of pitches last time, and hell, he talked about it openly in the clubhouse. So,
but there is a legit thing to that. Now, for me, if we get through here and Framber's next 4 starts are you know
stuff he's working on.
Like at some point, the more it happens, you're gonna have to chill on the work.
It's not ideal.
Stuff. But Framber's cool. The other thing is, Altuve was in left field again, 0 for 2 at the plate. I do want to see, there was as described, what I'm looking at in my app that tells you what's going on in the game, a shallow double to left, a shallow hit double to left field. I really want to know what that looks like. I really want, like, is that one where it cubed off the end of the bat and it landed somewhere you had to run down? Or was that one that was hit somewhere and a guy just said that Jesus Suarez, or Jesus Sanchez, that's who it was. If he just said to himself, you know what, I'm gonna try his ass. I'm gonna try Altuve out there. I'm gonna try him out there. But that was the latest movement out there with him.
I gotta believe if it was an Altuve blunder defensively, it would be trending.
If it was something that isn't normal.
Yes, and I can't find it. I've been looking for it for 2 hours. I can't find it. Now
Those hustle doubles.
There was one that looked like he played off the wall. It was a 2-run double by Xavier X. But that's not the one we were looking for. It would be all over. It'd be trending and easy to find.
If it was a hustle double?
Oh, yeah, ain't no doubt. If it was an Altuve arm double, yeah, it would be all over.
Yeah. All right.
At least I think it would.
Yeah, Dallas. But that's Altuve 0 for 2 at the plate, and a couple of plays there in chances in left field. But our guy, the man who is becoming the story of spring training, early spring training, Cam Smith came in for a pinch hit, only got to the plate one time, and Tyler, he goes 3-run triple out there.
Kid's been tearing it up, no doubt.
3-run triple out there. Okay.
See my leg in that one. That's a big dude to be lumbering around the bases. I want to see how well he runs.
I bet he's rolling. Oh, I bet he's rolling around it.
He's an athlete.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for real, this thing continues. He is going to really push for, I think, the public, people, and then the Astros to get him into at least making camp. I'm trying to think in my mind because I do think they probably want to be smart with him.
Sure.
And take their time and not rush him. I wonder how good of a spring training it has to be for him to force himself to there at a point where hey man, we gotta go. We got a plan. I wonder how good. Now, this is a start. This is the perfect start. But I wonder how good Cam Smith would have to be for them to – because I would imagine they have a plan in their head of how they're going to handle it and how they'd have to jump off that plan.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I think it's dependent on what these other guys do. Like you're talking about a guy that can play right field and third base? Run that triple, he hit off the top of the wall, dead center, 400. I mean, you lose Tucker, you lose Bregman, Yainer Diaz. He took a step back in the power department last year. If he can also bring a power element, like a legit power, and you got a Chas McCormick that just keeps doing the floundering that he's been doing for a year and a half. Or for whatever reason, Paredes can play second. And now you're looking at a different.
We know they would love to be able to use Dubon as a utility guy. All over the place.
Yeah. So I don't.
Right now 7 ABs, 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 homers, 6 RBIs. With multiple walks mixed in there,
is that
a 571 average and an OPS over 2,000.
If you don't have if you don't have a third baseman or a right fielder that's holding him off, it becomes a why not?
Yeah.
Or even a second base, or even Dubon, move Paredes over.
Yeah, bingo. I mean, unless you've got unless Chas McCormick's come out there and is lighting this thing up, unless Dubon or Paredes or whatever, however they end up doing second, third.
Because we know Jake is safe.
Right, yeah, Jake's going nowhere. But if those guys come out and they're lighting it up, well, no, I don't know that you fast track Cam. But if they come out again and this team appears to be significantly better with Chas McCormick on the bench and Dubon as a utility player, yeah.
If he keeps this up, obviously you got to bring him in, but. We know Altuve's going to be out there. We know bronze glove. Jake Myers is going to be out there.
Bronze glove.
I screwed it up.
It's sad, man. I know. Listen, I'll admit I have that hate. It's sad, and I'm admitting to it. It is sad how often it annoys me when people keep referring to him as a Gold Glover out there when he is. He's a bronze glover.
I'm not quite at the level you're at, but I
stop saying that. He has not won a gold. He was a finalist.
Ron Hughley.
And I'm gonna go on a limb and believe he was the bronze. I believe he was the first as a finalist. Let's calm down out there. I'm sorry, Jake. I just can't.
Don't be sorry. It's been forever since Jake's gone anywhere close to Rake Farm.
Well, he got
that had legs too, man.
He had 2 singles over the weekend.
That had legs, man. That sounds so good. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Rockets, they got a big one tonight. They play the best team in the West, record-wise and just eye test-wise, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They go and travel to OKC to face them, and this to me is one of those games. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They've got Fred back. Fred played in the last game against the Kings, so they welcome their point guard back.
Blew his ankle up again early.
Well, he came back.
No, he did. Yeah, but he came back. But he said I mean, it ain't good.
He came back. But they face the Thunder tonight in OKC, and again, Brent, whatever. My eyes are on Amen Thompson. I loved his performance against the Spurs on Thursday night. They got a night off. Then he went away to being passive and went away to deferring to others. And in 41 minutes in the game, he scored 6 points in 41 minutes, and 3 different guys had more shot attempts than him, including Dylan Brooks, which that shouldn't happen anymore. So in this game, he is probably going to be tasked to defending SGA, and that will be a fun matchup. But I want him to take it to them offensively, and I want to see the guy that was as aggressive as he was against the Spurs, and not the guy that was passive and deferring like he was against the Kings.
Agree. I mean, just some level of consistency or some level of aggravation from Ime Udoka that tells me that that's not part of the plan, right?
Yeah.
I love. It's a great problem to have because I mean I love watching the dude play, and I don't know exactly. I still don't know exactly where he fits, and I've heard. I mean, we've all talked about it at length, but I still don't know where he fits. I don't know why the inconsistency is there. It's a fascinating watch. Obviously, I prefer the nights where he is he's getting to the rack and scoring 25. But I guess that's part of being young. You just got to deal with it, huh?
Yeah.
By the way, is what's Hartenstein's over under?
I told you on that. We won some money.
I'm telling you, man. If it's single digits, take it.
I was cracking up to myself. I said, good hell, this thing's going to hit.
I'm going to tell you, we're talking about Amen Thompson, and you're not sure you're going to get?
You say you know what you're going to get from Isaiah.
Oh, Isaiah. Isn't he the Afro-German?
Yes.
Isn't he the Afro-German?
He was.
Hey.
Clearly, I guess it did in some way. He was a rocket.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. Watch a dude play. It's like it don't matter. The hustle, he's gonna get you 6 hustle points. He's gonna get you at least 6 hustle
Well,
points.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm keeping an eye on it, but to this point today, they have not posted on my site any player props for the Rockets Thunder game. But I'm sure they will before tip.
I'm intrigued for this. This is the best defense throughout the year in the NBA, Oklahoma City, and I am intrigued. Intrigued like hell to see.
Dr. Putback, baby.
I'll text you when they post it. If you like it, I'm riding with you.
Watch it.
Dr. Putback.
You like it? That's good. That was good, wasn't it?
Rockets,
That's good,
11-point underdog tonight. And they're going to have to deal with
easier than Hartenstein.
With
Stein, whatever the hell it is.
SGA, Williams,
and who?
Chet Holmgren and Dr. Putback.
I just realized where you were, Dr. Putback.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight at U of H, the Fertitta Center, the Houston Cougars, they will have senior night tonight.
Go Cougs!
Yep, Juwan Roberts, who is going to have his 2nd consecutive senior night. I have a feeling about that. L.J. Cryer, Francis Walker, and Malik Wilson, who has been a big player for them. I used to judge that kid because he plays in long sleeves, but I've since taken that off. But they will host my Kansas Jayhawks. And listen here, I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Jayhawks are going down.
I mean, big time. They are going to get destroyed tonight. Listen,
dude, you got to stop crapping all over your squad.
This is not no. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not crapping. See, people will think this is not crapping. This is honest. This is, and if you are going to watch this game, and I know Ocho will, and many of you will. Hey, you can talk trash. I'm talking with you. I'm telling you right now, if Kansas is within 20 in this game, I will be pleasantly surprised. This is.
What do you think the line is?
Probably 9, 10. Should be double digits. Let me see. Listen, this is a combination.
You hit the nail on the head.
What is it?
9.5.
Oh yeah, I take the overall. I take that all day.
UH.
Yeah, they get about
Cougs.
They get about 20, maybe 25. And this is going to be an ass kicking on senior night. This is the toughest team arguably in America with Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars going against one of the lowest IQ basketball teams on the face of the earth. And I'm talking high school. No, it is. They are. And then they are also, as Bill Self would call it, soft. And they are going to fold up like cheap suits as soon as Kelvin Sampson and his players show any level of toughness. And this will go on out and celebrate these seniors. Now, Juwan Roberts, you celebrate. I was there. I watched you get your little jersey in the case and everything. I think you should stand with them maybe, but I don't think you should celebrate back-to-back senior night. I really think that's the deal. If you have decided to celebrate that thing, that's it. It's one time. Like if they have another jersey for him, like if he has 2 jerseys in a case, that's ridiculous. Just go out there and whoop their ass. This thing it's going to get out of hand quick. I will predict Kansas is down double digits by the 10-minute mark.
Let's put a show bet on it.
I don't have any bet in it. They're down. Ocho, Ron, I disagree with you, man. I'll bet the Jayhawks plus 10 earlier. Cougs only beat KU by 6 in OT. Kansas tried to lose that game. Kansas was up by 7 in that game with 16 seconds left, and they lost to U of H. Okay, listen, and by 6. They're up 7 with 16 seconds left, and they lost it by 6 in overtime. Guys, this team stinks. They got beat by 40 by BYU. They are going to get their asses handed to them tonight. Ocho, if you want to lose money, do it. This will be an ass kicking. And listen, I love my team. I do. Just like Clint loves his Razorbacks. But there were moments where Clint knew that they were going up against.
They scored 14 first-half points against South Carolina last week.
Yeah, but I'm talking about there was some football games, Clint,
that too,
where y'all walked up against Alabama or y'all walked up against LSU and you knew you didn't have it tonight.
Nah, ain't got a chance.
There is not a matchup.
Dog is walked.
Yep. There's going to be one team that has dog in it, and it ain't them jackasses from Lawrence. I'm sorry. I cannot wait for this damn season. I hate them so much. And when I say I hate them, it's not them. I hate what they're making me. Like, I have no way. I'm having to try to force the excitement for March Madness. And you know that's my favorite time of the year. Yeah. Because I got to watch them jackasses.
The showman.
This is when I always tell you, man, adversity exposes a man's true character, man. Yeah. Here you are, boys. You like to beat that old chest when you drive into Nashville or where'd you go, New Orleans for a little Final Four, boy, but here we are.
Well, yeah, they're not sending me to San Antonio this year. I can assure you that.
Is that my boy Ron?
They're going to lose in the first round. Coming up, couple of questions about the Deebo Samuel thing. He is going to the Commanders. Now that we see what the numbers are there, how do you compare that to what happened for the Texans last year when they signed Stephon Diggs? We'll discuss that coming up.
Tomorrow in the 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Make sure you're listening tomorrow, Payne and Pendergast, 8 o'clock. The new Texans team president, Mike Toman, he is going to be live coming up tomorrow at 8.
Pendergast and Payne.
With Payne and Pendergast coming up tomorrow, so be listening to that. We'll hear what he's got to say. You hear that and you're like, nah, whatever, it's team president. But I think a lot of the things you will hear coming from him will be a lot of information that is concerning to fans and concerning to what things you will be, what things may be new, what things with tickets and things like that, and events that fans may want to know about, training camps, things like that. So that is still a good listen for fans coming up tomorrow, 8 o'clock. New team president, so stay up for that. Stay up for that. All right, Deebo Samuel. The Texans and the Washington Commanders were reported Friday. Those were the two teams who were most aggressively going after the wide receiver do-everything weapon from the 49ers. And the Washington Commanders, they won that. In exchange, they gave up a fifth-round pick and agreed to pay the rest of his $17+ million salary 1 year is what they did for him. But if you then kind of compare that, Clint, the Texans, what do they trade for Diggs? A second-round pick.
A 2, a 5, and a 6.
Diggs was open.
2, a 5, and a 6. So 3 picks. And they ended up making it a 1-year deal, but they paid.
There was 3 years left on his deal, and they did away with 2 and gave him, I think, $3 million extra and paid him a 1-year, $22 million deal.
$22 million.
I believe that's the gist of it.
$22 million, 1 year, second, fifth, and sixth, 3 picks, including the big piece, the second rounder, which I think they got Keon Coleman with, but a second round pick. How you feel about that deal? Those deals comparative with those things. When you look at it from that perspective, where does that take your mind with the Texans?
I posed the question more as a talking point than a statement. I posed the question, did the Texans overpay for Steph Diggs, or did the Commanders fleece the 49ers for Deebo Samuel? And I think for me personally, it created a lot of back and forth on social media. It's interesting how many people, especially how many Texans fans, like just are triggered by those kind of questions. It fascinates me. But my answer to the question would be two things can be true. I do believe that the Texans overpaid for Steph Diggs, and that's not taking into consideration that he was injured. I saw Steph Diggs. I saw who he was for 9 games. Truth be told, I think he left a lot to be desired on the field. Once games got started, there was no doubt about it that Nico Collins was head over heels better, and he was the number 1 receiver. And I think off the field, he was significantly better than expected, being the mentor that he was to Tank Dell and guys like that. So I understand in totality who Diggs was. I think the Texans overpaid for him.
Yep.
Especially
when you see this deal.
Yeah, I think they overpaid for him. And then I turn around and I look at this, and I believe that the Washington Commanders fleeced the San Francisco 49ers. A 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuels, one of the most dynamic weapons in the game. That sure comes with warts, but so did Diggs. Diggs came with warts as well. I mean, there's some diva tendencies there. I don't know why, but the 3 years ago after the monster year he had, the biggest talking point was the tread left on the tire, overusage of Deebo Samuel. And there's been some weight gaining concerns. In fact, I just saw Deebo Samuels retweet a conversation about
225
about his weight. Said he got up to 225. He's a thicker player. I'm guessing 210 is probably his number. What it needs to be, I don't know. But you're talking about, like, if for fans out there, there's a lot of this in response to my question that I posed about Diggs and Deebo. A lot of folks, throw Diggs' Pro Bowl years around there and his stat. A lot of people coming at me about the stats and really how Deebo hadn't done anything. He's had one good year. I challenge you to go back and think a little bit differently and go back and look at it. Like, number one, Deebo Samuels is never going to have like just consistently mind-blowing numbers at the wide receiver position. Like the 1,400 yards or whatever, that's never going to happen again. He's not a wide receiver, right? I mean, the combination of the two, wide receiver, catch yards plus rush yards and overall production from a touchdown perspective, and the weapon, the dynamic that he brings to the game is he's complementary to everybody, a good tight end, a good wide receiver, a good running back. He fits in all different places. The overall production and ultimately the versatility he gives you and brings to your offense is what it is. By the way, if you are going to compare the two, I think touchdown responsibility is a good way to compare the two. If you want to talk about overall production, and Deebo Samuel had 34 in the last 4 years, and Diggs had 33. So I mean, there is a stat that'll tell you Deebo didn't just have one good year in the last 4 years. I don't know. I think both things can be true. I think the Texans overpaid for Diggs, and I think the San Francisco 49ers got fleeced for Deebo.
Yeah, and listen, the Texans were being aggressive, right? They were being aggressive. They wanted to add another piece, and I mean, you understand it, but yeah, if you pull back and you, especially right now, like if you say it out loud, hey, Diggs came over for a 2nd, a 5th, and a 6th for 8 games.
Yep.
As of right now, right? And he got injured, which is unfortunate, not your fault, but for 8 games. And you paid him $22 million.
Right, and there's a couple of different ways to look at the Diggs situation too. If you like you can look at the box scores, you can look at the steers. You can also look at a team that fit him perfectly, that he fit perfectly, decided to shift gears mid-season and got better. That team decided. Literally had 2 feet in the middle of his back pushing him out the door, trying to move him, and it was public to everybody out there. And so, again, Deebo Samuel, overweight, supposedly had some kind of bumping heads with Shanahan maybe over the weight issue. They all got their warts. I think you can't compare the two because one's a weapon, one's a wide receiver. But I do think it's a good talking point, man. I really do. I wish he would have ended up a Houston Texan. Yep. I think we're going to watch him in Washington.
That's what I was going to say. Do you think we're going to be sitting here looking at Deebo Samuel as he is in Washington with Jalen Daniels, with Cliff Kingsbury, with an established receiver on the other side, and Scary Terry.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to be sitting here looking and saying, damn, Deebo is having a big, impactful season? Or do you think most people are going to be texting in, I told y'all so?
The only way you get an "I told you so" is the same way you get one from Diggs this year, which is an injury. I don't. Yeah, I mean, if he's healthy in that offense with Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury, look, we've seen Cliff Kingsbury. Say what you want about Cliff Kingsbury, but offensively, I mean, he's one of the dudes. The second generation level when all the read runs became a thing, and like really taking the run game to another level in that air raid offense. He is a guy that has been exceptional when it comes to take a guy that may be a little undersized, but he's super explosive. He's not a receiver. He's not a running back. Who is he, right? And he gets major production out of that guy. So yeah, I don't. Unless there's an injury, I would expect, especially in the last year of the contract, the 1 year he's going to have under contract with Washington, he's got to play big here. I bet you Deebo is back to more of what we saw in 2021 or 2023 from a production standpoint than what we saw last year, overweight, injured, pneumonia, all that kind of jive.
Yeah, I get the feel that Cliff has some serious ideas of what he wants to do and how to use him. Serious idea. So, but that's just one. The Texans still have other targets at the receiver position. And as I said earlier, the good thing is we know they are heavily involved in this, which, gives us the tip that the Texans feel it's a priority to find not just a receiver, but a receiver of a certain level. And I would imagine the hope is that they continue to try to deal with receivers in that level to be on the other side of Nico Collins.
Great point. Great point.
Bigger thing.
Great point, man. Just as a Texans fan, they're in these conversations. There's too many moving pieces to always expect them to land every guy. But as a Texans fan, I want them in on these kind of conversations when these guys become available, and they're doing that.
Yep.
Did it last year. They're doing it this year.
Yep. All right, coming up as we'll give you we'll catch you up and give you some notes on the recent things coming out, news for the big game coming up for the Rockets against OKC. We'll get you ready to make a little cash tonight. We're going to start it off. Big week, baby. Getting over 70% this week. Big week. Big week for T-Mill. We'll get you to T-Mill's best bets, make some money, and finish this thing off right here live on The Drive.
All right, imagine selling your home.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And you can hear from the new team president following us. They will talk to him as well as tomorrow, 8 a.m., as I just said in the last segment. Mike Tolman will be on after us with Vandermeer, with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. And also coming up tomorrow with Payne and Pendergast, so stay tuned for that. And then after, the fellas will take over at 7 o'clock, 7 to 11. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. Boy, and Chris, I don't know where Chris is. He was out at the tent on Saturday night. I tried to big time it. Be like, hey, man, I see you, Chris. Saw you with your lady. I can get you up to VIP. Give me a second. Let me get you. I'll get you up here. I said, come on over. I'm up in VIP. I see him there. I said, yo, Chris, come on up. He said, nah, he mouthed me. I can't do it. I got a different wristband.
And they say no.
Walked over to my guy that was standing there at security on that VIP. And I looked at him in his eyes, and I said, oh, my man will hold me down. I got this guy. I can see him. I said, come on over. Chris took his lady, walked on over there to the bottom steps. Talked to Buddy. I said, hey, man, my man right here. I said, they work with us, man. They work at Odyssey with us, man. They work on the sports side with us. I said, can I get these two to come up here with me? My man plainly looked at me. He said, absolutely not.
And they say no.
Right? Hey,
damn.
Hey, and he said it in a way like it was like, yeah, boss, there ain't really no negotiating here. Just the way he said, absolutely not.
This is VIP.
Not a chance in hell. Not a chance. I said, damn. Now, I had some free drink tickets. Courtney had some free drink tickets. So I ripped them off, gave them to him because we had some drinks in VIP, but
well, I mean, like I said, I mean, Chris Santiago is a big part of it. I feel like maybe we ought to have us a little SR 610.
That's what you
VIP
said. There's stuff like that. He can get his lady up in VIP.
It's plenty big. There's no reason that we shouldn't get to enjoy. Hey, I mean, they ease on through the old suite at the Texas game, don't they?
Well, I don't know how. Yeah, sometimes.
I mean, can we get a little?
Sometimes they do, yeah.
I'm talking about everybody.
Everybody. Oh, everybody has.
I mean,
not just Santi. I'm talking about everybody.
We didn't even get a gift box for Rodeo Houston, man.
Well, I mean, that ain't got to do.
That's really eight at your head.
It's a great point.
That's eight at you.
It's a great point. I mean, look, I just think it'd be a win-win for each of them.
I thought, there ain't no way you could have told me I would go get Christian.
Oh, I'd have bet from the jump. There's too many folks that work here standing down there and not in that VIP. Yeah. I guarantee them the guys at the bottom of the staircase, they have been told very sternly, no means no. If they ain't got a wristband on, absolutely not.
Yeah, man. Maybe I had a few too many tequilas and club sodas, but
all you can do is try, man.
That's right. My man said absolutely not. I said, well, all right, okay. Guess that's not going. Hey, sorry, man. I'm thinking Chris probably thinking, damn, that's it. Just that one effort. Yeah, tried it. My man, take these drinks.
Hey, that door guy was so adamant about it. It cost you four drink tickets, didn't it?
Nah, yeah, I need the drink tickets, but it's all good. Gave it to him, man. Able to bless him with the drink tickets because he sure as hell walking up them steps to get up into that VIP. But no, man, Chris Santiago in the game coming up behind us, behind Texans All Access, 7 to 11, Area 45. Before we get to T. Mills' best bets, Rockets update. Tari Eason is out for the game tonight. He has officially been listed out in this big game against OKC. And listen, it's a big game, Clint. Now, I think they're going to be okay because there is a bit of a difference between where the 5 and the 6 seed is in the standings. I mean, they've got a pretty decent lead. The Warriors are coming. They finally inexplicably lost to that bad Sixers team, but the Warriors are coming. They've gotten themselves now tied for the 6th spot with the Clippers. So there is a 5-game separation between the Rockets and the Warriors and Clippers. But hey, man, they need to pick this thing up, right? Because I think what they're 7-2 since they made the trade with Jimmy Butler, and they've been rolling. So the Rockets want to kind of put a little halt to this little slide they've been on that started prior to the All-Star break. So
yeah, well, you definitely want to. I mean, at least turn the tide here a bit. But
yeah, go on a little run.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing is I remember early in the year, Oklahoma beating Cleveland, beating I think it was Boston, all in 5-game stretch there. That was a lot of what we hung our hat on. I mean, this team, this ain't no joke. This team must be for real. This isn't a fluke, right? You go in here and get embarrassed, and you continue to slide, and you get embarrassed along the way, then folks forget about that 5-game stretch where you showed some serious promise early in the year. So I'm not saying you got to go in there and win, but they need to go out there and have a good showing. And here's the thing: they got a lot of injuries. Apparently they got some, which doesn't surprise me when you play as physical.
Yep.
And it's late in the season.
They are a younger team, which is kind of surprising with that. But
well, you got guys that are logging a lot of minutes. You got guys that are playing a physical brand of ball. You got guys that are they are leaving it on the floor on both ends of the floor and have been all year long. Not everybody in the NBA does that. Not everybody has to do it. Some teams have the luxury of superstars, and some teams have the luxury of deciding when they want to turn it on, and when they need to coast. I don't know that the Rockets are there yet, obviously, and so now you've got soreness with Şengün's back. You got Amen Thompson's. I think it's a shoulder issue with Amen Thompson. You got Dylan Brooks is dealing with a little something. How in the hell Big Adams is dealing with something? I don't know. He damn
he's
sure
the oldest one.
He's damn sure been load managed. How the hell is he hurting? But he is. I
think he's a game time decision.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got a lot of guys. Tari Eason is out. I think I saw they announced Tari Eason is out. So, I mean, you've got a lot of guys, man, that are banged up right now, sore right now. And when you have to live and die with the physicality, up-tempo, push, that's not always a good thing.
Yep, you're right. Fred is out now.
Fred and Tari both out.
Fred and Tari are out. Yep.
No, God!
I know this just came out. Just came out. Yeah, Fred and Tari are out for this game. So that's an uphill battle right now. And now, but the only thing
is, a night for Amen Thompson.
There ain't no choice now.
There's always a choice. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason. We'll see.
There should be a choice for him. No, there should not be a choice for him to get up shot. All right.
Fair.
I mean, 41 minutes, 3 assists, 6 points. You're just too damn good for that. No, you done screwed up and messed up and shown us that you're better than that. Well, that really made me mad.
Start feeling like Kobe again, man.
Yeah, out there like Samaki Walker. All right. What's the don't know why that name came to me. What we got tonight? Let's make some money for the people. T Mill's best bets. Let's have a big week. Start this thing off right on a Monday.
Yes, sir. I feel good about these 5. I got 5 of them. 5 NBA bets for you on a Monday night. Going to list them as I always do. So be ready. They are playing at home against the Golden State Warriors tonight. Hornets plus 13.5. I got that. I teased it up a little bit. I think it's actually closer to 11 or 12, the line, but 13.5 I really like. That's a lot of points for the Hornets. Next, I got the Rockets. This line has since moved. I locked it in at plus 9. It has grown to 11-point spread.
Oh, I bet it has.
For this game tonight. But I do still like Rockets +9 tonight at OKC. They've been kind of crapping all over themselves in games lately. Then I got an under for you. Hawks and Grizzlies, a very big number, under 253.5 tonight. And then 2 player props. Kyrie Irving with the Dallas Mavericks, under on his points. I got it at 29.5.
That is a big number.
And then DeMar DeRozan, placed a prop bet on him last week that did not hit, hoping for something different, obviously, on this Monday night. DeMar DeRozan with the Kings, over 21.5 points for him tonight. Those are your 2 player props and your 5 NBA best bets. What do you like? What do you not, boys?
The more and more that comes down about the Rockets, I am not loving that plus 9.
Yeah, +11 sounds a lot better.